Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9 o'clock, so the inquiry is resumed. You'll know now that I'm going to say there's a fresh attendance list circulating, and just a reminder that if you've got a mobile phone with you, please make sure it's switched off or on silent whilst the inquiry is sitting. I've not got much to say now. I think I would just say to the parties, I haven't had a chance yet to look through the conditions that have been handed in, but I'll try and do that and get some comments to you if I have any by Monday, so that you've got that ahead of the conditions session. Mr. Foster, you said that you were going to just give some further thought overnight as to whether or not you would have questions that you'd like to put to the Appellant's air quality expert. You said yesterday you thought you did have. I just thought I'd better check with you.
Yes, sir, thank you. We do have some questions to put.
You do? Okay, thank you. Obviously we'll need to make the appropriate arrangements at the appropriate time. I think my final point is Mr. Gardner, who isn't here at the minute, but who did speak on the first day, approached me at the end of the inquiry yesterday to make 2 points. One is to say that he would also like to put a question or questions to the air quality expert, but also he expressed some concern that the fire exit that I can see over there to my right, he felt was a little bit blocked by people and boxes yesterday. Obviously it's a bit out of my range to see what the situation is there, but if it is in any way impeded, boxes or people, can I just ask that you adjust your positions and move the boxes so that there's a clear route to the fire escape if necessary? Thank you. I don't think I've got anything else to say. Mr. Parkinson, anything from yourself? No? Miss Reid? No? Mr. Foster? No? Okay, on that note then, Ms. Reid, can I ask you to introduce your first witness and give me some indication as to which additional documents I might need in front of
So I think probably the main documents that you might need are Mr. Blair's proof of evidence and appendices.
Yep.
And yeah, and probably also worth having the TA, I think, to hand.
Remind me of the CD number.
C 1.14.
1.14, thank you. I'll just get that fold to hand.
And also, sorry, so when I said the proof of evidence, I also meant the rebuttal proofs as well. So when I said the proof of evidence, I also meant the rebuttal proofs as well, so the whole
They're
lot.
Okay.
There might be other documents that Mr. Blair goes to, but those are probably the main ones. And I suppose you might want to have to hand as well, just in case we go to them, the statements of common ground.
Yep, those there, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Blair.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I'm just going to introduce you to the inquiry. Your qualifications are set out at page 1 of your proof of evidence. You're Peter Blair. You have a degree in civil engineering and a diploma in industrial studies, both from the University of Ulster. You are a chartered engineer, a fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineers, and a fellow of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You're head of Transport North at the international consultancy Tetra Tech and have over 30 years' experience of working in the field of traffic engineering, both for public authorities and private developers. You've served on the North Western Branch Committee of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation for 16 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
You set out in your proof that over the last 22 years, you've acted as an expert witness in relation to highway, traffic and transportation issues at numerous appeals and local plan inquiries, dealing with schemes ranging from single property accesses to major development and city regeneration projects, that you're familiar with the development site and highways and operational conditions in the local area. All correct?
All correct.
Could you just please read your statement of truth at 1.1.5 of your proof of evidence on page 1?
This proof of evidence, which I've prepared for this appeal inquiry, is given in accordance with the requirements of my professional bodies. I can confirm that the opinions expressed are my true professional opinions.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to start, please, at section 4 of your proof of evidence, which is, and I really just flag that up for the inspector's note, but I'd like you, please, to give an overview as to your involvement in this scheme and your opportunities to visit the site.
Well, when I was first appointed on the scheme, it was to undertake a peer review.
Can I just say, Mr. Bill, you might need to move the microphone a little bit closer to you. It's easy for me because I'm looking at you and I can hear you, but I'm not quite sure whether your voice is carrying that clearly to the back of the room. But thank you.
Okay. Well, yes. Upon appointment, I arranged to undertake a few site visits. So I visited the site on the 9th and 10th of September. I was able to observe the early afternoon school peak from around 2:30 through the Holt Farm school peak period, and I stayed on site until the evening peak period as well, observing traffic conditions at those times, driving around the network, and I think you will see at my Appendix 3 probably 50 or so photographs that I've extracted from the dash cam that was running at those times. Those also extend to the next morning when I was on site again and observed the early morning peak and stayed on site through to about 10:45 on the Friday morning. My observations were that there were, of course, busy periods, particularly, excuse me, it always seems to happen on a P. Particularly around the school getting out times and arrival times. I generally saw traffic flowing freely. Of course, I saw some of the busier conditions that have been shown in my proof of evidence. You'll see them in the appendices. But I was also conscious that I'd only been on site for 2 days. They were 2 days after travel restrictions were lifted. And if you can recall back to the start of September, it was almost back to normal. The schools were back. So I thought that was a good time to visit. I was conscious that it was just the 2 days. So later, I also commissioned a video survey. And that was that has produced, I called them time lapse, but I see that has caused a bit of uncertainty, that they are time sequenced stills from those video shots, and those are in appendices 4 and 5 of my evidence. And those show half-hour shots throughout the day, and then 5-minute shots throughout the school peak periods. And I commissioned that and presented them just to give some factual, typical imagery of what conditions are like there throughout the day and at the peak times.
Thank you. And just want to turn next to the... Sorry, I turned it off because of the echo. I forgot to turn it back on again. Thank you. Next point, just want to take up with you relates to the traffic data that has informed the model. Have you considered how representative the traffic surveys are?
Yes, well, on my on my site visits, I was in possession of the transportation assessment and the traffic counts and queue surveys, in fact, that are in that. And it seemed to corroborate with that. Conscious, of course, that the surveys in the TA were undertaken in 2019, just before well, actually a year before the COVID pandemic closed things down a little. So they are representative, and of course there was reference the other day to the, I think it's core document 5.01, report to committee, where the Highway Authority set out that they have tested the count data in the TA against their own databases and confirmed it to be representative.
And was the representativeness of the data ever challenged by the local planning authorities, Mr. Flexman?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Do you have any comments to make about the video and photographs that were produced by the Rule 6 party, and whether those provide a robust basis for challenging the traffic data that has been used? They're not a robust basis for challenging the traffic data which has been surveyed, considered, benchmarked and agreed. I noticed in the videos yesterday that there was platooning going on, and I think it was mentioned later that there were roadworks further down the road. It seemed to me, although it was out of shot, that was platoons of traffic waiting for a green signal and then progressing through. Difficult to tell, of course, with the time-lapse aspect. Thank you. Next point, please. Could you explain what approach has been taken to traffic growth in the assessments?
Yes. Because I was appointed initially to do a peer review, there were several aspects of the work that I had to check through, and traffic growth was one of those. The traffic growth factors that had been applied were from a growth database called Tempro. Tempro assembles allocated sites, etc., for different areas. And in my technical note 1, which is in my volume 2 appendices, there's a piece there that sets out how we've looked at that and made some slight adjustments, principally because the allocated site that we've developed trip generation for also is represented within the Tempro, and it's a fairly standard approach not to double count. That had been in the ACE. The original work was undertaken by Ardent Consultants. So I think that's clear from everything that's gone on, but I'll just say ACE. So they were using slightly higher Tempro growth rates, but again, that hasn't been questioned by the LPA, Mr. Flexman, or anything. That's a sound response. In actual fact, when we go to the results later, I'll show that it makes very little difference indeed, but it is something I checked and adjusted slightly.
And I think those adjustments have been expressly accepted by Mr. Flexman in the first statement of common ground, haven't they?
Yes, and I presume that carries through to statement of common ground number 2, where he says he's got no issues at all. Yeah.
Thank you. And just an answer, please, to the point raised by the Rule 6 party in their evidence. Was the SER2 site taken into account?
Yeah, the Tempro included growth factors for area Rochford 007, which that site is within, but also in 2019, whatever extent of it was built would have been in the counts anyway.
Next point, just want to pick up with you, is again a point raised by the Rule 6 party, which is that there are local peaks in the traffic. Have those been considered in the assessment?
Yes, I mean, this goes to the tricks analysis and the peak nature of the traffic counts, and I know that the inspector said 2 days ago that he was going to ask about the tricks assessment. I can't really see. Would it be appropriate to explain the tricks assessment first as part of answering that question?
Yes, please do. And just for the benefit of members of the public, can you just explain what a tricks assessment is?
Sorry. Yes, it's a database full of surveys which have actually physically been undertaken, counting traffic pedestrians, cyclists, and all modes of traffic coming to and from a wide range of different use types. It's set out in the TA. It may be worthwhile just going to it. It's a bit of a goose chase to find the figures, but ACE, if we could pick up the TA, so I'll just show you.
So that's core document
1.14, was it?
1.14.
Yep.
So the first reference is easy to find. It's on page 56, and it's table 5.1.
Okay, table 5.1, yeah.
Table 5.1.
Yep.
And that sets out the trip rates per dwelling. Now, this is a summary table. I will take you to show you where this is derived from. But that sets out the trip rates, and you can see that private houses, affordable houses, etc., have all been categorised differently. The reference in this TA, which is more difficult to find, is on an unpaginated page, very well through the document. If I may just read from it, it's the page titled Trip Rate Calculation Selection Parameters. Dated 10th of the 4th, 19, when the TRICS assessment was done. There is no pagination, sir. I do apologise. It's really for the public. I just go through the steps. You select the areas that you want to select sites from. You select the number of dwellings. So this was a range of between 6 and 805 units. You select the survey days that you want. So all weekdays have selected, and one Saturday crept in. We select the survey types. They were all manual counts. You select a location, a few edge of town, suburban areas, and edge of town. Sorry, the first one's edge of town centre. Residential zone, 43 of the 45 sites belong to that category. And then for populations within 1 mile, you can select sites with similar populations around. 5 to 10,000, there were 8 survey days. 10 to 15,000, there were 13 survey days. We went right up to, well, ACE went right up to the category of 50,000 in population within a mile, but there were fewer surveys with those. The predominance was at that level. And then what happens is 38 of the 45 sites did not have a travel plan in place. There then follows perhaps 7 or 8 sides of naming which sites were actually selected. So, for example, we have mixed houses at Roundstone Lane, Angerming, West Sussex. That was one of the sites, but there are 45. And we end up with, for the private houses, summary trip rate page,
Okay.
which shows you those figures of 0.126 and 0.370, which were on your table. So that's the TRICS process, and it's set out on an hour-by-hour basis throughout the day. So
So I think just for your reference, I think it's Appendix I of the TA.
it is in
I'm
Appendix
told.
I of the TA.
Appendix I, okay,
Appendix
thank
I.
you. I'll check that later, thank you.
There is a simpler explanation which I'm coming to, which is as part of the peer review, I reviewed all of that and I took out the Saturday survey, and that's set out in, let me just get it. TN2, traffic generation. So just to summarise where we're at the moment with this, because I heard someone say that they didn't understand it. It's a national database of surveys. You select the ones which are relevant to this use type. And then what it does is it prints out the trip rate per dwelling across a 12 or a 24-hour period. And it's inbound and outbound. And that's That's what was used. So ACE actually did it by two different methods. They did it the straight tricks way, and then they did it by looking at the proportion of different modes, and shouldn't have turned away from it. Yeah, by mode and journey purpose, and they worked out all the percentages of those. And while you're open there, sir, at table 5.1, you can see that breakdown in table 5.2 right beside it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And just draw your attention to the education percentage for car drivers, 6%. Come back to that later. And that's when car driving was 47%, so really 6 over 47, 12% of all car drivers. Had an education purpose in that. Now, ACE looked at it both ways, and they chose the higher one. When I came to look at it, took out the Saturday survey. There was a different, this is all set out in TN2. We took out further away regions like the northwest of England, etc. The most recent 5 years of data was selected pre-COVID. Populations of greater than 20,000 within 1 mile were excluded. Rochford's population in the 2011 census was 8,500. And we run through that and we end up with just a comparison on page 14 of my appendices.
So which appendix is this?
This is appendix 13.
Right. So appendix 13, and sorry, which page?
It's volume 2 of 2. So
Yeah, I've got the right one.
It's paginate at 14 or page 3 of TN2.
Paginate 14.
It's a results table. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay. So that's a comparison of the trip rates that you produced compared to what were originally looked at by ACE.
Precisely.
Yeah, okay.
And you can see in the bottom line that there was no difference in the inbound AM, 30 fewer in the AM out. And in the PM, the difference was minus 12 in and plus 10 out. So some of them were slightly lower, some of them were slightly higher. But that's the difference when I went through that additional review.
Okay.
For all the different use types. And it was done actually, sir, for 665 dwellings because that's what the ACE TA was written for. So not 662 or even the net increase, which is 660 because 2 homes are being demolished to make the access. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's, apologies, but that's the first half of the answer. The second half of the answer is that the traffic counts which are in the TA were undertaken on a 15-minute basis, so they're continuous 15 minutes, and that allows you to get a rolling peak hour, 7 to 8, 7:15 to 8:15, 7:30 to 8:30, etc. And what we found, what ACE found, by combining the trip rates with the 15-minute peak hours, is you can synthesize and find out what the worst case peak is. Now later we're going to be talking, I presume, about Junction 4, and at Junction 4 that was 7:15 to 8:15, and we have the direct traffic counts for those, but you have to take 3/4 of the trip rate from 7 to 8 and 1/4 of the trip rate from 8 to 9 to get the trip rate which lies between 7:15 to 8:15. And that has been done.
Yeah. Okay.
So in analysing it right across the piece, we know that that's the worst peak hour, and in actual fact, in the next hour, 8 to 9, there were 200 trips fewer on that corridor on the count that was checked.
Thank you.
And in respect of, which one? Yeah. And In respect of the Highways Statement of Common Ground 1 with the local planning authority, paragraph 3.2, did Mr Flexman agree with your approach to updating trip rates, growth dates and the validation of base models?
Yes, he did. And you've just mentioned validation, which was the third thing that I did to check it. I don't know if we're coming on to that, but yeah.
Well, do you want to tell me about validating the models next?
Certainly. I mean, for this, it might be an idea to go to my appendices, tab 10, volume 2, 1 of 2, tab 10.
Yep. Bear with me a moment.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not working with the tabbed version now because I handed that one back. If it's volume 2, 1 of 2.
It is paginated on 184.
184, thank you. Yes, so I'm looking at a table, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah.
And if we look down the very first left-hand blue column, you'll see the ratio of flow to capacity for the 2019 counts when the junctions were tested. And you will see at junction 4 a ratio of flow to capacity of 1.15.
Yeah.
So that sets alarm bells ringing, because the traffic count surveyed the traffic that actually passed through the junction. Now that sometimes isn't the case. If your queues are growing, the demand might be what goes through the junction plus a growing queue, but fortunately ACE had queue surveys done as well, and we're able to cross-check that and come to the conclusion that more traffic got through that junction than the ACE model predicted.
Yeah.
So the first thing that we do is we look at the geometry, and we found that ACE had actually modelled a previous geometry, and it was simply a case of going to the correct geometry, and that performance improved, but it was still running at about 1.07, so further validation was undertaken at that junction only to validate it on RFCs to reflect the traffic that actually did pass through. The other junctions were all checked for the geometry validation, but no further assessments were necessary there. No further adjustments were necessary there.
Okay.
And again, that was agreed with Mr Flexman at 3.2 of the Highway Statement of Common Ground.
In the previous quote you gave me, he accepted all of those peer review adjustments. It's always the P. Yeah.
Good, thank you. Now, I want to turn on that basis to the outputs of the models and look at what was assessed in respect of each of the junctions that you looked at. So if you keep open the table that you were looking at a moment ago at page 184, but there's also there's also a helpful. Sorry, that feedback's terrible, isn't it?
Can you hear me at that level?
Yeah.
I think.
I can't have it on the documents though. Sorry, I can't.
We'll see how we get on with that.
Yeah.
Right, try again. So you have your table open in front of you. You also provide a summary of the position at pages 32 through to 35 of your proof of evidence.
Just bear with me, please. I was in my summary proof there. Let's have a look. 32 to 35. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So I think what I'd like you to do now, please, is if we could just take the junctions in turn, save for Junction 4. So just set Junction 4 aside for the moment, and just talk through, please, what the position was with the ACE forecast and the Highway Authority's position, and then secondly, what the position is in respect of your revalidated model and mitigation.
Yes, okay. Useful to follow it through on the table of results. I would say, sir, that the reason the appendices are so large is because we've put in all of the model results, but this table is just using the indicator of the absolute worst result in the worst 15-minute period. Yeah. So the baseline RFC, which is in the terracotta coloured column at Rectory Road, 2029 baseline was forecast to be 1.09. With the development flows added, that jumped up to 1.17, which is in the the uncoloured cell.
So two columns to its right.
Correct.
Yeah.
And this is the ACE modelling we're on at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, this is all under the heading of the ACE modelling.
Yeah.
After they had undertaken their mitigation scheme, that went to 1.11, and consequently the first sentence in my 9.2 is at Junction 1 mitigations proposed, and the HA found the busiest ACE forecast of 1.11 with development and mitigation to be acceptable, being 11% over capacity, but just 0.02 over the baseline RFC. So that was a position at Junction 1, to summarise it, where there was a 2% impact, an operation of 11% over capacity, and the Highway Authority found that acceptable. When we looked at the validation in the ACE flows, that's the lighter blue, sorry, the mid blue heading, the centre of the table. I may just ignore that for a moment, sir, and go to the darker blue results, if that's okay.
Okay.
What we found is that the validated performance of the junction in the sky blue column right in the middle of the table was 0.98. The 2029 baseline put it to 1.02, and the mitigation put it to 0.94. The existing layout with development, which is the uncoloured cell about 5 in from the right, is 1.08. So the story there is that the baseline would have been 1.02. If we didn't do anything to the junction, it would go to 1.08. But with the mitigation scheme, it goes to 0.94.
Yep.
And we can follow that down. Now, the reason why there are very few results in for Junction 2 is because it's a site access.
Sorry, just before we move on to Junction 2, I do just want to pick up a point in respect of the Rectory Road junction that was raised by Councillor Eves, and it's not a point relating to capacity, it's a point relating to highway safety. But whilst we're dealing with Rectory Road, let's just have a think about that. Councillor Eves' position, albeit one that was not weighed in the balance because Councillor Shaw didn't think there was sufficient evidence in respect of it, but Councillor Eves took the position that the mitigation at Rectory Road might not be safe because, and I paraphrase, we've been here before. Those are the words in his proof, but you heard his evidence yesterday. Although I think he then did accept ultimately that we were dealing with a different scheme here than what had been there before. Just want to be clear really as to the extent to which highway safety has been considered in respect of the proposed scheme of mitigation at Rectory Road, and your comments in respect of that, please.
Well, as with all of the proposed highway works, an independent road safety audit was carried out, and where comments have been raised, then there's a designer's response which sits alongside that as part of that formal process, which sets out what responses there would be. At Rectory Road, there were no issues identified.
And did the Highways Authority or Mr Flexman raise any issues in respect of the safety of the proposal?
No, and the Highway Statement of Common Ground confirms that all highways accesses are safe, suitable, etc.
That's the Highways Statement of Common Ground with the Highways Authority?
With the Highway Authority, yeah.
Thank you. Right, sorry, I interrupted you. Carry on. Junction 2, site access.
Well, yes, the reason why there isn't a 2019 validated result or an existing situation result is because it's a new junction. So at Junction 2, we simply have the ACE result at Junction 2, which was 0.4. In simple terms, 60% spare capacity in the peak. But as part of my checking of all the models, etc., we noticed that there was an error in the geometry of the proposed junction. Because it's a ghost island, it was in as 9 metres, and actually it should have been the 2 3-metre lanes plus the centre. So when we have reassessed it, the performance of the site access junction is now showing in the second result in the middle of the table, which is 0.56. So that check made it 16% worse, but still with 44% spare capacity.
Junction 3 next, please. The Ashington Road, Roche Avenue, Dalis Road junction. Now, this is the one. Well, actually, let's just park that one for a minute. I'm going to deal with that in a moment because that was the one where there was further discussions with you and Mr. Flexman. Indeed. Can we deal with the Amberlin roundabout actually next, which is Junction 5, and that's your section 9.6.
Yes. So the 2029 baseline. No development assessed by ACE was 1.11. That's the terracotta column 2 from the left. Then with the development flows, 1.16. And curiously, post-mitigation, 1.16. Now the reason that result is showing the same is because the Highway Authority requested solution there is a highway contribution towards a future improvement scheme. They say that they didn't want a small scheme. They'd rather do something more holistic. It's down, there's an industrial estate nearby, it's near the airport. They're planning something bigger in the future. They wanted a contribution towards a more holistic scheme.
Okay.
So we revalidated the base model on geometry, so that was 0.96. Consequently, this is a good example to demonstrate what I was saying before, actually. The 2 green columns in the middle of the table there show that with development, it's 1.06. And the point I'd just like to draw is that if you go across to the next 2 green columns, you will see that that's 1.04. The reason for that 2% betterment is the tricks and the tempo. Those are the adjustments, and that's why they make very little difference, but they were a revalidation in that direction as accepted by Mr. Flexman. Junction 5 has another result in there, which is 0.99. And that's because I just wanted to cover the situation where someone might say, that future highway scheme will never happen. How else could you fix it? So I've put in exactly the small scheme that the Highway Authority said they'd rather bundle up for later, but that can be implemented, and it takes the RFC to 0.99, which, comparing it back to the baseline, is an over-mitigation of just 1%, but it's working within capacity. But so fully mitigated at that junction.
Yeah, okay.
So, just to summarise, in respect of the Rectory Road junction, the site access and the Amberlin junction, with mitigation, to what extent are the development impacts mitigated?
Well,
in summary.
Over mitigated and significantly performing better than the levels forecast by ACE, which the Highway Authority accepted.
Good. And any issue taken by Mr. Flexman in respect of those junctions?
None.
Thank you. Good. Next one, Junction 3. So this is the one where there were further discussions between you and Mr. Flexman.
Yes.
So just want a very brief summary, please, of where we're up to in that respect.
Well, the final position is that there's a slight alternative minor scheme which mitigates the impact of the development.
Yeah.
How we got to that was that the ACE scheme had a two-lane approach. Mr. Flexman thought that that wouldn't work as efficiently as the model because the flows are slightly, well, they're very imbalanced. There's very few going left and strong. Yeah. So actually giving 2 3-metre wide lanes is actually constraining the main flow. So when he pointed that out, it said, I don't know if you're familiar with the Barbara Chard approach from 20 years ago. He pointed that out. I immediately said, well, you know, the purpose of modelling is to inform judgment, etc., see where we're going. That seems reasonable. So we looked at different ways that it could be made to work, and we looked at 3 different solutions. One was putting 2-lane exits on, so that you could have 2 straight through. We drew something up, but we haven't presented it. We actually put in the correct entry width, which made it perform better. We haven't presented that either. We did a slight adjustment to the approach half width, and it resolved the problem. Mr. Flexman saw that and said, yeah, that resolves the problem. When I first saw his rebuttal proof, his analysis of that junction had it at 1.13, and my first reaction was to just send a quick email to the Highway Authority which said that I didn't know how you, sir, would regard his approach or where this would end up. But if it ended up that you were minded to accept his 1.13, how would the Highway Authority feel about it? And that's the reference that you were given the other day in my rebuttal proof about them accepting it and saying it all has to be considered holistically. That's by the by, because there's an alternative scheme, Mr. Flexman accepts it, and it takes the RFC down to 0.98. The final thing I would say is that I was careful when I drew up that alternative scheme not to go outside the footprint of the 2-lane approach. And in that email to the Highway Authority, you'll see me saying that actually that gives them the choice, because the 2-lane approach would still be a better solution long-term if the 2-lane exit was on. And they could have comfort in delivering that and knowing that over the next 7 years, if traffic did rise to the levels that Mr. Flexman says will happen, then this alternative improvement could actually be achieved with white lining. Yeah. And that would return it within capacity and mitigate that impact. So it's, yeah, that's the position.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you very much. So just a summary for members of the public then, in respect of that junction, is that now mitigated to operating within capacity?
Yes, it operates within capacity.
Good. And have the Highways Authority accepted that alternative mitigation scheme that you've just discussed?
Yes, they have. I sent the details and the model to them. They've looked at it and sent them the drawing, the modelling, the explanation, and they've accepted that.
And this is all set out, I think, in volume 5, just for the inspector's note of your your
It
rebuttal, volume 5?
It is. There's a drawing of the junction there, but I didn't include the full modelling, but the full modelling was sent to both Mr Flaxman and to the Highway Authority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the results are summarised in the emails, aren't they, between you and the Highways
Correct.
Authority? Good, okay. Now, we're going to turn on to non-highway work mitigations a little bit later, but do any of the results that you've just discussed post physical mitigation to the highway take into account non-highway improvement mitigations?
No, they don't, and that's why I still regard my results as robust. There's no reductions in those for any of the beneficial mitigations.
Thank you. Right, Junction 4 next, because this is the Junction 4, because this is the junction where Councillor Eves still took an issue, albeit, of course, Councillor Shaw has confirmed that on the local planning authority's evidence, not sufficient to lead to a refusal of planning permission. But let's just look at Junction 4. Appendix 14, page 45, please. Just before we look at this in detail, is there a typographical error in this that you would like to correct?
Yes, Mr Parkinson highlighted it on the first day. It's a 7:45 to 8:45 at the top. It is actually 7:15 to 8:15 as shown in all the model files. It's just a typo in the table.
Okay, so the heading at the very top, which I can see is saying 7:45 to 8:45. You're saying 7:15 to 8:15.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's correct. Yes.
And that's shown in the. We'll turn to the time segments a little bit later, but that's demonstrated in the time segments, and you've produced the modelled results at the back of this summary table, haven't you?
I have, yes.
Good. Okay. Now, second point in respect of this. To what extent do the modelled results here represent the worst case?
Well, those are the worst case.
Okay. And the local Councillor Eves only alleged that there would be an unacceptable impact in the AM peak. Your view, please, as to the acceptability of the impact in the PM peak, please.
Okay. Well, looking at this in the PM peak, Ashington Road was the concern. I believe the impacts there are entirely acceptable in the context of what we're talking about at that junction.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir, we couldn't hear that answer very clearly. Sorry, let me finish, please.
Sorry, I thought you had.
Though the volume is okay, Mr Blair's very dulcet tones are sometimes hard to pick up. So we couldn't hear that last answer. So if it could be repeated, please.
Yeah,
that would be good.
just repeat the answer then.
Thank you.
I said that I believe that the impacts are entirely acceptable at that junction in the context of what we're talking about at that junction.
Okay, thank you.
And let's then look at the AM peak, where we see the worst case in any event.
Yes.
Yeah. First point, Councillor Eves accepted the position that there was no issue in the AM peak in respect of Hall Road. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Then, just in respect of West Street, he appeared to take a position that there would be an unacceptable impact on the West Street arm of that junction because the RFC rose from 1.00 to 1.03. Is that a credible approach?
No, that's not a credible approach.
Why?
Well, because there are very few junctions in built-up areas that operate within capacity at peak times, and it's long been accepted that overcapacity is the norm in such situations. Many years ago, at the beginning of my career, people held higher standards, but you can see that over the years, higher and higher levels of operation have been accepted as the norm.
Yeah.
But 3% over capacity is, it's within minor variations, and of course I'd like to come on to talk about why all of those results are over robust anyway.
Yeah, which we will do. But if we just look at the max Q in respect of PCUs at West Street, what's the difference there shown?
Going from 44 to, sorry, I'm in the column.
Max
I'm
Q.
going from 16 to 20, so it's 4 vehicles.
Yeah. So is that an unacceptable impact, Mr. Blair?
No, absolutely not. And, again, when you consider the levels that the Highway Authority thought were acceptable at that junction, this is way below that.
Thank you very much. And then we'll look at the arm of that junction that Councillor Eaves was particularly concerned about, which is the Ashington Road arm in the AM peak. So that's the worst case in terms of both the peak and the result for that arm. And just before we look at those results, those non-physical mitigations, I'd just like to pick a point up with you, please, that you deal with at 12.2.15 of your proof of evidence. So, which is on page 50. Yeah. So at this point in your proof of evidence, you are responding to a point that was raised by Councillor Eaves and has been raised also by the Rule 6 parties in response to the TA, where they say that the reliability of modelling is called into question because of a point that ACE made, which was that when junction models forecast an exceedance of capacity, they exaggerate the results. Now, I just want you to explain, please, what the position is in respect of that and why the models are likely to forecast queuing and delay, which is worse than will actually occur.
Well, it's long been recognised that the algorithms and the models are based sometimes on surveys of other junctions, etc., that they're set to be accurate within those parameters. Once you start going over capacity, you get well, exponential or snowball effect, if you like, where the higher over capacity it goes, then it really builds upon itself and exponentially increases. So it's absolutely right to say that if a junction's appearing to be over capacity to this sort of level, then the results will be somewhere on that exponential curve. It's not right to say that they're somehow unreliable because they might be too low. They're on the exponential curve, they're probably over-reporting. We can't say by how much because it's an exponential curve.
And is there any difference between you and Mr. Flexman and the Highways Authority in respect of this point?
There's no difference between us on that point, and there's no difference between, sorry, this is really feeding back. There's no difference between me and Mr. Flexman on the junction either, because he accepts that all his issues are resolved. There's no difference between me and the Highway Authority because they accepted that it was resolved when it was at an RFC of 1.37.
Thank you. Now, just on that basis, stepping away from the modelled queue for a moment, if we look at your if we take up your appendices, please. And if we turn up page 232, Sorry, which is in appendix
It's volume
14 again.
Yeah.
Okay. And what we have there is a table, and this is for the time segment 8 a.m. to 8:15, and we can see from the middle row that is reporting the worst case scenario that we've just seen in the summary table at page 45. There is a column, the first column, total demand PCUs, and we see the figure 240.
Yes.
Can you just explain for the benefit of members of the public what total demand PCU means?
Yes, I can. We're in a 15-minute time segment. So 240 is the total number of PCUs which are approaching on that arm. Now, PCUs... Yes?
I think that's exactly what Mr. Blair was going to do. Yeah.
So a PCU is a passenger car unit, and it's a measure of basically how much road space and presence a vehicle has on the road. So a bus might be 2 PCUs. We used in our analysis for an HGV a factor of 2.3 PCUs for an HGV. A bicycle is half a PCU. It's so that the model doesn't attribute the same amount of congestion, delay, etc. to a particular volume of vehicles. They're put in PCUs, and that's the standard approach. In actual fact, in the ACE work, one of the points that Mr. Flexman picked up, and picked up on Mr. Foster's comment yesterday that it appeared as though he was working for the Appellant. Mr. Flexman, I can assure you, put me through the ringer on a few comments, and one of them was showing that the ACE work had used vehicles, and we had to address the modelling as well. And there's separate correspondence between us that proves that it made no difference. In fact, it's even before the inquiry. It's one of the pages in the rebuttal proof to demonstrate that the uplift of vehicles to PCUs made no difference, no material difference at all.
Can I just be clear, though, on that you said? Did you say that the ACE work had done its assessments based on vehicles?
Correct.
And that's what Mr. Flexman pointed out to you, and so as a result of that, you redid that work, but used PCUs?
Yes.
I understand, thank you. Yeah.
So that's been done. And
that made no difference.
So the 240 is the approach volume in that 15 minutes, and that's made up of the existing traffic, the growth factors to the future, and the trip generation of the site as distributed across the network and coming down to that approach.
Thank you. And then if we look, please, at page, just so we just bear that 240 figure in mind, and we look at page 224, and this is the 2029 base case with no development. Yeah. And what is the total demand PCUs for that arm of the junction in that worst case time segment there, please?
215 being 25 PCUs less.
So just to summarise that again for members of the public, what does that tell us in respect of the difference comparing the base case in 2029 with no development and then the modelled results in 2029 with development?
What it tells us is that in a 15-minute period, that development is adding 25 PCUs to that flow. 103, I think, was the number for the whole hour.
Sorry?
103 for the entire hour. Yeah.
Now, we also know that there is a minimum allocation of 500 units within the plan in respect of this site. And if we turn up next, please, page 240. What is the total demand PCUs for the minimum allocation, please?
For the minimum allocation, it's 234.
So what does that tell us? What does that tell us about the difference between the minimum allocation in the adopted plan and the number of units? Well, I'll say the number of units proposed, you've actually assessed 665, but the number of units assessed in respect of the modelled results?
6 trips in 15 minutes. 6 PCUs in 15 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. And so 2 points. To take us back to base, how many PCUs would we need to lose from the network?
For total mitigation, 25 in 15 minutes.
On that arm, yeah.
Just on that approach, yeah.
And in respect of to take us back to the minimum allocation, how many would we need to lose?
We'd need to lose 6 PCUs on that arm, and just drawing the distinction of on that arm, this is the morning peak when the predominant flow is away from the development. So this arm's taking the predominant trip generation. There's not so much coming in the other 2 arms at all.
Now, Councillor Eves raised for the first time in cross-examination, so not in Mr Flexman's proof, who we now know agrees that there will not be a residual cumulative impact that can be classified as severe. So not in Mr Flexman's evidence at all, in any case, not in Councillor Eves' proof of evidence, not in anyone's rebuttal, and not dealt with examination in chief because he was talking about Rectory Road. But for the first time in cross-examination, Councillor Eves mentioned a concern that there might be the potential for a queue to go back through the Dayless Road roundabout junction. Yes, you recall?
I do recall, yes.
Just to pause in respect of that point, just want you to please talk through the likelihood of the modelled results in respect of queues and delays occurring, having regard to a number of reasons that you set out in your evidence, and the potential impact of those, please, having regard to the points you've just made about 25 and 6 PCUs. So first point, please, peak spreading.
Yeah, I'm just writing down a few points here. I mean, the first thing to note is that this is just for a limited time segment as well. It's not for, it doesn't extend beyond this at the same level. Yeah. Well, in terms of peaks...
Sorry, I am going to pause there.
Yeah.
You just raised that point. First point, single time segment. What's the significance of that when we're considering residual cumulative impacts?
Well, it has to be taken in the context of the wider network performance over the peak hour, the whole day, off-peak times as well, and weighing up all the benefits of the sustainable measures. Councillor Eves, yes, when he raised this, he also said that Mr Flexman must have missed this point. But if you look at the rebuttal proof that Mr Flexman put to me, what he was talking about was a queue from Junction 3 going down the same road to Junction 4. He did not miss the link between Junction 3 and Junction 4, and he's accepted that it's fine.
Yeah, and just to be clear, in respect of Mr Flexman's technical position and evidence to the inquiry, Highway Statement of Common Ground number 2, what's his position now in respect of whether or not the residual cumulative impacts would be severe, taking everything into account?
His position is that he does not believe there will be a severe residual cumulative impact, taking everything into account. And in a paragraph before that, he also confirms that he has no other issues. Sorry, I'll come on to the point about peak spreading.
Right.
Just to recap, saving 6 PCUs to get back to the minimum allocation, saving 25 PCUs to get back to full mitigation. So I've actually got quite a few reasons here that I'd like to give you, sir, as to why this queue will not be anywhere near as long as is forecast in this model. And I suppose I should also just point out that when Mr. Flexman raised any issues, we responded to them quickly. And had he raised this issue, we would have responded to it immediately with these same issues. They are within my proof, but not quantified in terms of trips or percent or anything like that. But they're nevertheless very real issues that I do mention in my evidence. And okay, Mr. Flexman's got no issues, but he probably knew that if he had raised it, this would have been the answer.
Yeah, and just to be absolutely fair on that point, because Councillor Eaves produced a proof of evidence and a rebuttal proof of evidence, and you dealt with you actually produced a rebuttal evidence dealing with Councillor Eaves' points, didn't you, Mr. Blair?
Well, I had to.
And sorry, just a moment. And if Councillor Eaves had raised this point prior to his cross-examination, so not even in his examination in chief, but if Councillor Eaves had raised this point, would you have also responded to his concerns, Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Right.
The reason why two rebuttals were produced was because we sought your permission for a slight delay to specifically address modelling agreement on Junction 3. Mm. So it would have been wrapped up with the same thing. Right. Peak spreading, the effect of travelling at a slightly different time. I'll give you these reasons, and I just ask the question, I suppose. Bear in mind, could these make the trips increase? Are they neutral, or would the trips go down? Because we're only trying to chase 6 or 25 PCUs for full mitigation.
And that's for full mitigation. So just to pause there, do we need full mitigation in terms of 111 of the framework in any case?
No, the Highway Authority are happy with this performing worse than my model.
Yeah, but what? Sorry, but what is the test? Is the test in the framework for nil detriment?
No, it is not.
Right. So we have the 25 and 6 PCUs, 25 PCUs to take it back down to nil detriment, and we don't need to go that far in terms of the framework anyway. But that's what we'd be looking at. 6 to take it back to the minimum allocation in the adopted plan.
Yes. So
that's what we need to bear in mind when we're considering these points. Now, peak spreading, dealing with that point first, Councillor Eaves agreed that peak spreading had a significant potential to bring down those numbers, you recall?
Yes.
And he also agreed that there was a potential for a 10% reduction based on Mrs. Wright's survey.
Correct.
Now, I'd just like your comments, please, in respect of peak spreading and the potential for it to be effective to bring down those numbers. Do you disagree with Councillor Eaves in terms of those points?
No, I don't.
Right. Can we have your view, please?
Well, firstly, 10% of 240 PCUs is 24 PCUs, and that's full mitigation. Now, in fairness, peak spreading doesn't shift things completely out of 15 minutes into another 15 minutes. It spreads it. So it wouldn't be that full effect in that 15 minutes. But we've heard other evidence from the public that they've varied their times of travel. The council's position originally, before it dropped the point, was that they didn't accept that it would exist at all. Now, WebTag modelling, which is the big scheme modelling, has modules within it which shift demand. If this had been run using network modelling, that shifts demand out. It's a very simple concept, really. People say, I arrived early to miss the traffic. That's peak spreading. And there's numerous submissions to the inquiry of the local people actually doing that.
Okay, trip diversion, please.
Yes, we've heard about alternative routes, and everyone's thinking about much wider, much further afield, and that could happen. You know, you could drive down Prince Avenue up into Rochford from the south and up through the town centre. It's interesting that in the study area between the Anne Boleyn roundabout and the Hall Street roundabout, there is another roundabout called South Street. That was agreed not to be necessary to study because the Highway Authority had just upgraded it. So it's not in the study area. But if you look at the traffic counts, you'll see that a significant number of people turn right up into the town centre there. If anyone was coming up from the south, they can go up that way. It doesn't help us in this particular southbound approach. What does help us on the southbound approach is that people driving down Ashington Road can turn left at Dalish Road. And Councillor Shaw yesterday described that that's exactly what she does. I know we're not talking about the queue yet, but the point is, if you were approaching the Roch Avenue, Dallas Road, Ashington Road roundabout, and there was the queue that the model results are showing, you would turn left. When you get to the bottom at this approach, the significant number of people are turning left. I think there's another point I'd just like to add in there as well, if I may. Another element why this is all robust is because the trip generation is taken from the site.
Sorry, just before you go on to that one, we've also seen a survey from Mrs. Wright in respect of trip diversion.
Yes.
Does that support the points that you've just made in respect of trip diversion?
Yes, it does.
And second point is that Councillor Eaves accepted that there was some potential for trip diversion. Do you agree with him in respect of that?
Yes.
Thank you. Go on, sorry, I interrupted you. Next point, please.
It's really to say that when we take the trip generation emanating to and from the site, we take it and we process it right through the study area. It consequently assumes that no one's stopping in the town centre or local destinations. We take one trip from the site and we take it right through the system and out the other end. So it's impacting at all the junctions on the way. Anyone from this side who's going into the town centre, they won't appear at that junction.
Okay.
Sorry, could you repeat that, sir? Thank you.
I said that we take the trip generation from the site and we put it right through the system so it comes out at the extent of the study area. In other words, a trip from A through the system and coming out at B. But some people might want to go from the site to the town centre. And consequently, they could be coming down Ashington Road, up Dallas Road, that way.
Sure.
Yeah. But the model's robust because it takes that trip and it puts it through all the junctions to the extremity. That's the point.
Okay. Next point, please.
I drew the inspector's attention to the number of trips which are associated with education in the morning peak hour.
Right, so can we just get, I can see you're looking at a page there.
Table 5.2, page 57 of the TA. Yeah.
Got that there.
So just on those figures, 12% of the cars in the morning AM peak hour are associated with education. Now we're looking at a peak hour here between 7:15 and 8:15, and this quadrant, this period is the 8 to 8:15 period. When we work on residential schemes, very large residential schemes, quite often you get, we'll build a school on the scheme. When we do that, we then undertake trip internalisation. Familiar with it? What it is if you're not driving off site to get to a school, then it's not a trip generated by a standard site leaving the site. We're not doing that here. We haven't taken any internalisation because we haven't built a school on site. But what's better for trip reduction? A site with a school in it, or 4 schools with a site in the middle of them? Arguably 5 schools. We haven't taken any reduction from the trip rates to echo the fact that lots of people will be within a very easy walk of numerous schools. The trip internalisation point that we normally apply in assessments, you usually just build 1 school, so you're internalising for maybe primary school trips or maybe secondary school trips. But here we've got nurseries and infants and primaries and secondary schools. So there's a far greater potential for the trip internalisation effect to apply here in reduced trips. Albeit, sir, I don't suppose we should call it trip internalisation because there isn't a school internal to the site is internal to the schools.
Yeah, I follow the point that you're saying.
Yeah.
And what sort of impact might that have?
Well, 12% of trips in the AMP car are associated with schools. We've got 25 trips coming down to this junction from the development. If you were to take 12% of that, you would have, well, mental arithmetic, 3 PCUs. Might be 4. Just over 3, I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay, and we know from the planning statement of common ground that it is plainly agreed that those schools are all within walking distance of the site.
That's all accepted.
Yeah.
And we're putting in new footways, cycleways, etc.
Yeah. Good. Next point, you take a point about home and flexible working. That in re-examination, Councillor Eaves accepted, I think he said, would be the norm by 2029. But your views, please, as to the extent that those changes in respect of home and flexible working might have.
Well, it's stark at the moment, really, but that's for particular circumstances. But the trend is certainly towards home working, flexible working. And the other one, which falls under the same heading, is internet shopping. And we heard yesterday about the dearth of shops in the town centre and how they've turned to charity shops, etc. Internet shopping's happening. As I say, had we known about this, we could have provided evidence in rebuttal. But we have things like the TRICS guidance note, changes in travel behaviour 2019. I won't quote directly from it, sir. It's a lengthy document that goes into shopping, etc., but it's talking about shopping trips being down 12%. All of the graphs are heading down. I can advise you later on that if you need a specific number. The general point is the world's changing and trip rates are dropping.
Good. Travel plan, please. Any points in respect of the travel plan?
Yes. I mean, I should perhaps just go to the travel plan if that's okay.
Yeah.
It's in one of my appendices.
Pardon? Appendix 7.
7. You may have noticed, sir, from
Again, sorry, I'll need a page reference because I've not got the tabs in this one there.
143.
Sorry,
143.
143.
Yeah. And in fact, I would then go to 152 after that.
Can't see 152 being tapped.
Well, sir, if you go to 147, 147 is a good place to start.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. You may have noticed from the early correspondence on this inquiry that there were going to be 3 highway witnesses for the appellant, and one of them was going to be a specific travel plan expert. That's Mr. John Hacker of TPS. Yeah. And for various reasons, at this point being accepted, it's ended up as Mr. Hacker's work as an appendix to my evidence, and that's how we're dealing with it. But you'll see in the section 106 and here that there is a substantial travel plan and substantial commitment to an effective travel plan at this site. Mr. Hacker has done hundreds of these. The target is a 10% reduction in trip rates. TPS have been appointed already, i.e. early. It's a good travel plan, and I would turn you to page 152, if I may, please.
Yep, I got that.
And you may be familiar, but the public may not be familiar with an illustration called the travel plan pyramid. It's a very simple concept. It sets out a hierarchy of the different aspects of a travel plan which are likely to lead to it being effective and successful. So the foundation of a successful travel plan is the location. If you have a site which is poorly located, you can fund buses, you can give people information, etc. But if it's in the wrong place, the preponderance to walk, cycle, travel sustainably is not as great. Location is the most important thing. This site location is agreed by all to be highly accessible. The second level of the pyramid, second most important aspect, is built environment. Why is that? Because it lasts. We're putting in cycleways, footways, upgrades to bus stops, real-time information. I think Councillor Shaw said yesterday you could take the bus whenever they are. Well, they're for an hour in each direction, and that's just the main service. There's another 5 to Southampton. Service 60, sir. There's another 5 an hour directly to Southampton. It was mentioned. Yeah, I stand corrected. It's no wonder no one uses that one. Yeah, Southend. Interestingly, the hospital's a stop on that route. We were told yesterday that people go to the hospital, but they need to drive. The estimated journey time's 12 to 15 by car, 22 to 25 by bus. I digress a bit. The built environment's the second most important element, and that's why a lot's being invested in physical infrastructure, which will remain and will make the travel plan effective. The next most important level is the coordinator. They've been appointed already in advance. Highly experienced. Then we have services and facilities, and you'll see in the section 106, sir, the funding that's being provided there. And then the promotional strategy of which Mr. Hacker will take forward in the final travel plan. So, just winding that up, looks like we have an effective travel plan, and it's one of the various reasons why the trip generation rate out of the site will not be as high as is reflected in the robust trip estimates in the model.
Just bear with me 1 second, please. Could you please turn up core document 6.1? 6.1. So sorry. Should have got you. It's the core strategy. And I'm just going to take you to a policy of the core strategy. Actually, I'll just read it out, Mr. Blair. It's fine. I'm just going to read out the section to you to speed it up.
Okay.
If you need to go to it, you can go and root through the boxes.
Can you give me the reference, though?
Yes. So it's core document 6.1.
Yep.
And it's policy T5, travel plans, on page 110. It says this, Mr. Blair. Travel plans will be required for development involving both destination and trip origins. New schools, visitor attractions, leisure uses, larger employment developments will be required to devise and implement a travel plan. It's not relevant to us. But then this, which aims to reduce private single occupancy car use, and then a travel plan will be required for residential development comprising 50 or more units and should be tailored to meet the specific requirements of the development. So 2 points in respect of policy T5, 2 points. First point, has the council at any stage alleged a conflict with policy T5 in respect of the adequacy of the travel plan that's been produced?
No, they have not.
Second point, policy T5 expressly says that the aim is to reduce private single occupancy car use. To what extent does the development plan and its policies support the proposition that you are putting forward to the inquiry in terms of the potential for the travel plan to bring those numbers down?
Fully.
Thank you.
There is another aspect to this as well, that I was saying that the target for the travel plan is 10%. That's 10% of the people who are coming out of the site or into the site. Those sustainable enhancements, the built environment enhancements, the infrastructure, that's there to the benefit of all the public in the area for through route cycling, walking, getting between the schools, getting between the residential areas and the schools. So those built infrastructure elements may also reduce trips from the road which aren't associated with the development. And in fact, they're being promoted precisely for that purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any further points that you'd like to raise, Mr. Blair, in respect of this issue?
Yeah, let me just see. No, it's really just an extension of that last point, which is, you know, if you have the built environment, the travel plan, all those other points together, they don't just apply, they don't just apply in a reduction at this junction. I mean, I just counted there, I've given 8 points. We talked about saving 6 PCUs or 25 PCUs. You know, if they saved 2 PCUs each, would have saved 16, and that seems like a very modest approach when you look at some of the numbers in terms of peak spreading, in terms of the people who can divert, the education school trips. I'll not go through them all again, but huge number of huge potential there to divert. But the point is, it doesn't just apply on this approach. Those are trip reductions off the network. And if I was to go back to my appendix, table 10, which is the results table, sir.
Table 10.
It was the worst case results table that had that one.
Just remind me of the page.
184.
184. Yep, got it.
You asked me the question earlier, was impact mitigated? And I said it was over mitigated. And that's the case if we compare the final green columns with the baseline, which is the terracotta column, which begins 1.02 at Rectory Road down to 0.94. And we can see that Junction 1 is over mitigated. That Junction 3, actually, sir, that 0.87 remains from the old assessment at 0.98 now, because of Mr. Flexman's approach. But it's still over mitigated. And down at Anne Boleyn Roundabout is over mitigated. But those over mitigations are derived from highways improvements. The mitigations that we've just been discussing through those 8 reasons are all additional. So not only are they not included at all in the modelling, they are additional mitigation. So they were over mitigated before, they're now super mitigated or double mitigated, or however you want to describe it, because those effects will apply right across the network. And if we want a benchmark, we can go to the Highway Authority's position, where they said, in their report to Council, at the time when they thought the RFC at Junction 4 was 1.37, that they thought those sustainable mitigations, when considered in the whole, were not only sufficient to mitigate that, they even went as far as to say nil detriment. Now, if they believe they're sufficient to mitigate a 37, well, I call them percent, 0.37 over capacity situation, those benefits apply likewise across the network. You can't mitigate Junction 4 to the tune of 0.37 and not mitigate Dallas Road and Roch Avenue roundabout on the way. It's the same effect down through the network.
Thank you. And then just to pick up on the Highway Authority's latest correspondence with you, which I think is set out in your Appendix B, Volume 5 rebuttal.
Yeah.
And it's the one that's at, if you recall, if you find Appendix B, and then it's on page 2 at the top.
Yes.
And what do the Highways Authority tell us in that email of the 12th of January 2022?
Okay, well, the first thing to note is that they were responding to my email in advance of settling all the issues with Mr. Flexman. This was the email where I had said if the inspector was minded to go with his rebuttal result of 1.13, what would the Highway Authority view be? I've reviewed the information below and can confirm that the Highway Authority agree with the points raised. It is also key to reaffirm that the application must also be viewed holistically and appreciate that the package of network improvement measures to facilitate modal shift, there's a typo there, form part of the Highway Authority acceptance of the scheme. Considering those points, the position of the Highway Authority remains unchanged, and that the proposed allocated development does not constitute a severe cumulative impact. At the point of writing that, they hadn't seen my revised results for all the other junction models.
Yep.
They were still working on the ACE results, and they just thought that this Junction 3, had gone from a position of being over-mitigated to 0.9, had now increased to 1.13, and they were still content that that didn't constitute a severe impact.
And I am afraid I'm going to ask you to look at the core strategy now. So you are going to have to dig it out, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just ask Mr. Pycroft to pass you an unmarked version. And it's page 105, core document 6.1.
Sorry, what page in it?
105, sir.
Thank you.
And I just want to look at this is the I'm sorry, just wait for you to...
Sorry, 105.
Page 105.
Page 105, right. I have it.
Okay, and we can see the objectives there, the objectives of the Council's core strategy in respect of transportation matters. Objective, I just want to understand in light of what you've said, to what extent we comply with some of these. So, number one, to deliver developments that will reduce reliance on the private car and that are well related to the public transport network.
Yes, that's achieved.
Thank you. To deliver online improvements, do we do that?
Well, we do deliver online improvements. It says here on the east-west road networks, but yeah, we do deliver online improvements. Yeah.
To identify and assess locations in the district that currently suffer from poor highway connectivity and congestion, and work with the Highway Authority to identify solutions.
Well, we're in compliance with that. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't think the next one's relevant to us. Next one, to ensure that all new developments, including residential developments, implement travel plans to reduce reliance on the private car. Do we do that?
Yeah, we're doing that. Yeah.
Thank you. To work with the County Council and other organisations to ensure that a safe, accessible and convenient network of cycle and pedestrian routes is implemented across the district. Do we do that?
We do that by providing routes and providing contributions to strategic routes.
Thank you. And then I'm not sure that there's, I don't think the next one's particularly relevant. And then there's one about car parking. And we know now that the local planning authority has no issue in respect of car parking.
Correct.
Thank you very much. So to what extent do we comply with the core objectives of the core strategy in respect of transportation matters, Mr. Blair?
Well, we comply fully with all the elements there that we can comply with. And the ones that apply to us or could apply to us, we comply with. Yeah.
Okay.
Just conscious we've been going about 1 hour 40, and I don't know how far you are through this evidence in chief session.
Just bear with me a second. So I think there are a couple of points. Yeah, if I just finish this point, sir, and then we'll perhaps take a break.
Okay.
And I haven't got too much left, but there are a couple of points the Rule 6 party raised that I want to make sure that we've covered as well.
Yeah. Just finish this point and let me know when.
Thank you very much. So just taking all that into account, all of those points into account, Mr. Blair, and just bearing in mind in particular that 25 or 6 PCU point that you have discussed. What is your position on whether post-development and therefore post-mitigation measures there will be an acceptable or unacceptable impact on Junction 4 in terms of delay or the likelihood of queues backing through Junction 3?
I think there would be an absolutely acceptable impact. Having gone through 8 reasons as to why development trips and indeed other wider network trips would move away from the busy periods. We would hope that it might even be improved. Now, I'm just simply trying to apply some numbers and logic to the 8 very valid reasons that I've set out individually.
Now then, the legal, the test set out in case law is that if the view of the Highway Authority is to be departed from, there must be clear and compelling reasons to do so. Have you seen any clear and compelling reasons to depart from the view of the Highway Authority that, firstly, the impacts will be acceptable, and secondly, indeed, their judgment that there will be nil detriment taking into account those measures?
I think their position's correct. There's no reason to depart from it. I haven't seen any evidence that would lead me to that conclusion.
Has this point made by Councillor Eaves been quantified in respect of Councillor this point by Councillor Eaves? Has he looked, because he's queried the effectiveness of some of these points in his evidence? Yeah?
Yes.
But he accepts that there will be a reduction. Has he provided any evidence to quantify his position?
He's provided no evidence to quantify that. The only number he gave suggested that we would save 24 PCUs through peak spreading alone.
Thank you. And so does Councillor Eaves' evidence represent clear and compelling evidence to depart from the view of the statutory consultee?
Certainly not.
No. And of course, we aren't in any case looking at the impact on one junction when we're looking at Framework 111. We're looking at whether the residual cumulative impacts on the road network are severe. Your judgment, please, in respect of that point. Yes,
there is no residual cumulative impact that is severe. All weighed up across the network, it's beneficial. These built environment mitigations, they're working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to promote active travel.
And is that a position, no residual cumulative impact that is severe across the network as a whole, is that a position agreed by Mr. Flexman, firstly?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is that a position agreed by the local planning authority's professional officer in 2 reports to committee?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is that a position agreed by the statutory consultee, the Highway Authority?
Yes.
Is that a position agreed by the professional consultants that undertook the transport assessment initially?
Yes.
And is that your professional opinion, Mr. Blair?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. What is the professional consensus in this case?
Well, it is 100% or total that all professionals agree there is no severe residual cumulative impact on the local road network.
And if we then turn up the framework, please, just to, we've looked at paragraph 111. And we've looked at the objectives of the core strategy. Just want to have a quick look at para 110.
Yes.
It's in assessing sites that may be allocated for development in plans, so would have been taken into account on allocation, but also specific applications for development, it should be ensured that, and there are a number of criteria. A, Appropriate opportunities to promote sustainable transport modes can or have been taken up, given the type of development and its location. Do we comply with that?
Yes, we have, yeah.
Safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved for all users. Well, we're going to look at that in a bit more detail in a moment, but in summary,
Yes, that's
comply
achieved.
with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's then a point about design of streets, parking areas and transport elements. Any issue taken in respect of those points?
No issues taken, and that can be achieved as it emerges through the development of the site.
Thank you. And then any significant impacts from the development on the transport network in terms of capacity congestion or on highway safety can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree.
That's achieved. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I do have a few points on some concerns of the Rule 6 part. It's probably a convenient place for a break.
Okay, well, it's fractionally after 15:15. Let's go until 11:05. That's about a 20-minute break. So I'll adjourn now. We'll resume at 11:05. Thank you. I should have said, Mr. Blair, Can I ask you to take your seats, please, ladies and gentlemen? The inquiry is resumed. So, Miss Reid, you said you got a few further points to go through with Mr. Blair.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to just deal with a couple of specific points that have been raised now by the Rule 6 party. First point, highway safety issues and the narrowing of the pavement outside the school. Can you just, I know you set this out in detail in terms of your response and your proof of evidence, but can you just please summarise your position?
Well, my summary position is that the proposed layout is satisfactory.
Yeah. Can you just explain why?
Yeah, sorry. Well, I took a look at it because it's been raised by various people in their evidence. And, the starting position is that the design is accepted by the Highway Authority. They said it would be satisfactory if it was greater than 3 metres. It is greater than 3 metres. I drew up a plan of dimensions. There's a bit of I detected a bit of a misunderstanding going around that it was being proposed at 3 metres. It isn't. The narrowest point is 3.25, and then over 50 metres it goes up to 4.51. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I got a tape measure out this morning and measured between the corner of your table and the corner of Mr. Parkinson's table, and that's 3.5 metres. And we were told the other day that a single buggy couldn't pass a double buggy in that. It goes up to 4.5 metres at the widening bit. I took photographs of the area in question. They're in my Appendix 2 with dimensions. But I gave this some consideration, and I noticed a few things. I've written down a list again, so I'll just go through them. The first thing is that we're also providing new cycle routes through the site, so people could ride bicycles north-south through the site. We're not actually adding any pedestrians or cyclists to that frontage outside Holt Farm School where this path is. If you think about it, no one from our site would be walking on that part of the pavement unless they were going to that school. The school capacity is not increasing. The other point that you need to note is that the ped cycleway at the moment is 3 metres wide. So the section that we're providing over this 50 metres is wider than what already exists. Now, I've put photographs in my appendices again of the pedestrians coming down at peak times, and there are the time-lapse photographs which show both pedestrians and cyclists, generally children. When I say generally children, there was one commuter in the morning peak who cycled down the road in the video, and there was one commuter in the half-hour peak who cycled down the Holt Farm School frontage and then came across at the Toucan, and that was at about 22. When I provided those time snap photographs, I just asked for them at 5-minute intervals, and I put them in to be sort of fair and representative, and I hadn't actually looked at the detail of the video. But Mr. Flexman asked for the video, and it was shared to him with the privacy confidentiality agreement, and he looked through it and agreed that they were representative. I've subsequently looked at it, and they are. And that shows one cyclist at 20 to 9 before it gets busy, using the ped cycleway in front of the school and crossing at the Toucan. Now, I've also put in my proof of evidence the full counts, because they were derived by ACE from the videos, and those are in Appendix 9. And it was said yesterday that there's hundreds of pedestrians, and yes, there are. And those are the pedestrians that are shown in the time-lapse photographs. And those are the pedestrians that are expressed in those counts. But as you can see from the time-lapse photographs, it's all over from a very quiet situation to a very quiet situation again in just over 15 minutes. But it's interesting how it's used at that time, because there are children on bicycles. The segregated white line doesn't apply. Everyone just walks wherever they want to or cycles wherever they want to. But if you were trying to make that super safe, you would give everyone their own personal carer, and that's exactly what they have. They're accompanied by their parents. At those busy times, there's no commuter cyclists trying to cycle through them. And when you look at the guidance, and even if you go to LTN 120, Local Transport Note 120, which is the cycleway guidance, it tells you that you can have a shared cycle facility 3 meters wide. And the reference for that, if we need it, is it's paragraph 6.56. And you can have a shared facility where the through movement is slow.
Sorry, say that one again.
Where it is slow. Yeah, slow. And the design guidance that it relates to talks about 20 and 30 kilometre per hour speeds. But of course, we're here at a Toucan crossing. We're at the end of the cycleway on the west side of Ashington Road. No one cycles beyond that Toucan on the south side. Some of the kids don't get off their bikes, but they're on their bicycles on the footway. So either people are slowing, stopping to use the Toucan crossing, or they're getting off to walk on into the school. So the areas where you can have a 3 metre shared use is where it's slow, near Toucan crossings, etc., where high pedestrian numbers and cyclists exist at different times. Well, we don't have high cyclist numbers at all. And even if you go to the traffic counts and look at the cycle traffic along Ashington Road where there are no cycleways, it's a handful. It's not much at all. Hopefully it'll increase in the future when the new cycleways are put in. But it also says that the 3 metre applies for up to 300 cyclists mixing with 300 pedestrians. And what we have is a busy 15-minute peak period with one cyclist who was outside that time. And that's for 3 metres, and as I said at the beginning, we're going from 3.25 to 4.5 on an existing segregated cycleway, which is 3. It's interesting to look at those still photographs. Yes, people stand around and wait, but you can see just where they do that, and it can easily be accommodated within the widths that are being proposed.
Thank you. Next point raised by, just in respect of that issue, any dispute from Mr. Flexman, the Highways Authority, and now the Local Planning Authority into the safety of that proposal?
The short answer is no, no contention from any of them. The slightly longer answer is that Mr. Flexman wanted to explore that point, but when he saw the video, he was satisfied and he no longer retains it.
Thank you. Next point raised by Rule 6 party, please, related to the access onto Percy Cottis Road. Has that been the subject of a road safety audit, and what were the results in respect of it?
Yes, it has been subject to a road safety audit, and the process there is that a firm of independent auditors go through the formal process. The road safety audit, the express purpose is to identify issues which pertain to road safety. They did identify 3 issues, but the next stage is the designer's response to that. So in the TA where the road safety audit is set out, you'll also find the designer's response and their addressing of the 3 issues.
And have those issues been addressed?
Well, yes, the development will accord with the recommendations of the designer, yeah.
And then if we can again please turn up the core strategy, core document 6.1. And this time page 74.
Sorry, Mr. Pycroft. Last time, I'll see if I can get it myself this time. 6.1.
Oh, just bear with me a minute, I've got the wrong
Core
page.
strategy adopted, yeah.
Just bear with me a moment, I think I've just got the wrong page reference there. No, I've got the right page reference but the wrong document. It's core document 6.2, the allocations plan.
Got it.
Page 74. And it's just what the policy was telling us, or is telling us, sorry, about Percy Cottis Road. And it's paragraph 3.244 at the bottom of page 74. I'll just read it out so everyone can follow. It says, if access and egress points to the south of the site are considered acceptable, the arrangement of the roads on site should be such that it would not facilitate the creation of a through route between Ashington Road and the Drive Percy Cottis Road, as these are residential areas. To what extent has the arrangement of the roads on site responded to that policy requirement, or can it?
Yeah, that policy requirement is reflected in the design of the on-site roads. They are in a convoluted, so it would not encourage rat running through. It's been laid out to avoid that.
Thank you. And any issue taken by the Highway Authority or the local planning authority or Mr. Flexman in respect of the appropriateness of the secondary access to Percy Cottis Drive?
No issues taken.
Thank you. Yes. Final point, please. In respect of Rule 6 comments, they have made reference to a Ringway-Jacobs report.
Yes.
Just by summary, do you have any points to raise in respect of that report?
Yes, I reviewed it when I saw the Rule 6 evidence. I won't go to the note that I made. Sorry, the note that I made. I'll try and do this from memory, but I read the report and I noticed the important notes at the beginning of it, which said things like, don't quote selectively from it. It's prepared solely for the purpose of the client, Essex County Council. I saw that the allocations were in it, including SAR2 on our own side. I don't wish to quote selectively from it, but I saw that the site was regarded as being highly accessible with a good likelihood of achieving active travel and sustainable bus use. But then I mostly just noted the conclusions, which say that it is being prepared solely to inform considerations for the local plan and to help define the scope for assessing applications and developments as they come forward. And if you put those few things together, what it means is that Essex County Council were fully informed in 2017 of all of the issues within that report, all the issues described by the Rule 6 party. And the express purpose of it is so that they would be that well informed when it came time to define the scope of assessment for developments coming forward. That was in 2017. This application came forward. The scope was agreed in 2019 with the Highway Authority. If anything, what that report says to me is that that Highway Authority was probably better informed, better able to define an accurate scope and form a view than might normally be the case.
And I think you mentioned previously there's confirmation in the Planning Officer's report that the Highways Authority checked the data, the travel data,
yes,
that had been collected by the appellant and confirmed that it was consistent or inconsistent with the information that they held.
No, they said it was, I don't think they used the word consistent. I think that they validated it against the database of their own data and confirmed that it was appropriate, yes.
Thank you. And I'll ask Mr. Pycroft about points relating to the emerging plan, and not you, Mr. Blair.
Okay.
Final point then, Councillor Shaw yesterday confirmed that when she considered matters as a whole, the proposal was compliant with policies T2, SER8 insofar as it relates to transport issues, because you're not concerned with the remainder of it, and DM31.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
I've reviewed those and I do agree with that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And is the proposal compliant in transportation and highways terms with the policies contained in the framework?
It is, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blair. If you wait there, I'm sure there'll be some questions for you.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Parkinson, can I just double check? You'd said, I think you'd said an hour to an hour and a half. Sorry, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Are we still?
I think we're still on track for that, yes.
Sorry?
Still on track.
Yeah, that's fine.
That, yeah.
Okay, in that case, would you like to begin your cross-examination then?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Blair.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, what I want to do is divide this up into topics. I'll just go through what they are now so we know where we're going. The first topic is the existing position. Then we're going to do the correct approach under paragraph 111 of the MPPF. Then we're going to do, is the residual cumulative impact severe based on the modelled figures? And then finally, we're going to do, can that situation be improved? And we'll cover there your 8 points that you went through in evidence in chief. Okay, so that's the agenda. We'll start off with the existing position. And I want to establish a few points that I think we can agree at the outset. So the first is Ashington Road is a key strategic route connecting Ashington and Rochford. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. And on a wider level, Ashington Road is classified as a Priority 1 road by Essex County Council. That's correct, isn't it?
I understand that, yes.
Yeah. And what that means is across the district as a whole, it's one of the key traffic arteries.
Okay.
Yeah. And if we can just see that, can you take up CD 6.04?
You might just have to bear with me a moment while I get that.
Sorry, so I also haven't given you a list. I don't know if it helps to have one now or just as we go. I don't think anything's too unusual.
point is table space is limited, so
Yeah.
I don't want too big a
Okay.
list because it's too difficult to juggle them. I've kept open those we've had open already, so let's just do it one at a time. Just
Okay.
pause each time so I can locate it.
Okay.
And I'm struggling as well. I've got.
Good.
Sorry.
So it's, I think, I can't remember if Ms. Reid took you to it. It was referred to, I think, as the Spatial Options Consultation Paper, CD 6.04. I think Mr. Pycroft's going to hand you a copy.
Yeah, I just don't see it here at all.
No, I think one's coming your way.
Thank you.
And then once you've got that, can you turn to page 124? And there should be a heading there, road connectivity.
Okay.
Let me know when you've got that.
Yes, I've got it. Yeah.
Okay, so we can read the paragraph. The district benefits from two main strategic routes, the A127 and A130, which both act as economic corridors and provide connectivity beyond our borders to the various locations identified there. And then there's this sentence. These are supported by a network of important interurban routes, including the A129, the A1015, the A1245, and the B1013, Rawreth Lane, Ashington Road, and Lower Road, which together connect our towns and villages to one another. And that description of Ashington Road as an important interurban route, that's not something you would disagree with, is?
That's right.
No. And Ashington Road is particularly important for north-south trips across the district. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep. And Hall Road Junction, Junction 4, which we'll come on to in a minute, that's a key junction on Ashington Road and in Rochford Town Centre.
Yes.
Yep. And during at least the AM and the PM peaks, the Ashington Road and the Hall Road roundabout is already congested.
I've seen queues there, but it also operates freely during the peak periods at times.
So in terms of whether it would be a fair description to describe the Hall Road roundabout as congested or not in the AM peak, what would be your answer? Would you describe it as congested in the AM peak?
Well, I would say that there are queues at times, but I've also seen it operating freely, and the photographs in my evidence show that, and the accepted traffic queue data shows that.
Okay, well, let's see what the plan says. And then we'll see on what you base that judgment on and how many times you've been to the site. So let's start with the plan, CD 6.01, which is the core strategy. And once you're there, if you can turn to, I'll let you get it first.
PD 6.01.
Yeah, it's the core
Not
strategy.
here. Yeah. Do I need both of these out?
You don't need the spatial options document anymore. I think you can put that fully to one side. So it's just the core strategy.
The consultation paper, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the core strategy, yeah. And if you can turn within it to page 107.
I'm sorry, can you give me this reference again, please?
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's CD 6.01. It's the core strategy.
Yeah. .01, I've got the volume.
Yeah.
And what's the reference?
You've got the volume, and then it's page 107.
No. No.
No,
It's not 6.01.
Should be.
Right, thank you. Yes,
Yep. And are you on page 107?
I am.
Yep, brilliant. And then you see there policy T2.
Yes.
Now, this is a policy that was adopted in December 2011, so 10 years ago. And it says, the Council will work with Essex County Council or Highways Authority to ensure that the highway improvements are implemented to address issues of congestion, road flooding or poor signage. In particular, highway improvements to the following will be prioritised. And you see the second bullet point down, Ashington Road, to improve traffic flows and reduce congestion. Now, that's a clear recognition in the development plan, isn't it, that congestion on Ashington Road needs to be reduced?
Yes.
Yep. Now, that's the position 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I did tell you to put away the spatial options document that you just had. If we can take that back up. That's CD 6.04. We'll be getting into the modelling soon, so there won't be as many planning documents.
6.0, right.
6.04.
.04 page.
It's the same page we were on before. Sorry, let me just get it up. I think it's 129.
124, you told me.
Sorry, 124.
Yes.
So this is a paragraph we went to before. Now, this is a very recent document. We've seen the position 10 years ago, congestion needs to be reduced. This is a document from the last couple of months. Same paragraph. After talking about the important interurban routes, including Ashington Road, there's then a sentence, can you see it halfway down? Rochford's road network is known to have congestion. Can you see that? Halfway down the paragraph.
Yes, I've got
Yep.
it. Yeah.
Rochford's road network is known to have congestion issues, primarily focused along the main routes detailed above and at key junctions along those routes. Now, one of the main routes detailed above is the Ashington Road, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And you've already said that the Hall Road Junction is one of the key junctions along those routes.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a recent, up-to-date position from the local planning authority confirming that Ashington Road and the Hall Road Junction is known to have congestion issues.
I don't see the Hall Road Junction specifically mentioned.
It says, well, let's do this in stages. Main routes detailed above are known to have congestion issues. That includes the Ashington Road, doesn't it? Because we can see that in the list above.
Yes.
Yeah. And you've already said, yes, it doesn't break it down, but you've already said that the Hall Road Junction is one of the key junctions on the Ashington Road route.
Yes.
Yeah. So putting the two together, this is a confirmation that both the Ashington Road and the Hall Road Junction are known to have congestion issues.
I can see why you would think that, but it doesn't say that.
Well, can we at least agree that it says that the Ashington Road is known to have congestion issues?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll leave it there, because we also have, finally, on this topic, the appellant's own transport assessment, and I want to go to the addendum, so that's CD 2.07. And once you're there, if you could turn to page 14, and it's paragraph 250.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is in the concluding section of the report, and it says, as per the conclusions of the original assessment work contained in the TA, it's been demonstrated that, for the most part, although the local highway network is congested, and then it goes on to talk about the ability to deliver the proposed scheme without significant detrimental impacts. And we'll come on to that. But this is a recognition in the TA itself, isn't it, that the local highway network is congested?
Yes.
Yeah. And you very carefully went through in your proof, we can go to the section if you'd like, and went through all the parts of the TA that you agreed with and disagreed with. and this wasn't one of the parts, was it? The existing conditions section, you gave a tick and said that that provided an accurate account of existing conditions.
Well, I did my own site visits to see the existing conditions, but I would accept that Ashington Road does have congestion.
Right, and the Hall Road roundabout?
As I say, I've seen it flow freely at peak times, and I've seen queuing there. It's not congested all the time due to my site visits or the recorded queues.
Okay, well, let's look at your site visits and what you saw. I mean, we need to, first of all, just establish the peak periods that we're talking about, because that's an important preliminary step. So can you turn to the TA? So it's CD 1.14.
Okay. Can I put these other CDs away, or do you need them again?
You keep the addendum close. The core strategy, I think you can put away probably permanently. Actually, not permanently. Have that. have that within reach, but not on the table.
Yeah. Bear with me as well. I can see where the TA is, but just getting down to it. Okay, I'm ready when.
And then it's page 62 within the TA.
Yes.
And so we got there, table 6.1, surveyed junctions and weekday peak hours. And the AM peak hour is the time when the total flow through each of these junctions was at its greatest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And what we can see is that the AM peak hour is slightly different for each of the junctions.
That's right.
Yeah. And I think that's where the typo on your summary
I think that's where it came
from.
in. Yeah.
Okay. So if we just look, the one that I'm going to be asking you the most about is the Hall Road, and the AM peak hour is 7:15 to 8:15.
Yes.
Yeah. Just a question. We also have there Ashington Road brackets link. Now, can you just explain for my benefit what that's a reference to?
I don't know what that's a reference to. I think it's the distance between Rectory Road and Dallas Road roundabout.
That's what I've taken it to be. So it's not a junction. It's not a junction. It's the link between the two junctions.
Road between the two junctions.
The two junctions. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So, and you recognise, I think, that there are times when Hall Road and Ashington Road are busy outside of those modelled peak hours that we have in Table 6.2. Is that correct?
They are certainly busy at times outside the model peaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Now, in terms of your personal experience, you visited the site in person on 2 days, you said, in your proof and your evidence, the 9th and the 10th of September.
Yes, I did, yeah.
And on the 9th, you focused on, I think, the end of the school day and the PM peak. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, what I did was I got there and I witnessed the first school peak, if you want to call it that.
Yep.
I drove around the network with a dash cam on, so I've got the videos of it all. Second school peak, I went into the school with my yellow jacket on, asked if I could have permission, let them know I was there, took the measurements that you see, yep. Drove around the network again, yep. Sat there with the dash cam on, videoed. I was actually in the side road lay-by, just watching the cars go past, yep. From about 4 to 4:45, and then I scoped the network again.
You weren't there 7:15 to 8:15 a.m. on the 9th, were you? That's what you did on the 10th.
That's right.
So on the 9th, you focused on the afternoon, take broad terms.
And PM.
And PM peak.
Yeah.
And in the 10th, you focused on the morning, so the morning peak and
until
the morning
11,
school drop-off.
Half 10, 11, yeah.
So whilst you visited the site on 2 days, in terms of your personal experience of each of the peaks, it was one day for each peak. Is that a fair description?
Those were my observations, yeah.
Okay. So in terms of the AM peak, let's focus on that. If we turn to your proof, paragraph 4.4.4.
Again, just pause. I know it's here, but it's buried. So. Yeah, I have that. Thank you.
And we can see paragraph 4.4.4, you say at 8:15, the West Street Hall Road, Ashton Road roundabout had a queue of 10 vehicles, but none at 8:23. See that?
4.4.4, 8:15, West Hall Ashton Road, a queue of 10. That's right.
Yep. Now, 8:23, of course, is outside the modelled peak hours that we've been looking at.
Yeah.
Yep. So you've gone through at 8:15. And we can see at paragraph 4.4.2 that you noted queuing at the West Street Hall Road roundabout at 7:54. See that?
4.4.2, you say?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, I think this is right because I've sort of followed you around using your dash cam photos, and you can sort of see where you're going, like a CCTV sort of crime documentary or something. But am I right in saying that within the AM peak that we're talking about and that you've modelled, you went through the Hall Road junction twice?
No.
Well, you tell me when you've gone through, because I've got you down as going through when you first arrived at 7:54, as you say, at 4.4.2, and then at 8:15 and 4.4.4.
Yeah. If you turn to my appendix 3.
Yeah.
Photograph number 1.
Again, just bear with
It's paginated number 26.
page 26 in your volume 1.
Yeah.
Okay, 7:39. Is that not?
That's going along Hall Road under the bridge to the West Street roundabout.
Yeah.
When I set out the photographs, and obviously when I wrote my text, I had a choice. I could have put the whole video in, but I didn't want to do that because there's 6 hours of it. But I was driving around the network frequently, and I put in shots that I thought were...
Okay, so we got that occasion.
Yeah.
And then, but then we can see that you then went... So we can see the times. So that's 7:39, but then you went up...
Which is in the peak hour, yeah.
Yeah, so that's one occasion. Then you went up Bradley Way, roundabout the drive, went up the other side of the site.
Yeah.
Then at 7:50, you're back on Ashington Road, opposite the school.
Yeah.
Then you're going up to Rectory Road, Golden Cross Shops. And then image 12 at Hall Road. So that's our second occasion.
I would have to watch the video back again, because some of these photographs are 8 to 10 minutes apart, and I was driving around the whole time.
But every time that you went through the Hall Road roundabout in that period, you noticed queuing, didn't you?
Well, I noticed in photograph 1, there's a queue of 3.
Yeah. And that had gone up to 10 by 8:15.
See?
Well, I'm just looking at your proof, 4.4.4,
Okay.
10. Yeah. So in terms of the period that the council's case focusing on the AM peak, you've had this one visit on the 9th, and you've recorded the queuing that you've seen. Now, you recognise, and I think you recognised it in your evidence in chief, that that's not a particularly robust site visit, that further observation would be needed, which is why the video cameras were set up. Is that correct?
Well, when I saw where the points were emerging, I wanted to have data outside the school because no one else had any data.
Yeah.
And I thought that would be it. But we're also informed by the traffic count and the queue surveys. We've got queue surveys at that junction every 5 minutes.
I fully appreciate that. I'm talking about your personal experience. Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of your personal experience, we have that one day.
Yeah.
The video that was set up outside the school doesn't help us in terms of conditions at the Hall Road roundabout, does it? You can't see that far.
Different location.
Different location. So we have one day.
Yeah.
Now, the inspector's going to have to reach a judgment about existing conditions.
Yeah.
And take all sorts of factors into account. Take your observations on that one day, take into account the Q surveys.
Yeah.
But you also accept that as part of that, the views of local residents who pass through that junction every day needs to be given weight.
Well, I know that Councillor Eaves, the inspector, asked him on Wednesday had he gone down, and he
Sorry,
said
can
yes,
I just have a yes/no? Do you accept that the views of local residents?
I think
who
I think the inspector will hear the views of local residents at this inquiry, but we're talking about data versus local experience.
Do you accept that those views of local residents who travel through the junction every day needs to be given weight by the inspector?
Yes.
Yes. And those views provide information that models can't. For example, the models won't take into account the effects of bin day Thursday, will it?
The model data was collected on a Thursday.
Okay, but I'm talking about...
Inherently it does, but it doesn't take account of start-stop behind a bin.
No, and it doesn't take account of roadworks, which is another issue that we've heard. All these factors that we've heard at the inquiry...
All of these normal, everyday aspects of life on a highway, yeah.
No, but they are something that the inspector, as you said, needs to take into account and give weight, aren't they?
I would direct the inspector to the normal standard approach of looking at the models. Every road with a house on it has a bin day. Every road that gets repaired has roadworks.
The views of local residents and those sorts of factors are something the inspector needs to take into account to give weight, aren't they?
Yeah, I've said okay. Yes.
Right. Correct approach under paragraph 111 of the MPPF. Okay, if we take that up.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to just quickly run through how we approach this. I hope that none of this will be controversial, but as soon as anyone says that, it turns out quite often that it is. But let's hope it's not. So the first point to make is whether an impact, a residual cumulative impact on the road network is severe or not. That's a matter of judgment, isn't it?
I say it is, yeah.
Yep. And the MPPF, well, neither the MPPF nor the PPG actually quantifies a threshold above which an impact is severe or not severe.
Right.
Yep. And nor does it prescribe what you have to take into account, bar the fact that it includes the impacts on congestion and capacity.
Well, it's informed by residual and cumulative.
Yes, but in terms of we'll come on to what residual and cumulative means in a minute, but in terms of the factors that need to be taken into account, there's nothing in paragraph 111 that says you must take into account the following. We're going to go through what they are in a minute, but in terms of paragraph 111, there's nothing that sets it out, are they?
It says unacceptable impact on highway safety or residual cumulative impacts on the road network.
Yeah. And in terms of the factors that we would take into account, would you agree that they include queue lengths would be a relevant factor?
That's a relevant factor, yeah.
Delay?
Yes.
The impact on overall journey times?
Yes.
Yep. The number of road users affected by the impact?
It's a consideration, yeah.
The availability of alternative routes?
Yeah, I would take that into account.
Yep. Okay, we'll come back to some of those. Now, you mentioned residual and cumulative. Residual means, well, I would suggest it means two things. Firstly, the impact with mitigation. You've got to take the mitigation into account. I'm sure you'd agree with that.
It's what's left over after you've considered your impacts and your mitigations.
Yeah. And also a comparison between, in this case, 2029 with the development versus 2029 without the development.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, cumulative, that means, again, I would suggest two things. First of all, taking into account other developments, which you do through the growth factor and any committed sites, so that what you're looking at in 2029 takes into account what's happening on other sites as well. Yeah.
Well, our assessments do that, but
Yeah.
I don't see that as part of this definition of cumulative.
Okay, well, maybe you would agree with the second one then, which is that you have to take into account what's happening on other junctions as well and on the remainder of the road network. Those are all factors that need to be taken into account in assessing the cumulative impact.
Yeah, it's an overall.
Yeah, okay. Now, if we look at paragraph 110, just above paragraph 111, we can see that in assessing sites that may be allocated for development and plans or specific applications for development, that's what we're doing, it should be ensured that A, appropriate opportunities to promote sustainable transport modes can be or have been taken up, given the type of development and its location. Yep.
Yes.
Now, simple point is, if those opportunities to promote sustainable transport modes have been taken up, so you have a tick under paragraph 110A, but the residual cumulative impact on the road network is nevertheless severe, you would still not comply with paragraph 111 of the MPPF. I'll ask it again. So if it's not enough to have taken up appropriate opportunities to promote sustainable transport modes, if, having done so, the residual cumulative impact is still severe, in that situation, you wouldn't comply with paragraph 111.
Well, if the definition of cumulative is that you've got to take all of those into account, then they will be taken into account. So if there was a residual cumulative impact after taking them into account, then that's what you'd have to gauge.
Yeah. So, but in very simple terms, you can have a severe residual cumulative impact even if you've done everything you can in terms of sustainable transport and mitigation. In that situation, you could still fail to comply with paragraph 111 of the MPPF, even if you've done everything you can to avoid it as a development.
Well, there may be a theoretical development somewhere which has done all that it can and has an impact.
Yeah. Okay, but we'll see. But you agree that in principle that's something that could arise, because there have been questions and points that have arisen in terms of, well, this development has taken up all the sustainable transport modes that it can, and it has got a travel plan, etc., and there's boxes ticked there. The fact that all of that's happened, if the residual cumulative impact is nonetheless severe, the development would still not comply with paragraph 111 of the MPPF.
Yeah. Paragraph 111 says if the residual cumulative impact is severe, then it comes into force. So if the final position is that the residual cumulative impact is severe, then it applies.
Yeah, okay, good. Right, let's move on then to that question, is the residual cumulative impact severe? I want to do this in sort of two halves. Firstly, fairly briefly, deal with the changes since the planning committee, and then deal with the current modelling. Okay. So you've gone through this in your evidence in chief, but I think it's fair to say that you've made three main changes to the modelling that was in the original TA. First, the revision to the temporal growth rates.
Yes.
Secondly, the revision to the trip rates.
Yes.
And then thirdly, the validation of the junction models.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so in terms of the third one, the validation, it's fair to say that's correcting a mistake that was made in the original TA and TAA.
Substantially, yes.
Yep, okay. In terms of traffic generation, so trip rates, now you've calculated this differently, and we'll come back to what you've done when we look at your 8 points. You calculated it differently, but you agree, I think, that the trip rates provided in the original TA provide a reasonable assessment of traffic generation.
Well, they were reasonable in the sense of providing a robust assessment. Everyone agrees it's a robust assessment.
Yep. Ditto in terms of temporal growth, you've calculated this differently, but you agree that the approach that was originally adopted is the standard approach. I think you confirmed that in...
No, it was an approach, and they took the temporal, the different areas, and got the temporal factor. But the point I made was that was double counting our side, so I just fine-tuned it.
You fine-tuned it, but in terms of the original approach, it was a fairly standard approach, and it was an approach that the original TA owned up to.
It's a fairly standard approach for a robust assessment, yeah.
Okay. So on both of those, whilst you differ from your colleagues at ACE about what's the right tempo growth or the right trip rate, you don't say that the approach that they took was inappropriate or unreasonable on either of those factors, do you?
It was overly robust.
You don't say that it was inappropriate or unreasonable?
It was appropriate for what they were doing, which is providing a robust assessment.
Okay. So whilst you've made some changes, they're ultimately judgment calls, aren't they?
No, they're led by data. They're updating and review.
Yeah, but
They're not judgment calls.
Well, they're your judgment. I mean, we can see that if we look at...
I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir, this line of questioning. But none of these points were taken with Councillor Eaves. There is no evidential basis for these points being taken on the local planning authority's case. And there is a statement of common ground from the council's witness agreeing, Mr. Flexman, which has not been withdrawn in terms of his evidence, but there's a statement of common ground agreeing that he thought that these matters were appropriate. And finally, there's no evidence from him either in respect of these specific points. So I don't understand, with respect, what the evidential basis is for this line of questioning.
Well, I think it's reasonable for Mr. Parkinson to explore Mr. Blair's evidence, and I think that that's where he's going. This is difficult, I know, because I don't know where he's going to end up. But at the minute, I'm content to allow Mr. Parkinson to continue. I think it's reasonable. Thank you.
If we look at your proof at 5.6.1. Your summary of this is, I'm of the view that the approach and actions undertaken by ACE are appropriate, albeit I believe they have overestimated the impact on the Highway Authority. And the point of this, and where I'm going with this, is that whilst you've taken a different approach and you believe that they've overestimated the impact, their figures are not unreasonable and they don't fall outside a reasonable range of what the inspector can take into account when judging the traffic generation and the growth on the network. You wouldn't say that the ACE figures are unreasonable?
I have said here that they have overestimated the impact on the highway network, which, because it comes from the standard modelling and the data that's put into it, means that the figures they put in are too high.
Are you saying that the approach taken in the original TA was unreasonable?
There is an approach which is a methodology.
Yeah.
It's an absolutely scoped out standard approach, but the figures that they've put in are too high.
Are you saying that the original tempo growth factor and trip rates adopted in the TA was unreasonable?
At that point in time, that was the standard approach they took. I've identified it as being too high. It's not an unreasonable approach. Right. It's an approach that leads to an overestimate and a robust assessment.
Right. Not an unreasonable approach. Well, we can then see what that does when we look at the modelling later. Okay. Now, let's look at where we've got to on the current figures. So it's your volume 2, page 54.
Sorry, give me that one again. Appendix 2.
Volume 2, page 54. It's the summary table that's in technical note 3. It's the one.
Volume 2, so that's this one.
Page 184.
No, I think I've got the wrong bit there, so it must be this one.
So it's the...
no, it's not.
Summary table that looks like this.
Yes. That's Appendix 14, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yes. So it's in this one. Yeah, okay. I'll get there eventually. Remind me the page number.
It's page 45.
Yeah, 45. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Baird, so you've confirmed the AM peaks 7:15 to 8:15. And what we're looking for, what we're comparing is the bottom row, 2029 with development, compared to the row that says 2029 baseline TT validated model, TT temp row. And then we can see as well the ACE figures in the kind of mauve colour. So they're 2029 baseline. And that row there, that corrects the mistake on the geometry, does it? Where it says TT validated model. So the row that says 2029 baseline TT validated model, that's taking the ACE temp row, but correcting the geometry error.
Yes.
Yeah. And the row below that, again, is with the development, with the geometry error corrected, but using the ACE temp row / trip rates.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Now, the headline figure for Junction 4 in terms of ratio flow to capacity is, we don't need to go to it, it's in your table at page 184, but the RFC goes from 1.06 in your 2029 baseline to 1.15 with the development.
Yes.
Yeah. So the junction is 15% over capacity, and 9% of that. That's 9% more than in the baseline no development position.
Yes. Could I just make one clarification? The 1.15 is on a different road at a different peak. The Ashington Road in the mornings is 1.141. Yeah.
1.4.
1.14.
1.14.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Now, in terms of, I just want to go through this table and just understand how the figures are calculated, and then we'll look at some of the more detailed modelling. Average delay, that is as you explained in Chief, the hours being divided up into 15-minute segments. Yeah. And what's recorded in this table is the worst delay out of those 15-minute segments. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And that's an average delay, so that's the mean delay per PCU. Yeah. So half the time that delay will be greater, conversely half the time the delay will be less than that. It's the mean delay per PCU.
I don't think it means that. I think it means it adds up the delay for each person. And well, yes.
Okay, it's the average, it's the mean.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Then can you see at the bottom there's, if we look at, for example, 2029 baseline TT validated model, TT tempo.
Yes.
We have the average delay for each of the arms, and then at the bottom there's a figure 77, which Councillor Eves referred to, and we can see the equivalent figure in 2029 with development 213. Can you see that?
That's right.
Yeah. Now, am I right in saying that that figure there is the average delay at the junction across all of the arms, but across all of the time period? So that's not a 15-minute segment period. That's the entire hour that's been recorded there.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay. By all means, check.
I'll just have a look. It's reporting differently in 3 places. It's reported as the maximum delay in the actual detailed results.
So
If you're going for average, it's actually reporting as maximum delay in the detailed results.
can you show me that?
Yeah, page 231.
Sorry, page 221, did you say?
231.
231.
But I think this is a confusion or potential confusion I wanted to clear up. Where it says max delay
Yeah.
in this, that's simply saying across the 15-minute time segments, that's the maximum figure. It doesn't mean that that figure there isn't an average.
Are you at page 231?
I'm at 231.
Right. So you'll see that in the detailed tables at the bottom, it's giving you delay in seconds.
Yeah.
And if you go across to the next period,
Yeah.
you'll see that the delay in the final quarter is the 450 number.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's significantly less through the other 3 quarters. So if you look at the table above those 4 quarters, in other words, bang in the middle of page 231,
Yeah.
you will see that it's quoting the maximum delay of 450.
Yeah.
So when that appears here
Yeah.
in this table,
Yeah.
it's the maximum delay out of the whole hour.
Hang on.
It's the
Look
maximum.
at the results summary table. Ashton Road, 450.63. Okay, that correlates with the delay on the Ashton Road arm in the period 8 to 8:15. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of how the delay is calculated in that period, 8 to 8:15. That 450 second is the average delay within that 15-minute time segment.
It's the delay at the end of the time segment. It reports the end result.
If we take, for example, right, and then the maximum delay in the results summary table, that is recording the worst delay out of the 15-minute time segments in the hour.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
So,
And that figure then is put into your summary table.
yes.
Yeah, okay. But my question was, the average delay at the bottom of your summary table, so the 77 and the 213.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, and that's the average for all the arms. So yes,
So the
that's
answer
the
is yes.
junction. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah.
Now, if we just do the same exercise with queues, we can see the bottom of your summary on page 45, 2029 with development, it says max queue 118.
Yes.
If we then go to your 231, we can see it's the same time segment, 8 to 8:15. We can see the 118 because that's the queue at the end of the last 15-minute segment.
Indeed.
Yeah. And because if we flick back, that's the worst queue, that then gets put in the summary as the 118 figure.
Yes. Yeah.
But what I just need to clarify is whether that 118 figure, whilst it's the maximum queue in the recorded hour,
Yeah.
whether that 118 is recording, or what exactly is it recording? Because my understanding is that is recording the average queue over that last 15-minute segment. And if we just go to Mr. Flexman's rebuttal, we can see the user guide on this.
I don't have Mr. Flexman's rebuttal
okay,
in front of me.
I have it, but it's very much buried.
In fact, I should have it. Just 1 second. All right. It's okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and if you look within that to paragraph 2.28, there's an extract here from the user guide. Can you see that?
Yeah.
2.2.8, figure 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's just see what this says. The basic calculations performed by Junctions 9 are of mean queues and delays expected at a particular time of day, averaged over many occasions. Now, my understanding of this, and if we're not sure, then we can check, outside of this. But my understanding of this from the user guide and looking at the figures is how this works, and tell me if I'm wrong, is page 232 of your appendices. We have a figure there for delay of 4.
Yeah.
We have a figure of delay within that time segment of 450 seconds. We also have the queue at the end of that time segment of 118. Both of those, as per the user guide, are mean figures. Then, in the results summary table, we record the max delay and the max queue. And that simply means it's the worst figure recorded out of the time segments. But those figures are themselves mean figures. Is that correct?
I don't think that is correct. And I see the quotes that Mr. Flexman's put in his proof, and I see the graph that he's presented to show the variations. And I don't think it is correct.
Why?
Well, Mr. Flexman's been quite careful. If you look at 2.2.8,
yeah,
when using a synthesized traffic demand,
yeah,
he then at 2.2.9 says, for example.
Sorry, I'm quoting. I'm not.
No. He's using the wrong part of the user guide. We do not have a synthesized demand. The issue with a synthesized demand is that when you put in 1 hour's worth of data, the modeling software predicts that there will be a peak within the peak.
Right.
So it throws a curve into it, and you get a synthesized demand.
Yeah.
Some of the hours higher, some of the hours lower.
Yeah. We
didn't do that. ACE put in a flat profile. They said it was going to be the same for the hour.
Yeah.
The Highway Authority said, no, do it direct.
Yeah.
That's what the TAA is about.
Yeah.
Mr. Flexman has been very careful with his language. You'll see he's clear that it's for a synthesized traffic demand. 229 says, for example. 2210 says, in the above example. Now, I don't know how Mr. Flexman got this chart, because coincidentally, the median line, which he says is just an example, peaks at 79, and he sent this to me when he was talking about a queue of 79 at Dallas Road. Sorry, I need to finish this, yeah. So he has synthesized that queue variation, and he has then provided that quote at 2.29, which, if he had included the next sentence, said, don't use it for direct entry. Okay.
I mean,
so this is wrong.
Right.
Sorry, just so my note's complete there, where you said that don't use it for direct entry. Where's that?
Well, it's not on this because he's cut the screenshot off before it's said.
Okay. Yeah.
I can provide you with a copy.
Okay. All I wanted was clarification on whether the 118 and the delay, what that's a record of, and whether that's maximum or mean. It sounds like from what you're saying is maximum, but if we could just resolve that outside of this, it's just a question of getting confirmation of that.
I can tell you what I did when I got this. I sent a letter to the TRL, the software people.
Right.
And they've written to me to say that It's the figure reported at the end of the quarter. Okay?
Right.
And as you can see, the queues are growing. So I think at that point, it's the maximum.
It's the maximum. Okay, well, we'll come back to that queue growing point and what that means in a minute. Okay, fine. That's fine. Okay, let's see what we can draw from these more detailed results at page 231. The first point to make is that on all arms of the junction, there's an increase in delay and queuing with the development in 2029 compared to without the development.
On this model, yeah.
On this model, yeah. And this is the model that you're putting forward to the inspector.
Well, I'll just clarify that again. It's the model results that we submitted that Mr. Flaxman agrees with, that didn't take a point on. But had we known that this particular point was going to come up.
I haven't made any point yet. I'm just asking that on all arms of the junction, there's an increase in queues and delays. That's all.
The point I'm making is that that's on the basis of this model, and had a queue and delay point been raised here, we would have taken account of the numerous factors that would have reduced these figures.
Yeah, we're going to come through your 8 factors in a minute. But in terms of where we are today, this is the appellant's position. This summary table, these are the appellant's models. You've made your tweaks. These are the modelled outputs. There's no suggestion that this is going to change, is there? We'll come on to your 8 factors, peak spreading, alternative routes, etc. But in terms of the modelling results, this is the appellant's position, isn't it?
Those were that is the position that we submitted as a robust model. Right. Yeah. At the time before this point was raised.
There's no other model out there that I haven't seen. This is the summary of the appellant's evidence and the appellant's model.
It's what's before the inquiry,
right.
because we didn't have a point to rebut.
Okay, but that's what I'm interested in. What's before the inquiry? So on all arms, there's an increase in queues and delay. Okay. Now the second point is. This point about the individual segments. So let's look at page 231, where we get the breakdown per segment. And what we can do is we can do a comparison between page 231, which is with the development, and page 223, which is the base case without the development. So 223 is the same figures, but without the development. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. So let's look at the Ashton Road arm. 7:15 to 7:30, delay goes up from 51.7 to 87.9. Is that correct?
Sorry, let me follow that. I'm on page 223.
Yeah.
7:15 to 7:30.
The Ashton Road, it's the penultimate column.
Okay, yeah.
The 51.
So delay, yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir. And again, you may want to hear it, in which case that's obviously fact. But I specifically asked Councillor Eaves if he was taking a point in respect of any of the other time segments. He said no, and I didn't therefore explore further points with him in respect of other time segments. Now, it's therefore too late for me to explore other time segments with the council's witness. And further, there is no information in any of the proofs of evidence or rebuttals in respect of other time segments.
I do accept that, but equally, this is evidence before me, and if Mr. Parkinson wants to get Mr. Blair's views on these bits of the evidence, then I'm keen to hear what Mr. Blair says. So I don't think it's unreasonable. It's information that's before the inquiry, and I just need to understand Mr. Blair's response to questions that Mr. Parkinson's putting to him on it.
So 7:15 to 7:30, delay 51 up to 87. If we flick between...
Yes, I've got it.
Yeah. Then 7:30 to 7:45, delay up from 101 to 226. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yep. And then 7:45 to 8, delay up from 119 to 338.
Yep. And
then the final segment, up from 138 to the 450 figure.
Yes.
Yeah. So in all time segments, there's a material increase in delay with the development compared to without the development.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, and we do the same thing with queues, just so we can see how this works across the hour. The baseline case, the end queue, and you've clarified what that means, thank you, in 7:15 to 7:30 is 19.4 PCU.
Yes.
And that then goes up to 39.5.
Yep.
And then 7:30 to 7:45, 23.3 goes up to 63.
Yep.
Then 7:45 to 8 goes up from 27 to 89.6.
Yes.
And then final period, 139 to our friend 118.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So again, across all time segments in the hour, there's a material increase in queuing.
That's correct. Do you mind if I just make a quick calculation, please? Okay.
Yeah. Now, just a quick question for my information. Next to that, there's a box that says unsignalized level of service, and these have F next to them. What does that mean?
Yeah, that is just a general parameter for how the junction's working at that time, and F is a low level of service.
Is there anything below F?
No.
Okay. And what does F stand for? What is it? What's the kind of explanation of what an F level of service means?
I don't have the specific quote, okay, but if you do, I'm happy to hear it. You know, it's probably printed out in one of the sheets here.
It's not actually,
no.
Which is why I was asking. That's fine. Okay, so that's point one, material increase in queues and delays across the hour. Then I want to deal with this, well, it's all the last 15 minutes and there's only 25 additional vehicles in that period. You said, and when I was doing my maths, I reached the same figure, that across the hour, there are 103 additional cars arriving at the junction because of the development.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And they spread across the time segments, don't they? So there are roughly 26 additional cars arising from the development in each time segment. I did it 26, then 25, then 27, then 25. So it's fairly consistent. Yeah, okay. Right, now let's just see how this all works, because if we look at page 232, so this is with the development. Can you see the column that says junction arrivals? It's next to total demand. Are we looking at the right? Are we looking at the same thing? There should be a column that says junction arrivals and then has Ashington Road 240 on page 232.
We weren't looking at the same.
We weren't looking at the same thing. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So this is 140 PCUs arriving at the junction in this quarter of an hour period. Is that right?
240. Yeah.
Sorry, what did I say?
You said 140.
240.
Yeah.
240 arriving.
Yeah.
And then can you see the column that says throughput?
Yes.
And the throughput's 211.
Yep.
So we have 240 vehicles arriving, 211 get through the junction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you do the maths, if you take 240 minus 211, you get 29.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So can you see that there's a box that says start queue, 89.6?
Yeah, that's the queue from the previous quarter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of this quarter, we already have a queue of 89.6 PCUs.
Yeah.
We have 240 PCUs coming along, only 211 can get in. So our 29 get added to the back of that queue that was already there at the beginning of the period.
Well, 25 get added to it, and the queue becomes 29 longer.
Yeah, the queue becomes 20. Sorry,
We're up in this sort of exponential area.
Yeah, the queue becomes 29 longer because if you add 29 to 89, you get the 118. Right. And that's a very important point, isn't it? That at the beginning of this period, 15-minute period, there is already a queue at the junction of 89.6.
Yes.
Because let's just track back where that queue's come from and what's caused it. That queue at the start of the period is the end of the queue at 8 o'clock segment.
Yes.
Yeah. And the beginning of the queue at the 7:45 segment is the end of the queue at the previous 15 minutes, and you can track it back and forth. Right.
Yeah. And if I could just say, that's also the proof that these are reporting the figures at the end of the quarter, because it's taking those into the next quarter.
Yeah. So we've got to bear in mind that in each of these quarters, we have 25 additional cars.
Yes.
As a result of the development.
Yes.
Yeah. And the reason why, so we have 25 cars as a result of the development. That queue that we have of 118 at the end of the hour, that is a product of what's happened between 7:15 and 8 o'clock, isn't it? Because between 7:15 and 8 o'clock, the junction is operating over capacity, which means that the queues and the delays are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which means that when your 25 vehicles come along at 8 o'clock, we've already got a queue of almost 90 PCUs.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's not right, is it, to say, let's forget about anything before 8 o'clock and let's just focus on the 25 PCUs between 8 and 8:15. Because they are joining a junction that is already over capacity and already having significant queues. That's correct, isn't it?
The queues continue to arrive and will build up to the point where the network flows go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what we need to focus on is the 103 additional cars across the hour. Because this isn't a problem that just suddenly springs up at 8 o'clock. This is a junction that is over capacity on the Ashton Road arm throughout the entire hour, which is why we have increased delay and increased queues.
The queues are building because of the additional traffic that's added to the back of it, yeah.
From 7 o'clock, from 7:15?
Yes.
Right. And that additional traffic includes your 103 additional vehicles, doesn't it?
It does.
Right. So we need to focus on the 103 additional vehicles. That means that this junction is over capacity from 7:15, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Right. And then if we just look at where we are at 8:15, we're in a situation where we have a queue, 118, delay of 415. That junction isn't going to revert back to where it was at the beginning of the peak hour immediately, will it? There will be a period when...
It'll step back down.
A period when it will step back down. Okay, fine. Right. Fine, so we'll come back to the 103 figure because your 8 factors to take this down to, I think you said betterment, but your 8 factors to take this junction down to nil detriment or betterment or something in between, we actually need to reduce the flow by 103 vehicles, don't we?
To achieve total
That's what you were
mitigation of
talking about.
103,
Yeah.
you need to offset 103.
103. That's
Yeah.
what you were talking about, offsetting. It was 25, so it's now 103, isn't it?
No, it wasn't. It was 25 in 15 minutes, and we still need to offset 25 in 15 minutes
But you also
in every
got-
quarter.
In every quarter. That's
Yeah.
the key thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's in every single quarter. So it's 103 overall.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Fine. Let's deal with this topic of blocking back. And can we just establish the factual points first? Can you open up Mr. Flexman's rebuttal?
Sorry, if you could just bear with me
Yeah,
a
of
second.
course.
Can you give me the page you're going to?
Oh, sorry, it's page 6.
Page 6. Oh, yeah, there.
Okay.
Right, I just want to focus on the factual points rather than anything else, because I appreciate you've got your 8 points that mean this won't happen, and I appreciate the point about how the points have risen, but let's just deal with the points so we can understand it, and I want to take your view on what you say will happen or not happen. So 2.2.13, the distance between the northbound giveaway line of Junction 3 and the inscribed circle of Junction 4 is 410 meters. Now, going the other way, the distance is similar or exactly the same, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep. Yep. Okay. And to work out the length of that maximum queue at the end of the peak hour, the 118, using the favourable PCU length, we times 118 by 5.75. Yep.
Yeah.
Which takes us to 678.5.
Okay.
So do you agree that as a matter of fact, if what you've modelled happens on the ground, at 8:15 there will be a queue that goes back and extends well beyond Daly's Road from the issues at Junction 4?
On the model, which is 118Q, that goes back through the roundabout.
Right.
Yeah.
That goes back through the roundabout. It goes back through the roundabout between the period of 8 and 8:15. But if we just have a look at the 7:45 to 8 period, so you're 231 again. And we can see Ashington Road Arm, 8 o'clock, queue length 89.6. If we times that by 5.75, we get 515.2 meters. So again, beyond Daly's Road.
Yes.
Right. Now, what that would mean on the ground is that if you're travelling down Ashington Road towards the town centre, you will not be able to travel through Junction 3 because the exit of the roundabout will be blocked by traffic that's queued back from Ashington Road, Hall Road roundabout. That's correct, isn't it?
You wouldn't be able to go straight ahead into that
You wouldn't be able to
queue,
go straight ahead.
but you could turn left.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to go straight ahead, would you? We'll come on to alternative routes, etc. in a minute. You wouldn't be able to go straight ahead.
That's right.
No, okay. Now, RDC, as I understand it, models junctions in isolation. It doesn't deal with interactions or effects between junctions. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. Now, you said that they could go left, but in terms of the modelling all assumes that they've got, as Councillor Eaves says, free flow. They can leave the junction and travel on down Ashington Road towards Junction 4.
That's right.
Yeah. So the blocking back effect isn't captured in the modelling, is it?
That's right.
Okay, fine. So I appreciate you've got your 8 factors, but that's the agreed position. Okay, fine. And what that will mean is if we look at the 7:45 to 8 a.m. position on page 231, we've got, sorry, this is the wrong page. This is Junction 4, isn't it? We need to go to Junction 3. Sorry, let me just get the reference. It's page 186.
Sorry,
186.
186.
So this is slightly out of date because of the changes with the rebuttal, I think, but it's your Junction 3 with mitigation. What I wanted to go to was the junction arrivals. That presumably, would that be changed by the mitigation as well, or not?
Not southbound.
Sorry?
Not southbound.
Not southbound, right, okay. So we can do that. So if we look at, it's page 189. Ashington Road North, so arm 3, so that's southbound, yep.
Yep.
We have, in the period 8:45 to 8 o'clock, 256 PCUs.
Sorry, you said 8:45 to 8 o'clock.
Sorry,
7:45. Yeah.
7:45 to 8 o'clock. We have 256 arriving PCUs.
Yep.
Yep. And then in the period 8 to 8:15, we have 231 arriving PCUs.
Yes.
Yep. And those are all arriving PCUs that the junction assumes, the modelling assumes will travel through the junction. They won't be able to, so that will manifest itself as queues, won't it, from Junction 3 backwards?
It's a queue, but traffic's still progressing through.
But it would be a queue.
The queue's there, but it's moving.
Yeah, it might be moving, but it would be cars who want to travel through the junction but can't.
Yes.
So you would have a queue starting at Hall Road, travelling through Junction 3 and then beyond Junction 3 up the road, because these additional 460 whatever PCUs aren't able to travel through Junction 3 as anticipated in the modelling.
I don't think that's right.
Tell me what the position is.
Okay. Because if you have, let's use 231. If you have 231 coming down Ashington Road in our model, that comes from our trip generation and our network flows.
Yeah.
It's the same 231 that then goes on down the road and is in the queue at the Hall Road.
Right.
So it's not building the same traffic. It's the same trips, and I tried to explain this earlier for a different point.
Yeah.
It's a pipeline, if you want to call it a throttle or whatever, those trips coming down the road, approaching that junction, then go on through, and those are the same trips at the junction at the bottom. Now, there might be a minute difference, but it's substantially the same volume of traffic. It's not added on to the back.
No, but what about the next 15-minute time segment when you have a new batch of trips that are coming through? So you would be in a position, I think you've agreed between...
But the queues back from Hall Road in that time segment are the trips that are assumed to be the same coming right through.
Right, I take your point, right.
Yeah, so...
that's fine.
Queue back through the roundabout, but you can't add them on ad infinitum. Otherwise, 200 trips coming out of the development would end up as 1,000 trips.
Yeah, but you would have a queue from Hall Road back through Daly's Road and extending then in that last period about 200 metres on beyond Daly's Road towards the site.
On the basis of that 118?
On the basis of the modelling, yeah. And then we need to look at your 8 factors.
Yes.
On that. So I don't know what we're doing in terms of lunch break. I mean, this is a natural pause. It is still 20 to 21.
How much more do you think you've got to go?
Probably another hour or so.
Another hour. 12:40. Well, if we have, I mean, we could have an early lunch now. We obviously had an early start. If we were to come back, if we would have, trying to cut it down a bit, if we had 40 minutes for lunch, is that acceptable, or do people want longer than that? That would bring us back at 1:20. We can go to 1:30. I'm just conscious if you've then got another, that's 2:30. Got to hear from Mr. Foster, re-examination, pushing things on. Should we say 20 and see how that is? Okay. So I'll adjourn then now. We'll resume at 1:20. Okay. Well, it is 1:20, so the inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Parkinson, just before you continue, you say you've got, you think, about another hour, up to an hour with Mr. Blair. Mr. Foster, have you formed any view as to the length of time you think you might want to put questions to Mr. Blair?
Declining, because some of the things have been covered.
Yes.
I'm guessing an hour, but it's a guess.
An hour. That's going to take us till 3:20, isn't it, there? And then, okay. Any of the interested persons who spoke earlier in the week have any questions for Mr. Blair? I can only say that haven't already been put, but obviously he's not had the full range of questions to him yet. No. Mr. Wright?
Sorry, sir. Would I be right in assuming that the air quality thing will now get slipped into next week?
Almost certainly, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, and of course, you don't know how much re-examination.
No, not yet.
No, no.
Sorry.
Well,
sorry. So it's just sorry, that's just so awful,
might
isn't
be me,
it?
I don't know.
No, I think it's mine actually. Right. I think that's okay. Can I be heard? Is that okay? Can everyone hear me with it here?
Right.
That's okay. It was just in respect. It was just in respect of our air quality witness, and if based on those timings, I would anticipate it's unlikely that we're going to get to him today. I don't know, sir.
I think almost certainly not today.
Yeah,
definitely.
it was really just so we can give him an indication, so he's not sat around.
Stand him down
For today and back on.
Yeah, well, on the basis of the timings I've just been given, then we're going to go later than I wanted to anyway. But
Yeah.
it'd be good, obviously, to finish off
Yes,
Mr. Blair,
absolutely.
to put that
Yeah.
politely.
Yeah.
Yes, so I don't think we're likely to get to air quality today, and obviously when we do get to the end of today, we'll then just have to have a review as to how we're going to progress next week if we're still on target for what we said yesterday.
Okay, thank you. We'll pass that on to him.
Okay, thank you. Right, I won't delay matters any more then. So, Mr. Parkinson, would you like to continue, please?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Blair.
Good afternoon.
I just want to, where we were before lunch, we talked about the queue back from Junction 4, and we're going to go on to your 8 factors. I just want to ask a few questions just to clarify the extent to which those factors need to work in order to avoid this issue. So the first thing I just wanted to pick up with you is you mentioned that this queue back from Junction 4 will be a slow-moving queue. It won't be stationary traffic.
Yes.
I get you right? Yeah. Have you still got Mr. Flexman's rebuttal up in front of you?
I do not.
Do not. If you could get that.
Yes. Sorry about this. Could you give me the core document ref? And I'll try and get it
it's not a core document. It'll be separate, I think.
I'll dig it out of my own system here. Okay.
And then can you go to paragraph 2.2.14 on page 6? And if you recall, we calculated the 678-metre queue on the basis of PCU length measurement at 5.75.
Yeah.
But given your comment that this will be a slow-moving queue, if we just read on, he says, in practicality, in a queue of slow-moving vehicles, one is likely to observe some gaps between vehicles which are much larger than would be the case based on 5.75 metre, which assumes hardly any gap. Now, as a matter of practicality, do you agree with that proposition that if we have a slow-moving queue, there are going to be some gaps between vehicles for safety reasons and other factors as well?
Well, the way I understood it was 5.75 was a standard PCU. 6 metres was a typical PCUs in queues.
So you would take, if it's a slow-moving queue, the 5.75 would go up to 6?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
It depends. You know, people can bunch up as well.
Yeah. If we just... So that would be then 708-metre queue. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Right. Now, in terms of what needs to be done to deal with this problem, can we just clarify, in the baseline position, that the problem doesn't arise at all? There would be no blocking back? Oh, yeah, you can put that to one side. In the baseline position in 2029, there would be no blocking back as far as Junction 3. We can go to the figure if you want. Yeah. Okay, fine. And the distance between Junction 3 and Junction 4 in PCU terms is 71.3 PCUs. Yeah? So anything more than 71.3 PCUs, we have this blocking back to Junction 3.
If you're not taking into account any of the 8 reasons, then yes.
If you're not taking into account any of the other reasons. Okay. Yeah. So 118 PCU queue in the last quarter of an hour of the hour, minus the 71.3 PCU, which is the distance between the two junctions, gets you to 46.7 PCU. Just to check you're happy with this. So the PCU queue length at the end at 8:15 is 118 PCUs.
Yep.
The number of PCUs needed to avoid the blocking back effect is 71.3.
Yep.
So the difference between those is 46.7.
Yep.
So to avoid this effect, which doesn't occur without the development, in the peak hour, we need to reduce the number of trips by the number of PCUs by 46.7.
Not sure I would go about it that way.
Well, let's just... 118 PCU is the queue length. Yeah, from Junction 4 back to Junction 3. The distance between Junction 4 and Junction 3 is 71.3 PCUs. So in PCU terms, 46.7 PCUs need to be taken off the road in order to avoid blocking back at the junction. Is that right?
Well, the queue's moving slowly through. You've got the exponential position. I mean, you're getting to 46. Let me just do a quick calculation.
Yep.
Okay.
You're prepared to agree with that? Yeah. That's a rough and ready measure.
In the hour.
In the hour, yeah. In the hour, yeah. 46 is, yeah, in the hour, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
46 PCUs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your development flow through this junction in the hour is 103.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the development flow going through in the AM peak needs to more than halve in order to avoid the blocking back effect.
No.
Why not?
Because the network flows could change as well.
The network flows.
Yes.
So
Peak
you're going to have to explain what you mean.
Well, the concept of peak spreading, going through the 8 issues quickly.
Oh no, we'll come to the 8 issues. On the modelling.
No, you don't. We don't need to reduce our trip generation by half. We need to remove 46 PCUs from everyone. From the approach flow.
Yeah.
Which is everyone.
Yeah.
It's the network and the development.
Okay, yeah. Network and development. Some of your factors are development specific, some are network specific. But so there needs to be 46.7 less PCUs on the road to avoid this blocking back effect in 2029.
Yes, in this example, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the figure. We need, through all these various factors, we need 46 less PCUs on the road going through these junctions. Okay, so let's look at the 8 factors that are going to result in that. And I jotted them down as you were going through them. I'm afraid I've missed one. So I'll just run through them and you tell me which one I've missed.
I may have said the same one twice. I'll double check.
Well, let's see. You were rattling through them. Okay, peak spreading.
Just bear with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, peak spreading.
Peak spreading. Time of travel. Oh, sorry, hang on.
That is peak spreading.
That is peak spreading.
Yeah.
What do I mean by time of travel?
I've got a list. I can read them out if you want to.
Yeah, why don't you run through your list? That'll be the easiest way. Just the summary of what it is rather than going through the detail.
Peak spreading.
Peak spreading, yep.
Trip diversion.
Yep.
The education trips.
Hang on.
Internalisation.
Yeah, the trip internalisation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The travel plan,
Yeah.
the sustainable enhancements to active travel, you know, the footways, the cycleways, the new bus stops, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Need to count these up myself. 1, 2, 3.
Working from home, I thought.
Yes.
Study area. No, is that 8? I hope so.
Sorry, what was the last one you said after working from home?
The fact that we route the trips right through the study area and assume that no one stops in the town centre.
Yeah.
That takes us 7. Maybe it is only 7.
Let me just please
Yeah, of course. You
re-rank.
take your time.
So I'm going to say peak, spreading, diversion, the school. I'd cancelled them out when I'd said them. That's why my list's shorter. There's the general trend in trip rates reducing because of working from home, internet shopping, etc.
I've already got working from home in my 7. Is there another?
Was it the exponential growth point? Was that one of the 8?
Maybe.
That wasn't
Up to.
that wasn't one of my 8, but it is a reason why the results are unnecessarily high.
Okay.
The other point actually on my list of 8 I didn't say at the time.
Oh, we got new evidence then.
Well, it's not new evidence.
I'm a bit more flexible. Go on, yeah.
Well, the situation is that by taking Tempro into the growth factor,
Astonishing.
But that, I'm sorry, but that one.
that's for other developments.
Authority signed off the statement.
When we put our growth factors in for the other developments,
Yeah.
their traffic is assumed in the model. That's what grows the traffic to 2029. But there's no assumption of the mitigations that they provide in the model. We're modelling their traffic, but not their contribution to highway improvements.
Okay, fine. Fine. Let's get through as many of these as we can. Start off with travel plan.
Yeah.
So let's look at the travel plan. It's in your... Actually, before we do this, can we just close this off? There's no physical mitigation proposed at the junction.
No, there's no physical mitigation.
And there's no long-term scheme in the offering for physical improvements to the Hall Road junction.
I think I say somewhere in my proof that it cannot easily be improved, and that's certainly the position around. There's a minor curb kicking that you could do, but it's not much.
So in terms of the inspector writing the decision, he can proceed on the basis that in 2029 there won't have been an improvement to the Hall Road junction.
I don't think he can proceed on that basis. I mean, the council have an undertaking in policy with the Highway Authority to work together to try and achieve improvements. What we're saying is that it's not easily done at that junction.
Not easily done. Okay, fine.
I mean, there's a railway bridge, which is an impediment to any private developer.
Yeah.
There's a water course there, which is an impediment to development. But then there's land on the corner, which is in third-party ownership. Now, a highway authority proceeding under its powers could acquire that and do a junction improvement. But it's not something that a developer can do because it makes the scheme inviable.
Yeah. I've got not likely.
Yeah, well, I say not easily done, yeah. It's
Or not easily done.
Yeah.
Let's not easily done, that's fine. Right. Travel plan.
Yes.
Let's have a look at it. It's your Appendix 7, page 147 of Volume 1.
Yes.
And can we then turn within it to page 151, there's a heading Targets.
Yes.
And it says the last sentence is then common practice within a residential context to target a 10% reduction in the number of two-way peak period vehicle trips.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the first point is that's a target, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And the ultimate quantum of reduction is unknown at this stage.
It's unknown, but all the indicators are because of the travel plan pyramid, the location, the accessibility, and the funding. That's the target, but it can be beaten as well. And this is a better travel plan than you would normally expect.
Yeah. Now the second point is, you've said in evidence in chief that your models don't take in, and you said in your proof, don't take into account a travel plan reduction already. So the modelling that we have doesn't take into account a travel plan reduction.
No, I said the ACE trip rates.
Trip rates, that's one.
Didn't take into account travel. Well, most of them did not have a travel plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is what I want to explore, because I just want to see how your trip rates, which result in the figures that we're talking about, what assumptions, well, what
the majority
filters have been used in terms of travel plans. Let's just go through this in stages. So if you turn to your technical note 2, so it's page 12 of volume 2.
Yes.
Just give me a second, please. So page 12 of volume 2. Yep, okay, thank you.
Right, now as you've said, and we can go to the ACE TA if we need to, but as you said, their trip rates were derived from trick sites that didn't have a travel plan.
Generally. Mostly.
I think it was something like 35 days without 8 with.
5 with, something like that.
But let's look at yours and the changes you've made. So paragraph 3.1 of this note, the Tetra Tech tricks output for private houses attached in Appendix A. The key alterations which have been made are as follow, a number of bullet points. And you went through some of these in chief, but I just want to look at the 5th bullet point. Only sites which are subject to a travel plan are included. Yeah.
Yes.
So that means that when selecting your trip rates and your traffic generation figures, they are derived from sites from the TRICS database that have a travel plan included.
They are derived from sites which had a travel plan when they were approved.
Yeah. So the traffic generation figures from those sites, which you've then adopted to derive your trip rates, which then results in the flow to which we grow, that's all derived from sites that, as you say, had a travel plan when they were approved.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your flows, which then are growthed up, and we then see, if we go to page 45, and the summary table, the 2029 figures, with and without development, the 2029 figure with development is TT validated model, fine, TT temp pro, fine, and then TT trip rates. And those trip rates derive from sites that have a travel plan. So these flows that we see here, we don't see the flows here, but the flows that result in these delays in the queues are from sites that have a travel plan.
Had a travel plan when they were approved.
What's the difference? If they had a travel plan when they were approved.
If you look at page 23.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that page 23, did you say?
Page 23, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 2 points here, really, but those are the survey dates, 2005, 7, 5, 18, 11, 13, 13, 18.
Yeah.
So the 2 points are that travel plans are in there to try and instill active travel benefits.
Yeah.
Some of them will have physical measures, which we have, which are good and long-lasting. There's a slightly, with the older sites, then that phases away sometimes. Yeah. But I take the point that you're trying to discount the benefit that can be given to the travel plan here, because some of the sites that are selected do have travel plans from 2018.
Yeah.
Say 17.
It's a double counting point, isn't it? Well, you got the outputs, and you're saying, well, don't worry, one of my factors is we've got a travel plan, so the flow through the junction will reduce. But that flow is derived from sites that have a travel plan. It would be double counting to to take it into account both when deriving the flows and traffic generation, and then use a travel plan to reduce it. You said you took my point. Do you agree with that?
I do take your point. It's a matter of the quantification of that. If you look, for example, at the table that ACE put in and use their trip generation rates, then you could take the travel plan discount from that. But I take your point. I do take your point.
And the inspector has to take that into account when deciding how much weight to give to your travel plan reduction. The fact that there is already an account for travel plans, in the base flows.
There is an element of travel plan in the base flows, and as I said in my evidence in chief, we believe this is a very good travel plan, both in terms of the hard and soft measures.
Okay. Now, even without that element of double counting, on a very simplistic level, if your travel plan is successful and achieves the 10% target, I take your point, it might achieve more, but let's go for the target. 103 extra cars going through the Hall Road junction in the AM peak, that would go down to 93 additional cars, wouldn't it?
In respect of the target applied to the residents.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So thinking about the 47 PCUs that we need to remove from the road, that would remove 10.
Yes.
Yeah. And as I said, that's even were there not to have been double counting in the first place. Okay, so that's that one.
But also in a side column, persons who may be entitled may be attracted to travel sustainably because of the travel plan measures that then reach out further.
Right. Okay.
The bus services, the bus funding, etc.
Okay.
Real-time bus information, etc. Yeah.
Okay. Alternative routes. Let's deal with this. So in neither your traffic assessment or the addendum or your proof, did you set out what the alternative routes were that could be taken to avoid congestion at Hall Road? Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. And when ECC signed off on this scheme in their consultation response, they didn't rely on the potential for alternative routes, did they?
No, because in discussion with the Highway Authority, they set the study area and they appreciated that setting a very robust scope involved putting all the traffic through the key junctions. That's why it's all routed down through Hall Road to the south.
Okay, and nor, as I recall, were any potential alternative routes put to Councillor Eaves, even though this point is made in his proof. What I want to then ask is, have you carried out any survey, has the appellant carried out any survey of whether or not people would be willing or not to take alternative routes, and if so, what routes they would take?
I personally have not carried out any survey of that, but we do have data on the potential for it.
The appellant has data?
Well, in the flow diagrams, in the diagram of the approach to Hall Road, you will see that the 2019 count, 599 people turn left,
right,
and 253 turn right. So,
yeah, but
in simple terms, 2/3 of people have a destination which could be achieved by turning left down Dallas Road.
But those are people who are already turning left and
Yes.
are turning left under your modelled outputs, aren't they?
Yes.
You need more people to turn left, people who aren't already predicted to be turning left.
No, what I'm saying is that people driving down the road and turning left at the bottom, at the roundabout,
Yeah.
could equally achieve the same destination by turning left at Dallas Road.
How do you know that?
Well, I've driven the route.
But without carrying out a survey of people and asking, where are you going, can you take an alternative route? It's just an assumption, isn't it?
No, it's the highway network.
The main route that you've referred to is the Daly's Road alternative route, isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah, okay. Now, if you're then going down Daly's Road and travelling into Southend, you go through Junction 5, don't you?
You do.
Yeah. Has there been any analysis by the appellant to determine how many people would need to divert down Daly's Road, what the impact would be on traffic and Daly's Road, and what the impact would be on the capacity of Junction 5 that they'd ultimately go through.
Well, they go through Junction 5 on the same approach anyway, so that when they come down Daly's Road, they come out at South Road. So they don't. So they South Street. So they show up at Junction 5 in exactly the same way.
Yeah, but these are people who aren't already modelled to go through Junction 5.
They approach Junction 5 on the same arm, irrespective of whether they follow the Hall Road route or the town centre route.
I'm sorry, but your models show outputs for Junction 4 and Junction 5, right?
Yes.
We can see that, page 45 and 46.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in order to avoid the blocking back effect, you need to remove cars that are currently heading towards Junction 4.
Yes.
Right. Now, those cars will then, on your analysis, go down Daly's Road?
Some might, yeah.
Well, we don't know, do we?
Well, we're talking about a situation where a queue grows, delays grow, and people change their route.
Yeah. But there is no objective analysis by the appellant that you can point to say this is where they will go, this is the likely reduction in PCUs, this is the impact on journey times.
There is no survey, but I have driven both routes. Not once. I've driven both routes.
Can I have less muttering in the background, please? I've tried to not have to interfere because I want it to run smoothly, but I know there are people here who clearly disagree with the evidence that they're hearing, but I need to hear the evidence. I need to make notes of it. I don't need a lot of interruption from the background. Thank you. Mr. Parkinson.
Okay, so sorry, are you relying on then you driving through the routes on the 10th of September?
Look, I'm looking at the highway network. It's maybe not even marginally longer to go the diversionary route, but the roads are slightly smaller. Both sets of roads go through the conservation area. Bradley Way is in the conservation area, as a matter of fact. If we're saying that there's going to be a large queue with a large delay, people will turn left and go in the other direction. It's how sat-navs work. It's how travel information works. Councillor Shaw yesterday said that's the way she goes.
Councillor Shaw goes that way because her food bank is in that direction. She doesn't go that way to avoid Junction 4. That's where she was going anyway. And that's the key point. Well,
and in fairness, she could be doing that journey at other times of the day that are not congested. Yes.
Okay. Right. Alternative times and peak spreading. Again, in your proof, you don't provide any positive evidence of the extent of reductions that will result from peak spreading. If I take you to your paragraph well, as you know, it's not that paragraph. There's no positive evidence of peak spreading will result in a reduction of X, or when people will spread to, or what the impact would be on, for example, the school run peak if people move their journey from 7:15 to 8:15. That analysis is completely lacking, isn't it?
There are some journeys that you can't change the time of.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are other journeys that you can.
Yeah, and we just don't know whether people are already peak spreading, do we?
We do, yes. Mrs. Wright introduced evidence with a survey which set out that people peak spread.
So your positive evidence for the inspector is Ms. Wright's survey?
Well, it wasn't contested when it was submitted. That is evidence.
Please just answer. The evidence that the appellant is providing to the inspector to say peak spreading can occur is evidence produced by Ms. Wright?
Sorry, I got distracted for a second.
Yeah. The positive evidence that you're presenting to say peak spreading can occur is the survey produced by Ms. Wright.
Peak spreading is a widely recognised phenomenon. As I said earlier, it's people saying, I got here early to avoid the traffic. Everyone evaluates that sort of thing in their journey all the time. Mrs. Wright has presented evidence that confirms it.
Yeah, but you need to show that more peak spreading will occur than is already happening to get some additionality here, don't you? If people are already peak spreading and already adjusting their journey times, then that's all built into your model outputs.
Well, peak spreading from the development traffic isn't. It's generated in the hour that it's coming out of tricks and being routed down the road. If the development trips peak spread, that will be in effect.
Yeah, which Miss Wright's survey doesn't tell us anything about, does it?
Well, it tells us that people do peak spread.
Well, let's look at it. If this is the main thing that's being relied on, beyond a sort of general, it may be possible. Have you got a copy?
I'm sorry, it's not a general might be possible, because Councillor Eve's evidence was that there was a significant potential for it to occur.
If we,
Which document were we just going to go to?
so it's Miss Wright's survey.
Got it.
And once you've got it, let's just look at this. Can you look at question 1?
Yes.
So what is your primary time of travel on the Ashington Road? And we can see various options. During rush hour, so 7 to 9:30. During school rush, 8:30 to 9:30. Outside rush hour, I use the road at all times. Can you see that?
I do.
Now, in terms of your AM peak that the model outputs deal with, that's the period 7:15 to 8:15, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So neither of these, the people who are travelling during the school rush fall completely outside of your modelled peak, don't they? Because they're travelling 8:30 to 9:15.
In this survey they do. We know that there is another school peak for King Edmund that's earlier than this, but yes.
Yep. And the people in the first box during rush hour, 7 to 9:30,
Yep.
that overlaps to some extent with your peak, but there's still a significant period from 8:15 to 9:30 of people was ticking yes to that question, but aren't people that we're concerned about with your AM peak, are they?
Well,
Your AM peak is 7 to 8:15. There are people here who are travelling between 8:15 and 9:30 who fall within that category.
the time periods are correct.
Yeah.
This just basically says that 38% of people surveyed travel within that time.
Because those people who tick yes to questions 1 and 2, so they travel during rush hour, then go on to question 2. If you're a rush hour user, could you change your AM time of travel in the future to avoid rush hour? So I could be answering this question if I travelled between 8:30 and 9:15, couldn't I?
Yes.
Yeah. And I could be answering this question if I travelled between 8:15 and 9:30, couldn't I?
Yes.
Yeah. So what we're concerned about, though, is people who travel between 7:15 and 8:15, and whether they could change their travel time.
For the purposes of this, yes.
For the purposes of this, yeah. Okay. So we have 9.68% of responses, people who said, yes, I could change my time of travel.
Yes.
And we have no idea what proportion of those were travelling in the first place in your AM peak of 7:15 to 8:15, do we?
Well, we don't, but the question didn't get any more specific. You could assume that that's evenly spread.
Yeah, we could, but this is the evidence that you pointed to. Those people ticking, yes, I could change my travel time, the only 10% of them, they could be travelling during the school rush, 8:30 to 9:15, and be thinking I could move my travel time to 7:15 to 8:15. That doesn't help us. What we need is evidence that someone already going through this junction between 7:15 to 8:15 could move to an earlier or later time, and we simply haven't got it from the survey, have we?
I think we do. Okay. It is not as granular as every 15 minutes, but if you were making your point about trips between 11 and 12, that might be something, but the period that we're looking at is exactly within the period to which the data pertains.
Okay. Trip internalisation.
So, sorry, could we just quantify that? Because you were taking numbers off your list, please.
How far through are we?
Well,
on the 8 points, you mean? Or?
No, I mean quantify. I thought you started out to quantify and count down from 47. I
don't know how many we've taken off because there's no evidence.
I would like to venture a number here.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this tells us that 38% of people travel in the rush hour.
Yeah.
But the key number is that 9.66% of people say they could change their time of travel.
Yeah.
The number of people coming down the road and entering that junction is just short of 1,000.
Right.
So 9.66% of 1,000 is about 90 people.
Right.
Now within the 50...
No, Ms. Wright, please observe the... Well, you've indicated you'll have a question to put to Mr. Blair later, so you can do it then. I need to follow what's being said now.
Mr. Blair, if I could just pick up, you said 38% of people travel during the rush hour.
Yes.
And then you did your calculation with the 9.68%.
Yes.
But the point is that you need to have a reduction because of peak spreading for people who would otherwise be travelling between 7:15 and 8:15.
Yes.
This survey, the rush hour period, is 7 to 9:15. It's 2.25 hours.
Okay.
So you're not comparing apples with apples or like with like, are you?
Well,
As you said, we would need much more granular data to work out whether someone travelling between 7:15 and 8:15.
No, I'm sorry. I was specific to apply it to the number of people travelling in the hour. If you want to apply that percentage to the 2.5 hours of the survey, then we need to be multiplying that 9.86% by something closer to 2,200 trips. Okay. I'm focusing down in the 1 hour, and I actually said to the inspector earlier that I wouldn't seek full benefit from this because people might not move their journeys by much. But this is helpful because it says, could you change your AM time of travel in the future to avoid the rush hour?
Yes.
One could write the word completely. At the end of that, it's to avoid the rush hour. That is 90 people who could change the time of their journey to get out of that peak hour.
Mr. Blair, you said at the beginning of your evidence, your experience and number of transport assessments, etc., that you've carried out. Have you ever relied on a survey like this to justify that peak spreading will occur? A third-party survey, 1,000 people response rate, the peak times being measured being different from the peak that you're modelling. Have you ever relied on something of this nature before?
I would say that years gone by, I used to conduct surveys not unlike this myself, but I haven't picked up one from a third party in an inquiry and used it.
Right, thank you. Trip internalisation, and I just want to understand this. So we need to go back to your tricks summary sheet, I think. So we're volume 2 of 2.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Page number in that again, please.
Yeah, this is the one where the page numbering breaks down. So it's...
I think it was page 55.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you say 25?
TA, page 55, I think. Is that where you were going?
Oh, from the original TA?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go there first then.
So back in the TA.
Yes.
Is this Appendix I in the original TA?
Oh, no, it isn't. It's,
You take me where you want to go.
well, it was, I just showed that page there, which was page 57.
Of the original TA?
The original TA,
Right.
Sorry, which page in the original TA?
57,
57. So is this table 5.2?
correct.
Okay.
Right, 5.2. And you made the point, look at the education journeys, 10% education. Well, it's 34. Sorry, hang on, let me get this right. You pointed to the number of education journeys and said those would be trips by car, but this site is close to a number of schools, and therefore we can assume that people will walk. Is that a rough and ready summary of your point?
Yeah, I said that if you built a school on site, you would
Yep.
internalise, but this is the same thing inside out. Yeah.
Now you have, this is based on the trip rates in the original TA though, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And of course you've tweaked, adjusted and changed those. What we need to be,
Yeah, different selection. Yeah.
different selection, completely different selection, yeah. So we need to look at your selection, don't we?
Okay.
Yeah. So we go back to your proof appendices. And these are numbers. So it's volume 2 of 2, page 23. No, it's not. Your private homes are, it's page 17.
Yes.
And we can see on page 19 the 5 sites from which you then derive your trip rates.
Yes.
Yeah. And my question is, are you able to tell us how many of those sites were within walking distance, easy walking distance of a school?
No, I'm not able to tell you that. I would be able to tell you that 4 of them are 2 of them are definitely too small to have a school within them, and 2 others are most unlikely to have a school within them, but I can't give you the specific details.
Yeah. And do we have an equivalent of table? Yep. Okay. We don't have any information of how. I'll leave it at that. Okay. So 4 of them. Hang on. Sorry. 3 of them are. Did you say too small to have a school within them?
Yeah.
But my question was within easy walking distance of a school.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can see that 4 of the 5 are edge of town.
Yeah. Because, of course, if the sites that you derived your traffic generation from had schools within them or within easy walking distance, then the your trip rates would already take into account a degree of walking to school, won't they?
Well, they would need to have primary and secondary schools close to them, and we've got 5.
Okay. Fine. So we don't know the position.
We do know that 6% of car travel is education-based in the morning.
From these sites?
Well, no, I think that's from the national trip end model. I think that's just general statistics.
No, I'm asking about the sites that you've derived your
No,
traffic.
yes, and I don't know about the schools, but I think the percentage in that is from the national trip end model. So that's general statistics for cars on the road.
Yeah, but I'm not interested in general. I'm interested in the sites that you've selected to derive your traffic generation, rather than general figures. Okay, fine. Now, your point about working from home, if you can go to your proof, paragraph 8.4, page 28.
Sorry, I'm a bit disorganized again. Yep.
Sorry, I'm just mentally going through the ones that we've done. So I think we've done 4. 48. We're halfway there.
I think we've done peak spreading, diverting school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And travel
Right.
plan. Yeah.
Working from home.
Sorry, could you give me the reference again, please?
Oh, yeah, 8.4.1. And then point 2, you said it's likely there will be a significant increase in the practice of working from home as compared to the situation when the sites contained in the TRICS database were surveyed. Since its traditional AM and PM peak periods of success, increased home working could have a significant beneficial traffic reducing effect. I do not propose to model like that, as its quantum is unknown at present, but it's a beneficial factor to bear in mind.
Yeah.
And that's the position, isn't it? Firstly, the quantum is unknown. The quantum, the extent to which home working is going to reduce traffic flow, that's unknown, isn't it?
The quantum at this point in time is unknown. You can find information from employment agencies and stuff like that, but it hasn't filtered through into traffic data yet.
Yep, okay. And what we're concerned about here is not how many people are working from home in whatever year we're at, 2022. We're concerned about the position in 7 years' time, aren't we, in 2029?
Yes, and there's an overlap again, which may help your point here, which is the flexible working arguably could be seen as peak spreading, but certainly working from home, we're looking to 2029.
We're looking to 2029, okay. And you'd agree it's inherently uncertain as to whether the current position in terms of working from home and some existing trends, the extent, whether they will continue up to 2029 and the extent to which they will.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. The data that we collected is 2019.
Yeah.
That's the count, that's the traffic flow data. The TRICS data spans from 18 back 10 years. The trend is clearly towards more internet shopping, more working from home, more flexible working. Councillor Eves described working from home as becoming the norm. It's certainly my personal experience in our business of 1,000 people.
Yeah, but if we just place it in context, there needs to be 47 less PCUs on the road.
Yes.
That needs to be confident that less 47 less PCUs on the road to avoid a 640-metre queue up Ashington Road. And in terms of working from home and these trends, I would suggest he can't have any confidence that there will be a reduction or a significant reduction as a result of that. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree,
Okay.
because again, we're not trying to take 47 PCUs off our development.
I didn't say off the development, because the working from home trend is not, I accept it's not just your development, it's off the road. That's why I said off the road.
Yeah, so we just need to achieve a working from home, flexible working, internet shopping number in the morning peak hour from approximately 1,000 people approaching the junction.
Tempro, and I think this is a point that's been added during cross-examination, but I think the point is Tempro doesn't take into account the growth factor. Am I right in summarising it like this? It doesn't take into account mitigation, traffic mitigation that might arise from background growth. Is that the point?
Sorry, but the point was that Tempro reflects developments that are allocated, but it doesn't. But our modelling of the network doesn't reflect the improvements that they may bring. Right,
and I think
and they will go through the same scrutiny as this, and they'll have to do highway works.
Yeah.
You know? So the point is that we have modelled their traffic, but we haven't modelled their improvements.
Yeah, and that's a completely standard approach, isn't it?
Completely standard, and if improvements at Junction 4 are difficult, then they may not be doing any there either. You know.
Yeah. Sustainable enhancements.
Yes.
And presumably the transport contribution comes into this as well.
There are transport contributions, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, Sorry, let me just find it. Yeah. Now, to some extent, the travel plan, a large part of the 10% reduction in trips that result from the travel plan are because people will be using the additional bus services or the pedestrian connections, cycling connections. That's where the 10% comes from, doesn't it, within the development?
Well, there's encouragements to walking, cycling, all the rest of it. But yes, the physical measures and the contributions will be the most prolific, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So to some extent, they're the same point. The travel plan will encourage people to use your sustainable transport improvements in terms of trip generation from the site.
In terms of trip generation from the site, yes.
Yep. Okay. So what we're interested in is people, so non-development traffic, people who don't have the benefit of the travel plan, taking advantage of the sustainable transport improvements. Now, a couple of factual questions, which I think were passed over to you from Councillor Shaw, in terms of what the contribution is likely to be spent on.
Yes.
And conversations that have been had with transport operators. Can you just confirm, so we can put some sort of meat on the bones of what the transport contribution is likely to result in?
I can. Councillor Shaw's question, the first one was, is the bus going to divert into the site? I think you asked that question. Someone did.
Go on, you can answer that one, but it's more, what's it going to be spent on in terms of new services or additional buses? Can we just have some sort of meat on the bones?
Yeah, I can absolutely give you that. My difficulty is in finding it. So there are bus stop upgrades, shelters, real-time bus information, etc. Those are the physical things, but then this is the contribution. Yeah. So this is a letter from.
Where are you reading from?
I'm just reading from an email that was sent to us from the Highway Authority, which describes what the bus contributions are going to be spent on.
In terms of the what page in the evidence is it?
No, you asked. It's not. It hasn't been submitted in evidence. This is part of the ongoing discussions about how it could all work. This is a letter from the Highway Authority. I mean, I've highlighted a few bits. It can be passed up if you'd like to see it first. But it tells you what it's going to be spent on.
Well, it sounds as though it's an important part of your evidence, Mr. Blair, so I don't see any reason why I can't accept it as part as an inquiry document. Content with that?
I've got no issue with that. It's just more whether Mr. Blair's got more than one copy.
I've got fewer than 2 copies. I have got 1 copy, and it's got highlighting and pencil on it. So I don't know if my colleagues could print it off.
Okay.
It's just this. I can read it if.
Well, do you want to? From my purposes, is okay to read it and then hand it in, a clean copy later. Is that satisfactory to you? Mr.
If someone could be photocopying it while Mr. Blair's answering other things, that would be helpful. Yeah. No, I wasn't looking at you to photocopy. It was more whether there's another copy that can be photocopied that we can. I think Mr. Blair's only got. Oh, you haven't got a copy. Okay. Yeah, if someone could photocopy Mr. Blair's sheet.
It's got yellow highlighter on it, but I've taken all the pencil marks off.
Right, while we're just waiting for that, I think we've completed your 8 factors. Let me double check. We'll come back to sustainable transport once we've got that. Oh, the point about the study area. I don't think we've done that.
Yeah, thank you. The trip generation comes out of the site, gets routed right across the study area.
Yeah.
And that's a robust way to do it, because then those trips, as we discussed, impact at each junction down the pipe.
Yeah.
Some people will have a destination which is closer than the extent of the study area, principally the town centre. But we haven't modelled those people coming down, diverting down Dallas Road into the town centre. We've modelled them right through the system. Now, I don't have evidence in the sense of a hard piece of paper, but we can easily see that the town centre has businesses there, car parks there, shops there, all of the rest of it, and a significant number of trips will be down to the town centre. We haven't modelled that, and it would only apply to the trips that are coming out of the development, so any discount that we could be seeking for that in the AM peak hour period would be as a percentage of the 103.
Yep.
But if 6 people who come out of that 100 have a destination in the town centre or up a side road or somewhere like that, then it's 6 trips.
Yep, so that's what I was going to ask. So this is something, because there are factors that apply to development trips and there are factors that apply to wider trips.
Yes.
Travel plan, for example, is a development trips reduction, and that will always be a percentage of the 103. And this is one of those other ones. It will always be a percentage of the 103 development trips that come into the junction.
Did you just say travel plan will always be of the 103?
Yeah.
Apart from the bus initiatives that it funds?
So I'm saying travel planners in terms of the...
Yeah.
But also, the other point is, presumably some of these people making the town centre trips, you'd be saying, well, they'd be taking the bus there because of my sustainable transport benefit, or they'd be walking there because of my travel plan. So again, we have to not double count here.
That's right, but that's the entire benefit of this site, because it's that well located.
But we're talking about factors that are going to get people out of cars, off the road. And one of the points we need to be sure on is we're not double counting and saying, well, we've got a travel plan, we've got sustainable transport, and there are people who will drive to the shops, because some of the people driving to the shops will have been taken out because of your travel plan. I haven't explained that very well, but...
It's okay.
Do you agree with that point?
I see what you're saying, yes.
See what I'm saying? Do you agree with it?
The double counting of, yes.
Okay. Fine. I think that's your 8 factors then. We'll come back to sustainable transport when we have the sheet. I'm going to be submitting in closing that those factors are either involve double counting, both with your existing flows that result in the problem, or with each other, or are uncertain. But I think I've explored it as much as I can now. What I do want to do, though, is finally deal with your appeal decisions that you put in, because let me just... Yeah, actually, sorry, just before we do the appeal decisions, I just want to deal with the significance of this site being allocated in terms of paragraph 111 of the MPPF.
Thank you.
And the severity test. Now, I think we can probably do this quite simply. If we look at your page 45 in your appendix 2.
Sorry, was that 55?
45.
45 in appendix 2. Sorry, which one again?
So it's the summary.
Is it 2 of 2?
It's 2 of 2, yeah.
2 of 2, yeah, okay, 45.
Oh, sorry, it's page 45 in Appendix 2. The summary table. And you've put there a row 20 to 29 with allocation 500
Yeah.
And we can see, for example, Ashington Road Arm, rather than 118, we have a 95
Yes.
queue. Sorry, 95 PCU queue. And delay 364 as opposed to 451. Now, just to be clear, the 95 PCU queue with the allocation, that would also block back through Junction 3, wouldn't it?
In this set of assessments, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, my simple question is, appreciate that sites allocated in the core strategy, identified in the core strategy, allocated in the allocations plan. There's been no assessment by Highway Authority or an inspector examining that plan that has seen junction modelling like this and concluded that these impacts from the allocation are acceptable. No junction modelling like this that shows that these impacts are acceptable.
They haven't seen this. They've seen much worse results and thought they were acceptable.
Where do I see that?
In the TAA and the TA.
No, sorry, I'm talking about when the site was identified in the core strategy in 2011.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And in site allocations plan.
I don't have information on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we can draw an inference, though, from the site allocation inspector's report, I don't know if you're going to have that. It's CD 6.14.
I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah.
And once you're there, can you turn to paragraph 23?
Paragraph 23?
Yeah, it's on page 6.
Got it.
And this records the Highway Authority's view in 2014, which is that a district-wide transport model would not accurately identify changes to the local network arising from development due to the scale of total provision and its distribution across Rochford. Instead, the use of more detailed individual junction models is preferred, taking into account existing permitted and planned development. Transport assessments would be expected to accompany planning applications arising from the allocations in the site allocations plan. Now, I take it from that, tell me if you know otherwise, that in both the site allocations plan and also the core strategy, we didn't have a district-wide transport model or detailed individual junction models, because paragraph 23 is saying we prefer detailed individual junction models, but those will come forward through planning applications. Are you aware of any junction model carried out looking at these junctions when the site was identified in the core strategy in 2011 or the allocations plan in 2014?
Well, I wasn't involved at the time. Okay. I don't know what the background in all of this is. I've read the same paragraph as you, perhaps interpret it differently, but I can't really comment on what they had in 2012.
If we then go to paragraph 17, I think 17 and 18 are planning points in terms of there was a cap on development that was then removed. I don't need to cover those with you, but then paragraph 20 says, so this is a cap above 500, which is then removed in the site allocations plan subject to land supply triggers and timing triggers. If we look at paragraph 20, this is the inspector saying, however, in dispensing with the cap, the areas allocated for development would be unaltered, so that this in itself would not bring about additional intrusions into Greenbelt. Moreover, other factors such as highway capacity and drainage would limit the number of units that could be accommodated within any site. These and other detailed issues would be considered through the normal exercise of development management policies as part of the planning application process. So putting the 500 allocation to one side, that's a clear statement from the inspector, isn't it? That highway capacity constraints could limit the number of units that could be delivered even on a site that's allocated.
I have seen this one before.
Yep.
Yeah. And the subsequent one where he deletes the cap. He says other factors such as highway capacity and drainage would limit the units. These and other detailed issues would be considered through the normal exercise of development management policies and as part of the planning application process, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely. That's my point.
And the additional information that they did have was the Ringways-Jacobs report that gave them all the detailed information to help them assist in defining the scope.
Okay, and then final couple of questions on appeal decisions. If we look at your proof, paragraph 11.3.1.
Excuse me. Okay.
And you say there are several inquiry decisions which assist in understanding how Secretary of State and inspectors have viewed the MPPF test of severity. I refer specifically to two decisions and a tax extracts. Now, both those two decisions are appeal decisions where the impact was found to be not severe. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. There are, of course, other appeal decisions where an impact has been found to be severe, aren't there?
Yes.
Yeah. You haven't referred to those in your proof, have you?
No.
Yeah. And would you agree it's important that the inspector has a balanced picture and also takes into account appeal decisions where an impact has been found to be severe?
Well, the whole process is to reach a balanced view. So,
yeah. And are you aware of appeal decisions of that nature before inquiry? Have you seen Mr. Flexman's rebuttal at paragraph 2.2.28? He refers there to two appeal decisions, former Bath Press, and then Lancaster appeal decision. Seen that? It's top of the
yes,
page.
yeah.
Have you seen that before?
I have seen it.
Yeah. And would you agree that to get a balanced picture, which is, as you say, is the purpose of an inquiry, the inspector can also take into account these two appeal decisions and Mr. Flexman's summary of what they show below?
Well, Mr. Flexman's now agreed that he doesn't have any issues and doesn't believe there'll be a residual.
Yeah, but his
severe cumulative impact. So
yeah.
I presume that Mr. Flexman doesn't really think that these are relevant anymore in view of what he's seen.
Well,
otherwise, he wouldn't be claiming that it was severe.
Well, Mr. Flexman signed a statement of common ground confirming his position, but it doesn't mean we throw his evidence and everything in it in the bin. There's still appeal decisions before the inspector that, would you agree, need to be taken account of?
Well, Mr. Flexman's raised two that say appeals that have been decided with severe impact. I've presented three that say they haven't.
Yeah.
I don't know how many thousands of appeal decisions there are out there that go one way or the other on it.
Yeah. And that's my
I'm
point.
sure the inspector will look at all of the appeal decisions.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to check. The inspector can take all of them into account. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry I'm slightly over my overestimate.
Can we just be clear, though, on the document that was handed in about bus contributions? Because
of course, I forgot.
Mr. Blair didn't end up reading anything because we diverted to get it copied. So
I completely forgot. I'm sorry, sir.
If you just want to go back to the point and how you were dealing with that one, then please.
Yeah. It's quite difficult to deal with on the hoof. That's the only difficulty.
Yeah.
Because it's the first time I've had the information.
Well, we've got the document now. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to make any points on it, sir, other than the fact that you asked me if I had information, and that's the information that I have.
This is the information. Okay. So just so I'm clear, when the last paragraph says, I would stress at present this is an aspirational service, is that referring to the link between the airport employment zones? What's the aspirational service?
Well, when I read this when it came in, I thought it was referring to a service at the top. The 700,000 contribution will go towards a half-hourly service between et cetera, link the development to both Greater Anglia and Coast C2C rail lines, Rochford and Lee Town centres, operate to the Tesco Superstore at Prittlewell as well as close to Southend Hospital, Aviation Saxon Way. Employment zones also provide interchange opportunities with other bus services. So that aspect of it seems much more wide-reaching than just a bus specific for this development. The money would be pooled with existing Section 106 fund that are currently being held by ECC. Not only provide a number of important additional links for the Ashington Road development, in addition it provides a new link between North Rochford and the western side, Southend Borough, and would, when further funding becomes available, then extend on.
Yeah. And so it's quite difficult for me, without sort of speaking, to take instructions to sort of ask any more on this. I just wonder if the way forward might be for, we've seen this, for Councillor Reeves to put in a very brief note with his view, and then obviously Mr. Blair can then respond to that, and then at least the point can be addressed.
No, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm not happy with that because there has been negotiations in respect of the 106 obligation occurring in respect of the two parties for a lengthy period of time, which has included the contribution in respect of the bus service. If there were points that were going to be raised in terms of this, as, to be honest, is my position in terms of other points that have just been raised in cross-examination, which is not supposed to be a fishing expedition, then with respect, they should have been raised earlier. Councillor Reeves has given his evidence and I've cross-examined him on it. If there are points of clarification that the council wishes to pick up with us or the county outside of the inquiry, then we are more than happy to discuss it with them outside of the inquiry, but I think the time has gone for extra notes and points of that nature with respect.
Sorry, Mr. Parkinson, you say your bit.
I was just going to say, just to clarify, the point here is about what this contribution will deliver in terms of reduction of trips on the road. So that's the point. And as with all these contributions, they're agreed on the basis that if planning permission is granted, contrary to the council's case, they will be necessary, adequately mitigated, etc. And that's an important important point to make. So it would be a note from Councillor Reeves saying, now that I know the details, my view is this will work, not work, whatever, in terms of the extent of trip reduction that it will deliver.
I'm not sure that the point is this is part and parcel of the 106, and I've had the council's SIL compliance statement in terms of this, haven't I? And you had that in a sense without the knowledge of this letter here. So I'm not quite sure how this letter changes what's in the SIL compliance statement.
Well, sir, I think there are 2 points. I think Mr. Parkinson's point, if I understand it, is that, well, there's what's going to come forward as the obligation. We accept it's necessary. And he's saying, but I want to understand a bit more about it because there might be a point that it's not going to go as far as the appellant suggests it will in terms of mitigating the impact of the development. My point in terms of that substantive point that he wishes to raise is it's not been raised in evidence by Councillor Reeves in his proof or his rebuttal. If there was an issue in terms of wanting further detail in respect of this matter, it could have been asked for way in advance of now because not least, the council has been negotiating the Section 106 obligation with us and with the county for a very lengthy period of time when the total amount of the contribution is known. So if there was further details wanted about that, they could have been asked for. Irrespective of the 106 obligation, frankly, if they'd have wanted further details, they could have asked for it. Yeah. And finally, none of this, in terms of a substantive point, is in the evidence that the council has produced. I've now cross-examined Councillor Reeves. Numerous points have been put to my witness that don't have an evidential basis. And now we are on another, effectively, with respect, fishing expedition based on an email that my witness referred to in answer to a question where there was no positive point put by the council about it. So I'm afraid I do strongly object to further notes and evidence being presented by the council in respect of this, not least because the council has confirmed in evidence that it has no objection to planning permission being granted.
I think in terms of I asked for this because obviously Mr. Blair was going to read from it, and so I've got the copy of that now. But in terms of what I can do with this, I think it just confirms the this element of the contribution within the Section 106. I don't think it's an area for further debate. So I think we'll have to draw a line under that, and I'll just have to put it down as a document submitted by Mr. Blair.
I see the point.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you. So, had you were just about to tell me that you had said all.
I was just about to tell you I'd finished. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, then, Mr. Parkinson. Thank you. So a little bit later, but obviously we've diverted on a few things there. Mr. Foster, questions that the Rule 6 party wanted to put to Mr. Blair that haven't already been covered by Mr. Parkinson. Have you got a ballpark figure for your time scale? I'm just thinking, I didn't want us to have an afternoon break, but obviously I'm not going to force people to sit unnecessarily long if we can't get through.
Okay. I think if anything, it's the reverse in the sense that some of the answers we've heard generate extra questions I'd like to place. So if anything, the amount of time for questions has gone up in my belief. Secondly, I have to say, sir, that whilst normally I would say we can extend times, we do have a media interview at 5 o'clock, which has been booked since a couple of days ago on the basis of wrapping up here at 3:30.
Yeah, well, I certainly don't want us to be going on till 5 o'clock, but we might have a bit of a dilemma if we're not going to get through Mr. Blair this afternoon. What's the consensus here?
I'm really reluctant to have a witness in Purda over the weekend. It's just not fair on the witness, frankly. And I do understand that third parties want to ask questions. Obviously, no objection to sitting later in order to do that. Although, of course, take the point in terms of wishing to finish a bit earlier, but it's going to be problematic if Mr. Blair's input. And then we're into next week and it has knock-on implications. And we've been told that there's a request for our air quality witness to come. No objection, but all of it has knock-on implications with the timetable.
Well, I mean, all we can do is crack on. All I would stress, Mr. Foster, is please, obviously, ask the questions that you want to ask, but try and be as concise as you can, and let's see how we get on through this. I can't say any more than that.
Would it not be the case that if I don't start, then Mr. Blair wouldn't be in purdah?
No, because he's still in the middle of cross-examination.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll give it a try, sir.
Excuse me, sir. I dutifully sat at my station all through lunch, and I would like a comfort break if that's possible.
Certainly, yeah. It's 14:41. Is a 10-minute break sufficient now for you?
I hope so.
Yeah. Okay, I'll adjourn, then we'll resume at 14:50. Well, the inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Mr. Foster, just before I ask you to begin your questioning, please forgive me for saying this, but it's quite clear, obviously, that the Rule 6 party and many residents take a totally contrary view to the points that Mr. Blair's put forward in his evidence. That's understandable. You're on different sides, as it were. But the purpose of this next session isn't for any attempt to try and change Mr. Blair's position. So the reason I say that is ask a question, ask your questions, but when you get an answer from Mr. Blair, don't then try and seek to change his view by continuing and pursuing a point. I say, forgive me for saying that. I'm not trying to, as it were, teach you to suck eggs, but I know that in terms of the inquiry process, you need to respect the fact that, you know, I'll make a note of the question, I'll make a note of Mr. Blair's response to that, but we can't often take these matters to the bitter end, as it were.
Sure. I understand that, sir. Before I actually start the questions, I'll just make a couple of very brief statements, if I may.
Well, it depends, because this is meant to be cross-examination. You've had the chance to put forward your case. So if it's something that relates to your case, then you ought to do it when you make your closing submissions. This is really the opportunity to actually put questions.
I understand
to Mr.
that,
Blair.
sir, and perhaps I can make my comment at the end of this.
Well,
it is relevant, I must say.
I'm not saying it's not relevant, but this is a cross-examination session, so
Okay.
that's what we need to stick to, please.
Right. Mr. Blair, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for your kind words yesterday. First of all, you've mentioned your visit on the 9th and 10th of September.
Yes.
Are you aware that the furlough scheme was still in operation till the 30th of September?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding of the impact of the furlough scheme on traffic numbers on those dates?
I did look at some traffic national statistics, and by that time it was back up to normal, but I would accept that the furlough scheme was still in place.
Okay. Also related to the subject of being at home, or specifically working at home, are you aware that the Chancellor of the Exchequer has today announced the scrapping of the tax break for working at home?
No, I've been here all day. I haven't heard that. Yeah.
I expected that response, sir. And my point is, I would anticipate that that will affect people's working from home.
If you're looking for a comment from me, I would suggest that it is unlikely to. I think the tax break was something like £6 a week from memory, which pales compared to normal commuting costs.
Okay, thank you. The analysis that's been undertaken measures junction performance, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it the case that it does not measure junction-to-junction performance in all cases?
There are two different types of modelling. The modelling that has been undertaken here to the agreed scope is individual junction modelling. The other form of modelling is actually called a network model, where they're linked together and that runs them all together. Yes.
So
not done here.
Not done there. Okay. So therefore, for example, the traffic pile-up after the Sutton Road junction, sorry, the Anne Boleyn junction, when you turn left into Sutton Road, is it's normally in the morning rush a huge jam, basically all the way from Sutton Road, from the Boleyn, pretty much most of the way to Southend, because it services two industrial estates and feeds the eastern side of Southend. And my question is, given that the assessments don't include the road network between junctions and so on, what's the point in adding an extra turn lane at the Anne Boleyn roundabout?
Okay, can I just write down a few points there? There's 2 or 3 points to cover,
Sure.
please. Just don't want to miss anything. In terms of the network model, had a network model been used, because it links all the junctions, the traffic tends to move through that pressurized system, if you like, to find the path of least resistance. So invariably, they give better results. So when someone talks about modelling junctions individually, it's usually the worst case situation. The Anne Boleyn roundabout is right on the edge of the study area. It's the last junction out away from the site that got assessed. I drove through it, I don't want to say 5 times, it could have been 4, it could have been 7, but I drove around it a lot that morning because I was aware of the queuing which had been reported from the industrial estates, and my videos and my dictaphone at the time recorded that I didn't see anything like that. I think the maximum I saw was about 4. I could be wrong, it could have been 5, but it wasn't much. It wasn't a string of traffic back to Southend, as you say. And the question about what's the point of a small curb kicking improvement at that junction, the Highway Authority have asked for a financial contribution towards a bigger, better future improvement. And the client is prepared to give that, and that is in fact the proposal, to go towards a future scheme. I just want it to be covered for the scenario where someone said that will never happen. So I designed a small scheme, basically to show what could be done very easily to mitigate the development impact. And the purpose of that very small scheme is simply to mitigate the development impact in the worst period, so that if we have to fall back on that scheme, we mitigate our impact at that junction.
Okay,
but we agree we agree that there is sense in the Highway Authority going for something bigger and better in the future, and that's why we're prepared to pay the contribution towards it.
Okay, so but not to the roads off of that junction.
Well, to one of the approach arms.
Sutton Road and Southend Road, not changing the capacity of those roads leading from that junction.
Yes, we don't put any traffic on that arm. Sorry,
sir, repeat that.
We don't generate traffic on that arm, but in the model, the junction worked within capacity, so there was no need to do that. The intention is to provide the money towards a much bigger improvement, and my understanding is that the council do want to open that junction up a bit to serve all the things that you've just described.
Okay.
But in terms of us mitigating the impact that this development will bring, there's an alternative scheme that's very minor that achieves that.
Okay. The reason I've raised the question about junction to junction and so on is you'll be aware, I think, from the evidence I submitted, that a development in Kent was rejected a few months ago by the appellant, by the inspector, and that decision was supported or confirmed by the Secretary of State. And one of the issues that was identified in that was that the inspector rather preferred junction-to-junction modelling, i.e. network modelling, rather than just junction modelling.
Yes,
That's just a comment, not a question, sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
It's okay. My response would be his inquiry decision also said that the surveys which were underpinning all of that were flawed, so he couldn't have confidence in the results, and that was part of his decision too.
Okay. Earlier on, Mr. Blair, you rebutted my comment that the Ringway-Jacobs report did not include the cumulative impact of SER2 and SER8. The report, page 21, identified it considered all the plans which were SER1, 2, 6, BFR1, SER3, SER7, SER4 and SER5. There was no mention of SER8. And page 65, 66 of the report described the key congested corridors, we've heard that before, Ashton Road and its junction with Canewdon Road to Hall Road. Does this not mean that Essex has not established a cumulative effect of SER2 and SER8 on the severity of the road network?
I've got the report in front of me. I'm looking at table 2.5. South East Ashington is in it.
Page
19.
Is this a report dated 25th October?
It is.
The thing, sir, is, Mr. Blair, is that one of the two, the Hall Road / SER8, one of them is missing from here. They're both 500 plus. So one of them is missing. I believe the South East Ashington is potentially the Hall Road, but either the Hall Road is missing or the SER8 is missing. Whichever way, they've not fully considered both the developments. Would you agree that only one of the two developments is included on that list?
I can't comment on what's not in the report. You know,
Okay.
It's not here. South East Ashington, 500 dwellings is in the report.
Let me rephrase it. SER2 is 500 plus. SER8 is 500 plus. Would you agree that they are not both included on that table?
I don't know all the sites. What is West Rochford?
West Rochford is, that's west of Rayleigh. You'll see that that was in the 450 that were built by 2015, not in this discussion.
Well, look, this is a report that you've introduced.
No, it's not, sir. It was submitted with my evidence, and I've just referred to the report you referred to is in my evidence.
That's what I meant to say. It was introduced in your evidence. That's all I meant to say. It was an appendix.
Sorry, just would you agree, though, that that table does not show the two 500-plus developments in the Hall Road SER8 area? One of them is missing.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir, but it's just in case it assists with a reference point.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just in case it assists with a reference point. And it's just at page 58 of that document, because Mr. Blair said, well, it could be West Rochford, the SER2. Page 58 of that document.
Yes.
At paragraph 5.2.1. It says West Rochford brackets allocation plan SER2.
Yes, it does. Yes, thank you.
Yes, it does.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it was just a clarification point in terms of the
No, that's
table.
helpful.
That is the one that is included in the table.
Right, and then I think Mr. Blair said the other one.
South East Ashington, 500.
Sorry, would you repeat that last bit?
In the table, there's also South East Ashington at 500.
Right. Let me go back to the table. So remind me of the page, sir. I've lost it again.
It was
Page
19.
19. So, yes. Sorry.
Right. Dwellings 2015 through 2025. Okay. 550 North London Road, Rayleigh. 500 South West Holbridge. 500 South East Ashington. 250 Great Wakering. Okay. One of either Hall Road or SER8 is missing from that table. Now, in the evidence...
Let me just interject there, because that's not how I'm just understanding that clarification I've just been given. Let's see if I've just understood this correctly. If I turn to page 58 of that document, it tells me West Rochford, and then it says the development on land west of Oak Road and north of Hall Road, and then it says SER2. I'm taking it that means that's West Rochford in this table on page 19. So the second entry on page 19, I'm taking to be the same as the description on page 58. And then, so basically my take on what I've just been told is that both SER2 and SER8 are in that table, one under the heading of West Rochford and one under the South East Ashington.
West Rochford is not in the area we're talking about. West Rochford is the Rayleigh end of the district of Rochford.
Well, no. Sorry, it's just when you turn to page 58, does it not clarify it there? I hope I'm not
Okay,
misunderstanding what I'm being told here.
okay. Page 58 mentions Hall Road.
Well, it mentions West Rochford to start with, doesn't it? So I'm cross-referencing that to the West Rochford that appears in the table on page 19.
Okay, yes. Allocation SER 2. My point, sir, is if you look at the table, okay, what's described here as West Rochford SER2 is actually 600 plus houses. SER8 is 500 minimum plus houses. In this area, in the period 2015 to 25, there is only one 500 item on there. Southwest Holbridge is not in this discussion. So what we have in the 2015 to 25 timeframe is 500 Southeast Ashington. And I believe, possibly wrongly described in there, but should have been the Hall Road. But the point is, in the evidence, only Hall Road number, Hall Road plan, SER2 is mentioned, and there are not the appropriate numbers in the table on page 19 to reflect SER2 and SER8, both of which are over 500.
Well, the West Rochford there is a total of 600, isn't it? It says by 2015 and then 2015 to 2025.
I'm so sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Sorry, sir. The dwellings in the Hall Road development started construction around about 2017. I don't know what was supposed to be there by 2015, where West Rochford is. West Rochford covers a whole area of, to the west of Rowley and so on. But in the period 2015 to 2025, which is in the Ringway Jacobs report, it does not cover SER2 and SER8.
Okay.
The numbers just don't match.
So just if it assists as well, just in terms of the, and I'm so sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt, or it's just a reference in the core strategy and how SER2 is referred to in the, in the allocations plan. Policy SER2, it's page 43 and it's 6.2.
With respect, I'm cross-examining.
No, I'm trying to help with a reference for you, because...
We're not talking the allocations plan, we're talking the Ringway Jacobs plan.
No, you are, but sorry if I may finish. It's the reference in the plan is policy SER2 West Rochford. It's just a heading point, I think, isn't it?
Okay, well, I'll revisit that, but I don't want to disrupt you anymore from continuing, Mr. Foster.
I'll reiterate, the area known as SER8 is not mentioned in the report anywhere. The term SER8 is not mentioned at all. All the other ones I read out are mentioned in the report. In the Statement of Common Ground process, Rochford's supporters group submitted factual points of agreement, especially in relation to Hall Road, Ashton Road, West Street. Could you tell me why the appellant refused to answer the Statement of Common Ground inputs?
No, I can't tell you that. The process was controlled through the planning consultants.
Okay. Very happy for us to answer that point, but it was Mr. Pycroft dealing with the statements of common ground, so perhaps that was one you could put on your list for Mr. Pycroft.
Yes, I was going to say, if this witness can't answer that question, then he can't answer it, but you can put the same question to Mr. Pycroft when you get the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. A few minutes ago, you suggested that Councillor Shaw should change her journey time to avoid the Hall Road, Ashton Road, West Street roundabout. And she mentioned in quiet response that she has to open a food bank at a specific time. Is this not a good example of the hopeful but unreal assumption by the appellant that people will change their travel time?
No, it isn't. And I didn't suggest that she change her journey. I merely pointed out that she did use the route that I think other people will.
I think Councillor Mrs Shaw does believe you suggested that she change her journey time because she interjected and said, no, I can't because I've got to open a food bank. My point is, you know, it's a big assumption in all of this that people will change their travel time. In fact, in the survey that Mrs Wright introduced, much was made of the fact that 9.6% of the people could change their time, which means more than 90% could not.
Yeah, Mr Foster, just, yeah.
I'm going to ask the question.
Questions, not statement of your interpretation of things, please.
No, I'm reflecting on the comments that were made, which is why I'm asking the question.
Okay.
9.6 was quoted. If surely the point is that if people could change their travel times, as has been suggested, they would be doing it anywhere, but they don't. So do you agree on that conclusion? They would be doing it if they could?
No.
Why would they not?
Because we're looking at 2029 and the scenario where traffic volumes build and what people's response to traffic conditions is. The primary response in modelling, the big network modelling, not the individual junction where we put all the trips in, the primary response is to shift the time that you travel. Mrs. Wright's survey said not only that people could shift their time, it said they could shift it right out of the rush hour period. They could move their time considerably. Real-time traffic information systems, everyone driving on a journey most of the time is considering, when am I going to get there? Which route do I take? We do it all the time when we drive.
Mrs. Wright's survey was now, and my question was if they could change their travel time and they were surveyed during the rush hour traffic jams, why would they not change them anyway?
I'm sorry, could you just say that again, please?
Mrs. Wright's survey was current time, current traffic conditions.
Yes.
And if people that are stuck in the heavy traffic could change their travel times, I would suggest that they would change their travel times, but they're not. Would you not agree?
Mrs. Wright's survey question, I won't get it out, but I can, said within a period of 7 to 9:30, if you travel then, how many of you travel then? 38%. There's also another category at the bottom that said I travel all the time, so some of those people will be in that number will be added to that number because the total percentage is actually added up to 100%. So there will be some people in the bottom category in the morning peak hour as well. And it said, if you currently travel in the rush hour, could you change your journey? And 38 to out with the morning rush hour, which she had defined as 7 to 9:30. What was the number? 9.6% of people.
9.6 something percent.
Said that of people who currently travel at peak times could change their journey completely out with that 2.5 hour period. I think that's a very significant number.
Significant, but my point is, if they could, and they're stuck in traffic now, wouldn't they change anyway? Therefore, the question's a little bit sort of hypothetical almost.
Well, if you put it the other way...
They could change it, they would change it.
Well, if you put it the other way round, if they haven't changed it, then they're not stuck in traffic.
Then why would they respond that they could change it? We're getting nowhere with this. Shall we move on? Shall we move on, sir?
Please do, yes. I mean, you've asked the question, you've had a reply to it. So.
Right. You mentioned the growth in internet shopping.
Yes.
Do you agree that internet shopping equals deliveries to the home, equals parking in the road, equals more traffic jams?
No, because one delivery van is better than 25 cars.
Sorry, say again?
One delivery van is better than 25 cars.
Okay, but if you see one delivery van parked in the Ashton Road, or many delivery vans parked in the Ashton Road through the course of a day, does that mathematics stand up? We see a Tesco van or an Amazon van parked in the Ashton Road causing chaos. Okay, we won't agree on that, will we? In my evidence, I described Percy Cottage Road as having blind bends, narrow streets, off-street parking, and the mitigation that's described was a small widening of the short paths in the entrance to Percy Cottage from the proposed exit from the phase 2. So it's a small widening of paths and a small increase in displays. Now, do you not agree that the phase 2 exit will increase traffic in the routes around Percy Cottage Road?
Yes, and the trip distribution in the TA shows that.
Okay. Do you not agree that the mitigation on the plan only applies to a small area of that, the environs of that road, that exit?
Yes, that is the agreed mitigation, yeah.
Okay. So all the other blind bends and so on still remain a risk?
No. There will be a slight intensification of traffic. The highway layout on site is designed so that a diversion route through the site will not occur. It's intended to serve, I think, 20% of the development, and that is additional traffic on Percy Cottage Road. There is no evidence that that additional traffic will lead to any road safety issues.
I wasn't suggesting that traffic taking diversion routes through the estate. I was talking about the 20%.
Yeah, no.
The road, the Percy Cottage Road, we showed you pictures. It's very narrow.
Is?
It's features a great deal of on-street parking.
Yes.
With little off-street opportunity, sharp bends, blind bends, and pedestrian traffic to the school. I'm just asking you whether the mitigation for that small entrance to Percy Cottage entrance and the widening of the display there actually has any mitigation for the traffic impact on the whole of that particular area, yes or no?
The mitigation on the short section obviously does not provide anything for the rest of the estate.
So that's a no?
That's right.
Thank you. In the various reports, it's suggested that people will take alternative routes to avoid congestion. Could you explain to me what those alternative routes are?
Yes, if you were coming up from the roundabout, you suggested it Sutton Road, Anne Boleyn roundabout, and you thought that there was going to be a queue at West Street, Hall Road roundabout. You can turn right up South Street, and you can go through the town centre and come out up at the Dallas Road roundabout. Okay.
I think we've seen from other evidence that directing traffic through the town centre is undesirable.
Well, it mentioned
High Court judgment. Traffic does divert through the town centre through the other junction mentioned earlier on routes of Stanbridge. But you've taken an example there. What about traffic travelling down the main link, the Ashton Road, either northbound or southbound? What are the alternative routes?
Travelling northbound, if you were at Dallas Road, you wouldn't be able to take an alternative route to get further north. Across that, Ashington Road's effectively the only route north across that section. Sorry, but
what if you're coming southbound down the Ashton Road?
Well, I want to get my pronunciations.
What alternative routes would you be able to take to avoid the Hall Road, Ashton Road, West Street, mini roundabout?
Well, you can go down Dallas Road again, but when you get into the town centre, it's a one-way.
Around the centre of the town again?
Yes, yes.
The traffic impact of which has never been measured in this assessment?
Yeah, that's right. The Highway Authority asked us to look at the primary road network and put all our traffic there.
if I were able to cross-examine the Highway Authority, I would ask those questions. But the fact is, and I'm sure you would agree, that that route through the town centre, which previously has been a subject of a High Court judgment, has not been assessed for traffic impact. Is that correct?
It has not been assessed for traffic impact.
Thank you.
I would add that I have driven those roads many times on my site visits, and they're town centre roads. They go down to one way in places, they're narrow in places. I was never held up in a queue, but it's not the preferred way through. If there was no congestion on the highway network, you probably wouldn't use them, but they are an alternative route.
They are, excuse me, sir, they are generally not taken as alternative routes. Local knowledge, I'm afraid. And I would say, reminder, that in a High Court judgment against an appeal by a builder, a developer, the judge ruled that it was undesirable for traffic to be attracted through the town centre.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir. And it's a point of law, and I'm sure Mr. Parkinson will also be able to assist in respect of this. The cogent land decision made the comments that Mr. Foster is setting out in the summary of factual information that informed the judge as to the legal point that was being discussed in that case, which was essentially, and in summary, whether or not the SA and SEA that had been produced in respect of that plan had been through the appropriate process, essentially. So it was a challenge to the adoption of the core strategy on that basis. Now, I'm not saying that Mr. Foster is right in terms of the comments that he draws out of it were made factually in respect of the background there, but the judge neither endorsed those facts or otherwise because that wasn't his remit.
That wasn't what he was looking at.
No, he wasn't.
No, I understand that.
So, yeah.
I'm hearing what Mr. Foster's saying. You've referred to the High Court report a number of times. I've got it in front of me there. You don't need to repeat points about it. As I say, please try and just concentrate on putting the questions to Mr. Blair, and when he's answered it, you don't need to give the background as to why you take a different view.
Yes, sir, I'll take that point, but I must point out that if I ask for a yes or no answer, and he gives me yes, but as Ms. Reid has demonstrated admirably over the last few days.
I always allow witnesses to clarify. I like the yes or no and then a clarification, but what I'm trying to point out now is some of the things that you're saying are giving me a repeat of the supporters group's position, which I know. What I want you to do is put specific questions to Mr. Blair.
So just to remind myself, the answer to your question was yes, there hasn't been a traffic assessment of the town centre traffic.
That's right.
I'll move on to the next one, sir. There's much in the travel plan about mode shift. Do you have any travel evidence of mode shift, the effect of mode shift, the percentage of a successful mode shift from car to public transport resulting from development for an area with similar socio-economic and geographical characteristics as the Rochford district?
As I explained, the travel plan expert was to be called as a highways witness, but his presence is transformed into his report in my appendix. He is the expert on the travel planning and has all the mode shift figures at his fingertips. I do not have the figures that you have asked for in such specific terms.
Okay. Is that something that Mr. Pycroft will be able to answer later or on another day?
I don't think Mr. Pycroft's the man for this. It was the Mr. Hacker whose statement we have in lieu of his appearance in one of the appendices to Mr. Blair, I think.
So will somebody be able to get the answer to that question?
Well, the mode shift target is 10%.
That wasn't my question. My question was, do you have travel evidence of mode shift from car to public transport resulting from development for an area with similar socio-economic and geographical characteristics as the Rochford district?
I personally do not here.
Okay.
No.
Does somebody have access to it in the team?
Well, we weren't expecting a question on the travel plan because it doesn't feature in the case.
Okay.
Okay.
The various evidence has suggested, and including the original Ardent assessment on which the application was made, talked about mode shift travel plans. And I'm asking a simple question for the evidence of the effectiveness of that in an area, to put it in simple terms, like Rochford, socio-economic and geographical. So
I do not have that specific evidence.
Right. In the evidence I showed yesterday, I showed stills from a time-lapse video, which I demonstrated can make a busy road look quiet or relatively quiet. In your proof of evidence, I saw stills from various videos. I think they were dash cam videos.
That's right.
Variously, there were some, multiple minutes long, but there were 10 seconds, 14 seconds, 2 seconds, 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 16 seconds, 20, 8, 6, 11, 3, 2, and so on. So stills from short videos of that duration can provide a perhaps misleading view of the traffic. Would you care to comment on that for me, please?
I don't understand when you give the short seconds. I have about 6 hours of videos.
I'm referring to the times on the your still pictures.
Yes.
It reflects the time they were taken and the duration of the video from which they were taken. I just want to see an example, and then I'll be able to comment on it, please, to see what you're asking. Yes, time of day, 7:40. So I'm looking now at page 28, or, well, take a look at page 28. Time of day, so it's image 3, Bradley Way, time of day, 07:41 a.m. So that's obviously the time of day. Sorry, it's paginate at page 28. As I said, sir, I'm not claiming that they're all like that.
No, it's
Bradley Way, time of day 7:41, video time 14 seconds.
Right. Can I just explain what that time is and what it means?
Please.
7:41 a.m. is fairly obvious.
Yep.
A dash cam records 5 minutes of video and then another 5 minutes,
Yep.
and then another 5 minutes. That's just recording that happened 14 seconds into that video. In case I needed to go back and find that on the video, that's my marker to tell me where that is. It's not saying that the video was 14 seconds long. It's just saying that if I had to find it, it's like a digital version of the old counter on a tape deck. It's just so that I can know where to go to.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they're selective, to rephrase it, they're selective stills from a long video, a bit like I showed yesterday.
I didn't want to put in 6 hours of video for all sorts of reasons.
That was my point.
Yeah.
We showed a few stills yesterday, which showed a busy road as looking like a quiet road, just by taking stills from a long day's worth of video. I will move on, sir. Now, I'm not sure whether I should ask this. It was a Mr. Gascoigne question, I think. I'll ask it, see if it works or not.
Well, ask a question. If this witness can answer it, then all well and good. If he can't, then it may be one for Mr. Pycroft.
Okay. And various parts of the evidence described a wide variety of facilities within walking distance of the proposed development. For instance, it shows Holt Farm schools,
Yeah.
which object to the proposal. it shows a doctor's surgery which has a shortage of doctors,
Okay.
massive shortage of doctors. They may be interested in the potential new primary.
I think,
Yeah.
Mr. Foster, you're drifting into not a question here. I'm sure there's a question at the end of this, but
Okay. There is a question, and the third example, sir, is on the statement. It shows Rochford Hospital being a few minutes walk away. It's actually a mental health centre and an elderly care centre, so day centre. So, you know, what do you, in presenting that evidence, what are you expecting people to take from that? The hospital's 10 minutes walk away, but it's actually a mental health facility.
I'm not expecting people to take anything from that. When you locate a site, you consider its accessibility and you mention all of the facilities that are in the local area that are within a walk distance or a cycle distance. If the wrong name's on that, then I apologise. It was done before my time.
Okay. I accept your apology. I just hope, in understanding the evidence presented, sir, that some of these errors will be recognised. Rochford Hospital, demonstrated as a close walk, is not a hospital in the sense that people would imagine. It's a mental health facility and a daycare centre for the elderly. So in that respect, the reports are misleading.
It's got the wrong name, but people will work there and they will live within a walkable distance to their place of work.
The people that work there already work there, and they drive or they walk or they get a bus as appropriate today. Also in the report, it says, again, this may be a Mr. Gascoigne item, cycling has potential to reduce trips up to 10 kilometres. Good theory, and I do understand the cycle infrastructure within the development, but once you get out of the development, this report is describing all these places. Can you explain to me the cycle network that gets people to Leigh-on-Sea or all the other places listed?
I can't describe the cycle network to Leigh-on-Sea, but there are cycle contributions towards key cycle routes, and they are off to the south west of Rochford.
Okay.
There's the RDC flagship cycle routes 1 and 2. They go down just past Roch Avenue and turn across flagship. I can hand you this plan, but flagship route 1 goes along here.
I accept that.
Flagship route 2.
The point was made, and the question I'm trying to ask is that the report was offering access to up to 10 kilometres worth of cycle destinations, which are all very nice destinations. But there's a big assumption there about there being cycle routes beyond that area you've talked about, and there aren't.
I don't think that's what it's trying to say. If you were locating a site somewhere else in the country that was isolated, then the same approach would say you can't walk anywhere, you cannot cycle anywhere, you can't catch the train to anywhere because there isn't a train station and there's one bus a day. And sites like that exist, and they don't come forward because development's put on accessible sites where, in this case, you can ride on cycle routes that will be provided alongside the site. There are cycle routes, key cycle strategic flagship routes being developed, and you may have to cycle on the road to get to some of these destinations, but the point is there are destinations within 10 kilometres, so cycling is a choice for some people.
Right, and you know, thank you to the reference to other places, but in our area, most of those places that you mentioned, you would have to cross the busy A127, for example, which is pretty much rammed constantly. All right, thank you. I'll move on. Again, the evidence describes the area in close proximity and well serviced by a public transport network. Reality is the frequent services 7 and 8 serve Rayleigh Station, Hockley, Southend Travel Centre, North Shoebury. Service 60 and 60A, which I think is mentioned somewhere, doesn't go through Rochford. Others are 2 hourly or 3 a day, with the services reducing on Saturday and available Sunday. The school service is suggested as a positive, as a source, but it's actually a source of traffic congestion for students out on the catchment. So, I know that there's been Section 106 money put into this proposal to improve public transport, but we know currently public transport is not particularly well used. In fact, it only grows when the bus passes kick in at 10 o'clock. So my question is really about this contribution and how can you evidence that it's likely to be effective in transferring people to buses? And also, if it's not the case, that the bus companies will continue to provide the service when the 106 money has run out?
There's a few points there. The travel plan does provide bus passes. So
six travel passes for people to try, I think.
6 months of a bus pass, I think.
6 passes, it says.
I'll check that. I think it's
something like
it's a bigger contribution than that. And in fact, I've been advised by the client that it's significantly more than Essex County Council usually ask for. There are physical bus improvements such as real-time information at the bus stops, and I heard someone say just in passing that people would have to wait. You never know when the bus is coming along, but these real-time systems tell you when the bus is coming along, which makes it more attractive. You can stay in your house longer and walk out when the bus is about to arrive. It's on an app. And then there's the public transport contribution. Now that's been set in conjunction with the Highway Authority. It's not a sum of money that has been negotiated down or anything like that. They have identified the contribution that they think is appropriate, and the developer has agreed to provide it.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. And the point I wanted to make earlier on is that we don't have an opportunity to cross-examine the Highways Authority because they're not here. And many of the questions that we ask, it's the Highways Authority, but we don't have an opportunity to challenge them. Right. In the rebuttal of evidence, Rule 6 party evidence, you described large load movements as being abnormal. Well, actually, we think they are not. They are increasing, especially with the Baltic Wharf growing on the River Crouch. So how and why do you describe them as abnormal? And what do you define as abnormal?
I can't recall using the word abnormal. Could you just point me to it? I may have done, but I think I'm probably more likely to have said that they were...
4.1.3 says those include abnormal load movements.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes. My general train of thought was that such movements could be typical. You know, the sorts of vans parked on the cycleways, the photographs that I saw are, you know, as you said, Tesco vans parking by the side of the road, etc., fairly typical. There was one abnormal load photograph in your package, which was
on the back of a trailer.
Boat on the back of a trailer, yeah. Excuse me.
There are also big lorries moving up and down that road quite frequently. Steel is brought from Wallasey Island, from.
It's not a question, is it? This Foster.
Okay.
Again, it's part of your case.
Okay. Yeah. So, how would you define abnormal, and why do you believe that they are abnormal?
An abnormal vehicle is something that's wider than 2.9 metres, I think, from memory, and possibly needing an escort beyond that.
And where's your evidence that they are abnormal in terms of that area?
I don't have evidence of that.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask.
So there's also a length to the abnormal load thing of more than 12 metres.
Okay.
Yeah, but, sorry, yeah.
I was going to ask some more about the shared space, but I think we've probably done that to death. Right. I'm going on to the Ardent report, page 84, 7.15. It states, we've assessed the impact of predicted development upon the operation of all junctions in the study area requested by ECC. It's been demonstrated, for the most part, although the local highway network is congested, there is the ability to deliver the proposed scheme without significant detrimental impact on junction operation. So the question is, what is the most part? What does that mean? So it's not, it means not all. And secondary, what are the parts of the highway network that can't cope?
Could you give me the reference to that paragraph, please?
It's paragraph 7.15.
Thank you. Just takes me a little bit of time to get the document out.
So that's in the transport assessment, is it? Is that where you... Yeah.
Sorry, let me just check that. I don't want to mislead you. Sorry, it's page 80, paragraph 6.79.
Well, you say that, but I've turned to your first reference where you said page 84, para 7.15, and I can see those words there.
No, that's right. I've written down both pages. It's actually written twice.
Okay.
I think it's a reflection into the summary and conclusions.
So go back to my question. So if that's for the most part, that means not all. So what are the parts of the highway network that can't cope?
Could I ask you to turn to my volume 2, appendix 10, please?
I haven't got it right here, I'm afraid. Perhaps you read it to me.
I will, yeah.
Can you give me the page number, please?
It's the results table, which I think was 184. Yes,
184.
I just want to read this paragraph again before I answer, if I may. Okay, so unfortunately I'm going to give you some numbers. But in the ardent work that you're referring to, in 2029 at Rectory Road, it was going to be 9% over capacity with no development. And with development, it was going to be, it's a ratio, RFC 1.11. And
Sorry, I don't want to be rude, but my question was, what parts of the network can't cope?
They don't say it. They don't say it can't cope.
Well, it says, we've assessed the impact of the predicted development traffic on the operation of all junctions in the study area requested. It's been demonstrated that for the most part, although the local highway network is congested, there is ability to deliver the proposed scheme without the significant detrimental impact on junction operation.
Yes.
So my point is, the most part doesn't mean all. So my question is, what parts of the highway network can't cope?
It doesn't say they can't cope. I was about to read through the junctions and tell you which ones get mitigated and which ones don't.
Let me
if that's
rephrase
helpful.
It's a logical question based on the words. It said, for the most part, the highway network is congested. okay, and the proposed scheme can, without significant detrimental impact on junction operation. So, for the most part, so what parts can't cope? If the most part, I understand that. If there's 10 junctions, 9 is the most part. But what's the one that can't? So I'm asking the question, which is a junction that can't cope? Or junctions?
Okay. It doesn't say they can't cope. It says without significant detrimental impacts.
Okay.
So if you go 2 paragraphs down.
Let me try again. If something says for the most part can cope,
Yeah.
most part doesn't mean all. So I'm asking you, what is the bit that can't cope?
I'm maybe reading a different paragraph. Let me just get the other reference. I was on page 84. Are you on a different one?
If we're on page 84, para 715,
Yes.
I think what I'm taking from this is Mr. Blair, I think, is saying that he can't see within that paragraph, it's saying that any junction can't cope. I think they're words that you've interpreted, Mr. Foster, and are then putting that to Mr. Blair. Am I correct in that so far, Mr. Blair? Is that?
Yes.
Because I can't see the phrase "can't cope" here, so that's your take on it, isn't it? And so you're asking Mr. Blair something that isn't actually contained within that paragraph, and I think Mr. Blair was going to tell you the way that the junctions were predicted to operate in the Ardent report. But anyway, I'll say no more. It's not.
Okay.
I was trying to cut through this.
So I accept that I put the definition in there, but the words, I'll try it again, and I'll ask it in line with the words in here, if I may. Okay. Although the local highway network is congested, there's the ability to deliver the proposed scheme without significant detrimental impacts on junction operation. Okay, for the most part. So which are the parts that can't be delivered without significant detrimental impacts on junction operation?
Yes, 2 paragraphs down, it says that the Ashington Road, Hall Street, has been improved in recent years, and it's forecast to operate above theoretical capacity as a result of general growth in either or both weekday peak hours. The additions of development traffic will add to delay and queuing.
So which are the ones that can't operate without significant detrimental impacts?
Well, the reason I went to my results was because the ACE work was forecasting significantly higher levels of operation than my work. And at this junction, that was because they'd used the wrong geometry.
Sorry, say again?
They had used, in a model of a junction, yes, you add in the traffic flows and the directions that they're going, but you also have to put in the geometry of the junction. Okay. The radius of the roundabout, the widths of the lanes, all of that. They had used the wrong geometry. They had used the old layout.
So Ardent didn't use the correct geometry?
Correct.
Where else didn't they use the correct geometry?
At the site access.
Anywhere else? Specific ones?
We looked at all of the junctions. Everything else was fine. There were a few minor tweaks. We looked at modern data and made a few minor tweaks, and that's all set out in that table of results, where it shows that the differences are immaterial at all the other junctions, but the differences were significant at the Hall Road junction.
So the Ardent report,
yes,
which is the basis for the planning application by Bloor,
yes,
is wrong in that respect.
It is wrong in respect of the results for that one junction, and the point I make repeatedly in my proof is that it has been accepted on the basis of performing much worse than will actually be the case.
Going back to the comments of yesterday, doesn't this cast further doubt on the modelling that was in the Ardent report? There was a whole bunch of things in it where it talked about it can be ignored because it's exceeding queue length and blah, 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 blah.
No. I believe the Ardent report despite that error, stands as a robust piece of work. It's very comprehensive. It's a robust piece of work, and the error that it introduced with that junction made the results worse. So anyone reviewing this now can have even greater comfort that the actual reality of the junction operation will be far better than that which they previously found to be acceptable.
And I'm not going to go through this, but I've got 11 errors in the Ardent report here. I'm happy to read them out if you wish.
That's not a question, is it? You've asked your question about this. If there are points there, then really they should have come through in your presentation of your case, Mr. Foster.
I did point out one significant one where they said on page 38.
Yeah, well, that's fine. What I'm saying is you don't need to go
I didn't want
through
to
it again.
delay the inquiry by going through the nitpick of every little or big mistake in the Ardent report. There were 11, and I won't read them out, but nonetheless they are there, and they cast down on in my mind, and as the recent discussion we've just had tends to emphasise, there were quite a lot of flaws in it. Right, I shall move on, sir. I'm almost there, I think. On page 63, 6.12 of the Ardent report, it says, it's generally recognised that background growth in traffic is constrained by network capacities, and therefore where parts of the network are either approaching or at capacity, full traffic growth projections are unlikely to be realised. Put into layman's terms, my terms, simple layman, this would seem to mean that the network in places can't cope with the forecast increase in traffic. If that is not the case, could you please explain what that paragraph means?
Right. What that means is that you can't get more than a pint into a pint pot.
Yep.
So what they're saying is that where junction capacities are constrained, where traffic's constrained by network capacity, where parts of the network are either approaching or at capacity. In other words, if the junction's full, you can't get more through it, so traffic can't grow. If you stood beside the junction...
Sorry, it doesn't say junctions, it says the network.
It does say the network, yeah. So if you were standing there counting and it was full, you would always count the same number because it's the capacity that would be moving through, not a free...
Okay.
So what it's saying is, for our assessments of the future, we're still going to apply traffic growth anyway. And that's why the results show them all going over capacity, the results that I was about to read out to you.
But is it not true that we said earlier that the junction to junction and beyond junction parts of the network are not tested through the algorithms or measures or whatever? Because it says here, it doesn't say junctions. It's generally recognised that background growth in traffic is constrained by network capacities, and therefore where parts of the network are either approaching or at capacity, full traffic growth projections are unlikely to be realised. My interpretation is that means the network can't cope with the predicted traffic growth. Does it mean that, or does it not mean that?
It means that if you add traffic to a junction, let's say Sutton Road again, if we were to add, I don't want to give you a number because people latch on to numbers, but a number of trips to Sutton Road, if the network capacity was constraining it, it would never happen because it couldn't get to it. But what they've done is they've added the percentage traffic growth, modelled the junction as if that traffic was there, and then designed their mitigations on the basis of that higher number.
Okay. The network hasn't been tested. Improving a junction may increase the capacity of that junction to feed vehicles into the network whose capacity hasn't been tested and who on here says unlikely to be realised. I think I'm close to the end now, sir. I just reiterate I've got several questions which should be aimed at Essex, and I think they're legitimate questions, but there's nobody here that can answer for Essex. So
Well, I mean, all I can suggest, and I'm sure it's no great comfort to you at all, Mr. Foster, is try and put those questions to Essex County Council outside this inquiry. I know that doesn't help you in the current position, but clearly, as you've rightly said, there's no one here from Essex County Council. They've made their position quite clear in the Statement of Common Ground. So, yes, you may well have points you would have wished to raise with them, but that just isn't possible, I'm afraid.
if I raise them, sir, and I get unsatisfactory answers, can I pass them on to you?
No, because as I said at the outset, only exceptionally will information received after the inquiry is closed be accepted. And what I have in front of me is a statement of common ground signed between the Highway Authority and Highway Authority and Appellants, and I've also got quite clearly the position of the Highway Authority in the various committee reports,
Okay.
etc. So
I understand.
I understand your position, but in terms of this inquiry, I've made it clear what information I have. And
I understand and respect that, sir, but I must put on record that the Highways expert that was hired by Rochford District Council and seems to be the primary source of defence for the appellant is not here to be cross-examined. And Essex, which is a major source, that several of the questions have been answered with, that's Essex County Council. But we can't ask Essex County Council.
But if I can just make it clear, had Mr. Flexman have been here, you couldn't have cross-examined Mr. Flexman either, or at least it would have been very unusual. You're on the same side. It's only if parties on the same side are dramatically divergent that might be a possibility. But we're not there, so I'm afraid that we are where we are.
Okay. In that case, I close, sir. I could probably drag it out with a few more small questions, but no, we'll call it a day.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just bear with me. So in terms of those interested persons, it was Ms. Waite, you said you'd got a question to put to Mr. Blair. If you've got one, could I ask you, could you find a microphone to speak with? I just know that if you speak from where you are, it's not going to be picked up at all on the live stream. It looks like one's either find it, well, to the end of the table there.
We've got an empty chair here.
Mr. Blair, have you got my survey?
I should have a copy somewhere.
Sorry, Ms. Wright, was it the survey you've asked Mr.
Yeah.
Blair to get? Okay. Oh, I've got it somewhere, but... Okay.
Yeah? Could you turn to question 1, please?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you, Mr. Blair, why you keep quoting 38% as the answer to rush hour traffic. I totally understand that your barrister's definition of the morning rush hour or the rush hour was limited to 1 hour, and somehow that got down to 15 minutes. But since you've seen fit to quote my survey, I wondered if you could explain to the people here why you've chosen that percentage of 38% for my definition of the rush hour.
Well, I read the question what is your primary time of travel on Ashington Road? And the answer choices were during rush hour, and there are 2 rush hours there.
That's
there's
right.
There's the AM and the PM.
No, there are 2 rush hours in the morning, which actually...
I see. Yes.
Right, okay, so just for clarity, I would just like to say that my definition, and therefore the 1,200 people, not 1,000, as it keeps being said, I would suggest that 1,200 is a lot more than 1,000. Okay, so my definition of the rush hour, in which the school rush hour was included, is from 7 till 9:30. Therefore, I would like to ask you if you agree that the proper definition of the rush hour for the purposes of this survey is 38.48% of people who are travelling between 7 and 9:30. We'll leave the afternoon.
Okay.
Added on to that, 11.02 who are specifically within that time, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And then, as you very kindly alluded to, there is a further 16.11%.
Yes.
And you said, okay, maybe half. Okay, so we'll go along with that. So I would just like to say, for the purposes of clarity, that the morning rush hour is from 7 till 9:30, and it comprises 58% of those that are travelling, not 38%. I would put it to you, I'm sure you will agree, that there is a huge difference between 38% and 58%.
Can I be clear where your 58% came from there?
So my 58% comes from the 38.48% of people who travel between 7 and 9:30 in general.
Yeah.
On top of that, there are people who travel purely during that time, but for the school, which is 11.02%. And then, as Mr. Blair also kind of did, I use the road at all times, okay? He kind of said, and I kind of agree, that the 16.11%, let's say that half of them might be on the road during rush hour and half of them won't.
Okay.
So 58%.
So you've taken half of the 16.11 and added to those other 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. I'd just like to ask you if you could remind me of something. Could you clarify what percentage you gave us? This is, I think when you were talking to Mr. Parkinson, what percentage did you give us for school car use? Can you remember that? I mean, maybe that's a bit unfair.
No, it's in the Ardent TA. I appreciate that this isn't before everyone. It was table 5.2. And what it's from the National Trip End Model Statistics, and the table. I'll just.
It's okay. You can just say it.
Yeah, I'll read it across because
sure.
because what it says is that for car drivers, so we're not talking passengers. For car drivers, 34% work, 6% education, 5% shopping, holidays 1%. The total is 47%. So it's critical that that's just car drivers, because you've also got car passengers, bus passengers, all of that.
Yeah.
So what we've got is that out of all if the 47% are all car drivers, 6% are going to education. And if you express 6% over 47%, it means that 12% of trips on the network are associated with education.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, as you know from my survey, I did separate those on the road at school rush from those within the normal rush hour.
I saw that.
So, would you be prepared to accept, sir, that our percentage of school rush hour travellers is probably likely to be travelling to the school or stopping at the school? or else they would have been included in the first part, wouldn't they? Because the first part of the answer is during the whole of that period. So if they've chosen not to be included in the first part of the first part of the figures as 7 to 9:30, but they've chosen specifically to be included in the school bits, would you accept that they're likely to be, for whatever reason, either going to the school or dropping off at the school and carrying on?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so I'd just like to point out that our figure is 11.02%, which is nearly twice the national average.
No, because 6% over 47 is 12%. Your figure is very close to the national average.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sorry, but...
So, obviously, that's my bad because I don't understand.
No.
Okay.
No.
The last thing I'd like to ask you is about the queue towards Daly's Road. And
yes.
Okay, so you agreed with Mr. Parkinson that at various times when it's really bad, there's going to be a queue that goes from the Hall roundabout and it's going to go past Daly's Road.
I didn't agree that.
Oh, you
I said that the model results, on the basis that
Okay.
that model was undertaken, demonstrate that.
Right.
We get the other side's case and we see the points that we have to address. Some points came out through the proofs, through the rebuttals. We've addressed all of those.
Okay.
This point came up fundamentally, as far as we're concerned, in the course of this inquiry. Had we been faced with that in time, we would have then quantified those 8 issues and we would have responded to say that the traffic approaching that roundabout to the south wouldn't be that bad and the queue wouldn't go anywhere near Dallas Road roundabout, and that's why Mr. Parkinson was saying you need 47 PCUs. And the reason I'm quoting 1,000 isn't because it was your survey 1,200, it's because there's approximately 1,000 trips going down the road.
Right.
So any percentages that we want to take off are percentages off that 1,000.
Okay, the point I wanted to ask you about was that you seem to be saying that when the traffic is backing up beyond Daly's Road, because of the accumulative effect of the cars that were already there being joined by cars in the next quarter, you seem to be saying that in mitigation of that, even though, notwithstanding what Mr. Foster said, that it was an alternative to go through the town.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So let's just humour me that we've got a situation there where the traffic is backed up beyond beyond the Daly's Road roundabout, and people are queuing up, and they're going to turn left onto Daly's Road to go into the town to try to avoid that next section. Yeah?
Yes.
Are you aware that it's actually not possible to turn left off the Daly's Road roundabout until you're actually on the roundabout? Are you aware of that?
Sorry, it's not possible to turn
It's
left.
actually, so imagine there's like 100 queues going back there, 100 PCUs.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So you can't bypass them. to
So
get to it.
are you
Yeah.
aware that you actually can't turn left?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so you've given in mitigation the fact that this will be helped because people can turn left.
Yes.
But now you're actually accepting the fact that until you actually get to the roundabout, you can't turn left. So do you not agree then that it's actually not going to make any difference to the queue? Whatever that queue might be?
Well, no, for 2 reasons. I don't think that people would only turn left if the queue was at the roundabout. I think if they saw the queue in front of them, they'd probably turn left before that.
They can't turn left.
You're saying there's no left turn?
There is no, they can't. They can't turn left before then.
I'm sure there's a misunderstanding here. I think, can I give you my take on it and then see if I'm understanding you correctly? Are you saying, Ms. Wright, that you can't turn left until you get to the roundabout?
That's right.
And therefore, if you join a queue that's coming back from that roundabout,
That's right.
you can't turn left until you get actually to the roundabout
That's
itself. Yes,
So
I thought you were thinking that.
Yeah.
My take on Mr. Blair's answer is yes, but it's not simply those who are joining the back of the queue. Those actually at the front of that queue will be at the roundabout, and they're the ones who he's saying will turn left. You quite clearly can't turn left until you get to the roundabout.
Yes, but more than that, if you thought that the queue was coming back towards the roundabout, you might also turn left, preempting that.
Where?
At the roundabout.
At the roundabout. Sorry, it's not my place.
Before the queue builds back up to the roundabout, if you were driving down the road and the roundabout was clear, but just beyond it there was a queue.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that, sir. We're talking about when there is a traffic backed up that goes past the Dailies Road roundabout.
Yeah.
Yes, if you're driving down a free-flowing traffic and you are approaching Dailies Road roundabout and you can see in the distance that there is a jam waiting at Hall Road, okay, which you can't always see because it's been there, but anyway, yeah, you can take the choice to turn left. But why would you? The only time you would want to turn left and go through the very congested one-way system in the town is when you are approaching the Dailies Road roundabout and you can see it is backed up past the Dailies Road roundabout. Then you think, I'm not going down there, I'm going left. My question to you is, are you aware that until you actually get to the Dailies Road roundabout, it is not actually possible to turn left? That's all I asked you.
It isn't now.
It is not possible.
And
because,
in the design junction that's coming forward, there is a left turn in there.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Thank you.
No one else who spoke on the first day has indicated they have any questions. Sorry, remind me of your name? Okay, do you want to go?
Mr. Blair, it's in regards to the pyramid that you showed us.
Oh, yes.
Mode shifts or 8 reasons or something like that. And one of the benefits you were talking about was upgrade to bus stops.
Yes.
And that's at Holt Farm School. So I'd just like to know how the proposal is to take away the lay-by, which will mean that buses will stop in the roads, which will cause traffic jams. So I'd really like to understand how you think that's an upgrade to a bus stop.
Okay. The designers of this ACE have advanced this with the Highway Authority in respect of the design and the plans that were submitted. My understanding is that they thought that stopping the bus there, it actually allows them to widen the footway. All the talk has been about reducing the ped cycleway and the shared section. This actually widens the footway ever so slightly, maybe only by a few hundred millimetres, in that location where the bus lay-by cuts in. And if you look at the still photographs, you'll see that that's where people congregate as well. Mm-hmm. So it widens it there. But I wasn't party to those conversations at the time, but my understanding was that the bus stop there would actually add to traffic calming, and that may be seen as a benefit.
So, but surely that will cause more traffic jams.
Cars would stop behind it, yeah.
So isn't a negative impact rather than a positive impact?
It depends what you want to give
the road network.
It depends what you want to give priority to, yes.
Okay. Yeah. And just one more question. You talked about reducing single occupancy.
Yes.
Obviously to improve the PCU. How do you suggest this could be achieved?
Well, in travel plans, there's a travel plan coordinator, and their purpose is, or their role is to engage with all the residents on the site and try and, introduce initiatives that can help to reduce single occupancy cars. And one of those could, for example, be a car share scheme.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you got any evidence where that actually works?
It happens all over the country. And even local authorities even run car share schemes as well. But it's one initiative. The thing about having a travel plan coordinator is the drive is towards the target. If they promote something and they do annual surveys, and if at the end of that year something's not as effective as it was hoped, then they can divert their funds to that, or they can try something different, but the impetus is there to drive towards reducing single occupancy cars.
So we have a travel coordinator that's going to be trying to implement these plans within the new development, will we?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Yes. Okay. Oh, so with regards to the bus stop, that's not going to be in a lay-by anymore, it's just going to be on the road. And we've got another bus stop on the opposite side of the road, which could effectively be, not directly, but quite close to that, which potentially means that traffic will be stopped simultaneously on both sides of the road. How do you feel that's going to impact on traffic congestion?
Well, you may have to wait behind a bus while it's in a stop, but with the levels of traffic on the road, it won't make any difference. The bus will move off, you'll follow on behind it.
Yeah, but delayed journeys and everything that we've been talking about, it's going to have a negative impact on the residents of this area.
It may
and then we've got traffic, and then the traffic is going to be backed up to roundabouts, which we already know are pinch points. We've got the crossing for the children. I'm struggling to see how it's a benefit. And I don't think you've managed to persuade me yet that it is.
Okay.
So I just want to know that, really. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so no more questions from interested persons. Let me just try and find where your proof's got to, Mr. Blair. Here we go. I think although I've got a lot of flags on here, when I looked through them earlier, it seemed to me that as the inquiry has progressed, all of these have been responded to. I think there were just two points that I just want you to clarify for me, though, please. You took me earlier to the tricks information that had been used to produce the trip generation predictions for the development. And I've not got them to hand, so I'll look at them again later. But what I wanted to be clear, and I thought I'd got at the back of my mind a figure of 167 or something like that, trips generated outbound from the development. I don't know if that was going south down Ashington Road. I'm just trying to relate that to the 103 that you've referred to a number of times at the Hall Road junction.
Yes. Let me see if I can help you. The fact that they did this for every 15 minutes just means that there's 4 figures for every one.
Yeah. You give me the table reference that you're looking at, and I'll be able to revisit that afterwards.
Okay. The figure in the ACE report in very small print is FD25.
Okay. What page is that on, please?
It is not paginated, sir.
Oh, right. Okay.
But it's one of the stick flow diagrams.
One of those, yeah.
So would you like a photocopy of that page, just so that it's easier for you to locate if it's unpaginated?
Yes. Not now, but if you can, I think, yeah.
Try and print you a clean one.
Yeah, we do one of that. That'd be helpful there. Yeah, then I'll know it's in the document, but at least I'll have an easy copy of it. Yeah.
Sir, if when you get this, you're scratching your head over 9 trips, it's because of the car park on site for the school trips. So it's defining some people diverting in and coming back out.
Okay.
So it looks like you've got a slightly bigger number coming back out, but there's a minus number going through.
I understand. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think the only other point that, another point I just wanted to hear your response to, because it was raised on day one. I can't remember which member of the public it was who said it, but I was told how many cars there were likely to be on this development as a whole if it went ahead. And to put it bluntly, if they were laid end to end, we were going to have 6 miles of traffic.
Yes.
I just wondered what your comments were on the way that was expressed and what I should take away from that.
You should take nothing from that. It was expressed completely incorrectly.
Okay. As I say, I got a lot of other points, but I'm content that what I'd flagged, you've answered one way or another, or at least it's come forward as the inquiry has progressed, so I don't need to ask you any of those. So I think I can ask if you've got any re-examination then, please, Ms. Reid.
Thank you, sir. Now, good afternoon, Mr. Blair.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to take you back to the beginning of cross-examination by my learned friend, Mr. Parkinson. You were asked a number of questions about your site visits and whether you'd observed congestion at Junction 4 in particular. Do you recall?
Yes.
And you said you'd seen queues, but you'd also seen it free-flowing within the relevant AM peak, you recall?
That's right.
There then appeared to be some queries about how extensive your site visit had been and whether it was representative of conditions. Just one point, please. Can you turn up your Appendix 3?
Just tell me what page it starts at.
I'm so sorry. Yes, it's page 26.
Thank you.
Yes.
And that's an image of the Hall Road, Ashington Road roundabout, Junction 4. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to compare your observations in that photograph, for example, with the traffic survey data for the similar period?
I have.
And were your observations reflective of the traffic survey data?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any reasons to think, based on your site visits and observations, that the traffic survey data was unrepresentative?
No, the traffic survey data was representative of what I saw.
Thank you. And what information was used in the models? Was it your observations, or was it the traffic survey data?
It was the traffic surveys which were accompanied by the queue surveys, which is how we know that they're validated in terms of demand.
Exactly. And Highways Authority, we've heard that they have compared that data against their own surveys and considered that it was appropriate. There's reference to that in the Planning Officer's report.
Absolutely.
What comfort does that give in respect of the robustness of the relevant baseline data?
Well, the data has effectively been checked and validated 3 times by me, by the queue surveys, and that data has been checked against the Highway Authority's own records.
Thank you.
It's great confidence.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. Next point, you were sort of similar point actually. You were asked a number of points about the fact that the TA recognised a particular level of traffic on the network, you recall?
Yes.
Again, if the TA recognises a certain level of traffic on the network, is that then reflected in the models that you've considered?
Sorry.
Well, if the TA is making a comment, if the TA is making a comment that there's a certain level of traffic on the network,
Yes.
Will that be reflected in the models?
Well, it should be reflected in the models, but the ACE models over-predicted what the performance was. It's the reason that drew me towards looking at the validation of it.
Exactly. Next point, please. Next point. You were taken to policy T2 in the core strategy. Could you turn that up, please? Core document 6.1. And I'll just get a page reference, just bear with me. Page 107.
Yeah.
Sorry, just...
Yeah, no problem.
It should be within this, but I don't think it is. it's 6.04 to 6.16. Is this it? Sorry, page reference?
107. Policy T2.
Yep.
And a point was put to you by Mr Parkinson that policy T2 says, well, highway improvements to the following will be prioritised, and well, look, those include to Ashington Road to improve traffic flows and reduce congestion, you recall?
I do.
First point, policy T2, who is the obligation on within policy T2?
Yeah, it's between the council and Essex County Highways. I say in my proof that it's not upon the developer.
Thank you. Second point, in any case, will the scheme improve traffic flows and reduce congestion at the junctions where it is possible for the developer to do that on Ashington Road?
Well, I described before how there's a double mitigation because it's felt that the sustainable enhancement mitigations, etc., are sufficient to mitigate the West Street Hall Road and will apply equally to all the other junctions. But all the other junctions are mitigated fully and indeed over mitigated slightly by the highway works that are proposed there.
Thank you. Next point, is there a requirement in policy T2 that any particular scheme is completed by the Highways Authority before the development within the plan can come forward?
No.
No. Third point, if you look at policy SER8, which is the allocations policy, core document 6.2, it's page 74 to 75.
Yes.
Is there any requirement in the allocations policy that any particular wider highways scheme that comes forward pursuant to T2 before policy SER8 can come forward?
No, I don't say that.
No. There is agreement between the local planning, there's agreement with the local planning authority yesterday that we comply with the highways requirements in policy SER8. Do you agree with that, Mr. Blair?
I do.
Right. Thank you. Next point, you were taken to the preferred options paper. The preferred option, I keep calling it preferred option. I think it's actually New Local Plan Spatial Options Consultation Paper 2021, core document 6.4. And you were taken to page 124 of that document. Page 124.
Yes.
Now, we know because Councillor Shaw agreed with me that this was the case yesterday, and we'll explore it further with Mr Pycroft next week. We know that the allocation of the appeal site is carried forward in this document that the Council has approved. You recall that cross-examination of Councillor Shaw?
I do.
Can you just look, please, at the bottom, because it's under the section road connectivity you were taken to by my learned friend. What does that tell us? That last sentence, about the appropriateness of the type of measures that the appellant is bringing forward through this scheme, please?
Well, it tells us that they should be given a priority, that they are the important measures over the car.
Thank you. Next point, you can pop the plans away. Next point, you were asked a number of questions about Tempro and tricks, you recall, Tempro
Yes.
growth and tricks, and you set out the approach that you had taken in respect of validating the models, and you indicated that the original approach that had been undertaken in the TA was overly robust and an overestimate, you recall?
That's right.
Right. It then appeared to be put to you that, well, even if that's the case, the original approach might be a reasonable approach. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Tempro first, please. The issue there, as you explained, is that our site was effectively double counted.
That's right.
Right. On that basis, which set of modelled results should be relied upon now that we have both by the decision maker to properly understand the impacts of the scheme?
The updated version, my version.
Thank you. Trip rates. Which trip rates are likely to give a more accurate understanding of the position? Yours or the previous ones?
Mine.
Right. On that basis, which model is more likely to give an accurate understanding of the impacts of the scheme?
Mine.
Right.
Yes. And that's agreed.
I was just going to say that. Statements of common ground with Mr. Flexman.
Yes.
Right. What's his position, Mr. Blair, now, having discussed those matters with you, through statements of common ground discussions as to the appropriateness of your validated model?
He specifically states that the modelling approach is appropriate and that the validation approach is logical.
And then in the statement of common ground 2 that he has signed, has he indicated that there's any issue, and it's the last paragraph of that statement of common ground, sir, for your reference, any issue between him and you at all in respect of any matter?
He says he has no issues, plural.
Yeah, thank you. Have you seen any evidence from the local planning authority or any other party to this inquiry to indicate that it would be more appropriate in understanding the impacts of the scheme to use the previously modelled approach? No, thank you. Next point. You were asked about a number of questions about delay in queuing on Ashington Road, Junction 4. You recall those questions?
Yes.
I just want to be clear, just bear with me a second. Let me just find the, bear with me a sec. Relevant page. That's yours, not mine, isn't it? That's why. I don't know when mine, never mind, it's okay. Now, I just want to be clear, so it's pages 231 and 232. And it was this point about queuing back from Junction 4 to Junction 3. How many time segments in the AM peak does that issue relate to?
Well, as shown on page 231 and 232, it would relate to two time periods.
Right, so half an hour period. And second point, you asked, in respect of this point, about queuing back between Junction 3 and Junction 4. Is that a point either taken by Mr. Flexman in any of his evidence?
No, queuing back from 4 to 3.
Sorry, 4 to 3.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
He did take
3 to 4, but not 4 to 3. No, I understand.
He does not take 4 to 3.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
To 4 to 3, right, so not a point taken by Mr. Flexman. And Mr. Flexman has carried out a review of your work.
Yes.
Yeah. If he had considered that there was an issue, what would you have expected to see in his evidence to the inquiry?
Mr. Flexman undertook a very detailed review. He went very deep into every aspect of this, and I think the fact that he doesn't raise any or retain any issues at all speaks volumes.
Yeah. But not only does he not mention it, Mr. Blair, but what does his statement of common ground tell us about his judgment as to the residual cumulative impacts of the scheme?
He believes there is no severe residual cumulative impact.
Thank you. Now, page 232, just want to put this point in context. Not page 232, page 231.
Yes.
Page 231. It's this point that, well, you would need to remove 46.7 PCUs to stop this queuing issue that's been identified, you recall? I
do recall that, yeah.
If we look at page 231, and it's under the heading results summary for the whole modelled period.
Yes.
What are the total junction arrivals, please?
987. This is why I've been saying roughly 1,000.
I know, yeah, roughly 1,000. So that was the first point, really. I just wanted to indicate to the inspector where that figure comes from. So that's 987. You might need to do a quick calculation for me now. So what percentage of the development flow needs to be removed to stop the issue that's been identified?
I'm sorry, I need...
Sorry,
it's what percentage of the total flow?
Yes.
Needs to be, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I said development, I meant total flow.
So 47 divided by 987 is 4.7%.
So 4.7%, yeah. Just understood in that context, the realism of your points, please, that a combination of your 8 points can reduce traffic to that degree.
Absolutely. I think one of the points alone, I was writing my totals down as well, one of my points alone had a potential for 90, I think.
Thank you.
It's also worth mentioning this exponential curve. The closer you get to capacity, the better it performs.
Mm-hmm. Now, it was put to you on a number of occasions, that you hadn't quantified these 8 points that you got. Just want to understand how fair that point is. 1, 2 reports to committee by the local planning authorities, professional officers. Were you ever, and 7 pre-application meetings. Was the appellant ever asked to quantify or carry out further surveys by the professional officers of the local planning authority in respect to this issue?
No, the only thing was to make the assessments more robust through providing the TAA.
Right,
but no further surveys, etc.
Thank you. Next point, ever asked by the Highways Authority to provide any additional information in respect of these issues?
No.
No. Third point, Mr. Flexman, in his comprehensive review, and as you say, he did ask you numerous questions, I think including at 11:37 at night, I think was one of them, Mr. Blair. But in any case, Mr. Flexman, in the numerous questions he asked you when he was carefully scrutinising your evidence on behalf of the local planning authority, did he ever ask you for any further information in respect of any of these points?
No.
No. Councillor Eaves, in his proof of evidence and his rebuttal, did he ever ask you for any further information in respect of any of these points? No. Thank you very much. And in terms of the professional witnesses and members of the various authorities, so the local planning authority officers, the highway officers and Mr. Flexman, in terms of all of those professionals, what is their professional consensus in respect of whether there is a residual cumulative impact on the highway network in paragraph 111?
All of the professionals across all of those bodies have confirmed that they do not believe there is a severe residual cumulative impact.
Thank you. Appeal decisions, please, next. Page 224, I think, of your appendices. No, just bear with me a second. No, it's not in Flexman's. Oh, it's in volume 1, is it? Bear with me a second. I think it's in volume 1. I think we've got our papers mixed up, haven't we? Appendix 11. And happily, we're going right to the back of Appendix 11, so it's nice and easy to find. And it's an appeal decision. In fact, it's a report to the Secretary of State in respect of an appeal at East Devon. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's page 54, and it's paragraph 224.
Yes.
Of that appeal decision. And what does the inspector tell us at the bottom of paragraph 224 as to whether it might be appropriate to take into account factors such as peak spreading and the diversion of traffic?
She says even if the latter scenario does not occur, there are also other factors that would tend to reduce the impacts, such as peak spreading and the diversion of traffic along Science Park Drive.
Now, clearly the diversion of traffic point is going to depend on the local circumstances, isn't it, to a degree? But in terms of peak spreading, how relevant are those comments?
Well, they're very relevant, as is the diversion. One of the reasons I put this precedent in is because I was the highways witness on it.
Right. Thank you. And Councillor Eaves, his position in respect of peak spreading, that there was significant potential to reduce trips in respect of peak spreading, based on his local knowledge and experience, might have got to it in a different way to you, Mr. Blair. Is there any difference between you and the local planning authority in terms of the potential of peak spreading to make a significant difference in respect of the anticipated trips?
There is no difference. They think it's significant, and in fact, I think Mr. Eaves' estimate would have been perhaps even bigger than mine.
Thank you. Next point, please. Put those away. Core document 6.14. Now, this is the report into the allocations plan that you were taken to.
Yes.
Note the allocations plan, not the core strategy. Okay? We know from paragraph 25, and Councillor Shaw accepted, that what the inspector said there in respect of the appropriateness of the allocation was that most significantly the scale and location of development had already been assessed. You see the words? Assessed and determined through the core strategy. Yeah? Yes. What does that tell us about whether the appropriateness of the location of the development in principle had or had not been assessed through the core strategy?
Yes, it looks like it's assessed and considered, yeah.
Thank you. And then turning to the point which was, detailed highways issues, this was Mr. Parkinson's paragraph 20, would need to be considered through the normal exercise of development management policies as part of the planning application process. In respect of that point, if we then please look at paragraph 26 of the inspector's report, and it says this: the policies themselves are lengthy and they include the site context, site capacity and concept statement. They repeat many of the requirements which stem from the policies of the core strategy, such as those relating to, there's a number of factors, but we also, a number of factors there. And then we see this, infrastructure requirements are also set out in Appendix H1, and you recall I took Councillor Shaw to those yesterday. Although not a model of good practice, the form of the policies does provide comprehensive detail about what is expected so that major changes are not necessary.
Yes.
So the policies provide comprehensive detail about what is expected. In view of the agreement of the local planning authority yesterday, that there was no conflict with those policies of the development plan, policy SER 8 and also Appendix H1 in the core strategy, which was referred to in the relevant policy of the core strategy, but no conflict with those policies of the development plan. What does that tell us about whether this development complies in highways terms with what was expected by the plan?
Yes, it tells us it complies.
Thank you very much. There was then a general point put to you by Mr. Parkinson, which appeared to be, the inspector has to take into account everything before him, including appeal decisions by Mr. Flexman. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
In respect of that point, we know that appeal decisions are material considerations to the extent that they are relevant to a point being put by the party. Okay? Now, what is Mr. Flexman's, well, we know what Mr. Flexman's view is as to residual cumulative impacts because we've noted it on various occasions and it is clearly set out in the Statement of Common Ground. On that basis, do you take it that there is anything in those appeal decisions that the local planning authority relies upon to support a contrary conclusion?
I don't believe so.
No.
Mr. Flexman has changed his mind on that.
Thank you. Mr. Flexman has changed his mind, presumably aware of the appeal decisions that he provided in his proof of evidence. On that basis, can those appeal decisions be relied upon to support the point that now appears to be taken on behalf of the local planning authority, if not by its witnesses?
They shouldn't be given weight.
No. Rainham decision next, please. Rainham decision. I don't think we actually need to turn it up unless you need to, but I'm just going to, you'll recall the Rainham decision. It's the Secretary of State one. It was referred to by the Rule 6 parties and referred to by the MP. But you were taken to it by the Rule 6 parties in questions. And the point that was taken by Mr. Foster was, well, in that case, the Inspector and the Secretary of State formed a judgment in respect, formed a judgment that an alternative type of modelling was appropriate. You recall that line of questioning? Yeah.
I do.
In that case, did the Inspector have one or two models in front of him for consideration?
I'm trying to remember. I think there was certainly an IMSM model and yes, I think he had two in front of him.
Yeah, one on behalf of the local planning authority and one on behalf of the appellant. Now, just in respect of the position here and whether the position here is similar, firstly, is there agreement between the appellant and the Highways Authority as to the appropriateness of the model that's been used here?
Yes.
Is there agreement between us and the local planning authority as to the appropriateness of the model that's been used here?
Yes.
Is there any other modelled approach that's before the inquiry to consider?
No.
Are the circumstances that exist here comparable to those that existed in the Rainham appeal?
No.
No. Thank you very much, Mr. Blair. Thank you, sir. I have no further points.
Okay, thank you. And just for information, the note passed to me from Mr. Foster was simply an apology that they have to leave for a media interview at 4:50, so it didn't relate to any evidence or anything. It was simply courtesy to let me know there. Thank you. No, I think no. I think I'm going to call today's proceedings to a fairly rapid close now, hopefully, and we can all be on our way. Thank you for the re-examination, Ms. Reid. Just let me make a note. Okay. So nothing more then today. So all I need to do now is ask for the attendance list back. Is that winging its way to me now? Anyone present who didn't sign it? Or there's a few hands. Would you mind just... Thank you. And then I'll adjourn in a moment. We'll resume next week. Unfortunately, I'm told we do have to empty things from the room here, so and we can't start until 10:30 on Tuesday. But the plan for Tuesday is Mr. Pycroft, possibly your, well, not possibly, your air quality witness.
I'd intend to call him first, sir, if that's acceptable. I'm just mentioning that so the local authority know in terms of arrangements to beam him in. But I'd intend to call him first so that Mr. Pycroft's my final witness because he's dealing with...
Yes, no, that makes perfect sense, thank you. And yes, that'll give a definite time for him as well, so easier to schedule there. Rule 6 party, you'd got questions for the air quality witness. I know, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Gardner said he'd got a question for air quality. So that will take place first thing on Tuesday. Hopefully then we'll move through with that evidence and Mr. Pycroft's and deal with conditions and the Section 106 agreement in the afternoon. May have to go on a little bit later if necessary. Site visit, I won't go into detail now, but site visit sometime on Wednesday morning, covering whatever period is deemed appropriate, and then closing submissions on Wednesday afternoon, possibly starting at, say, 2 o'clock. So that's the plan, okay? Let's hope we can bring that to fruition, as it were. So thank you all for your attendance this week, and on that note, I'm going to adjourn now, and we'll resume on Tuesday at 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you.